Morning to all of you. We welcome to all of you to the first academic session of this international seminar. In this session, we have three speakers: Professor Prafulla Kumar Mohapatra, Professor Rakesh Chandra, Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti, and this session will be chaired by Professor Minal Miri. I request all the speakers and chairperson of this session to come to the dais.
Thank you. Shall we start? Well, this morning, the title of the session is Why Must I Be Moral? Or Why Be Moral? And we have three speakers, all of them very, very distinguished. The first speaker is Professor P.K. Mohapatra, who is very, very well known in the philosophical fraternity of this country and also abroad. He's been he has a degree from PhD from University of Kiel. Then he has taught in Utkal University for a very long time, and he's also the editor of Indian Journal of Analytic Philosophy. His specializations are Western Analytic Philosophy, Philosophy of Mind, Philosophy of Values, especially Moral Philosophy, and Practical Ethics. And he has published very, very widely, both in English and in his native language, which is Oriya. And his publications are very highly spoken of. So, Professor Mohapatra, would you like to start, please? Whatever. Just one clarification before we begin. Do we have a time constraint? It is today's session is supposed to end at 11:30. Am I right? At 11:30. No, I've got this. Thank you. And sorry, so we have to distribute this time among the three speakers that we have here, and also the discussion, question and answer sessions. So do we have the discussion at the end of every paper, or do we have the discussion at the end of the three papers? At the end of the three papers, we have the discussion. So 2 hours divided into 3.
No, 3.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Professor Miri, my colleague, Professor Rakesh, Chandra, Professor Chakrabarti, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking on ethics and moral philosophy, otherwise, maybe an exercise in critical work, but this particular forum, when we speak of ethics to guide human behavior by RMIC, it is a different feeling because they mean it. I also want to assure you that whatever I have said here, I mean it. I'll be honest to the time. And okay, why should we be moral, or why be moral? Ethics must be a condition of the world, like logic, said Wittgenstein. What did he mean? Logic is a condition of the world in the sense that it determines what the world can contain and what it cannot. That is, the world can contain only that which is logically possible, though not all that is logically possible, and it cannot contain anything that is logically impossible. But we cannot speak of ethics in a similar sense. That is, we cannot speak of things being ethically possible and ethically impossible. But we can speak of things or actions being ethically desirable and ethically undesirable. But then it cannot be said that the world can contain all that is ethically desirable and must not contain anything that is ethically undesirable. For as a matter of fact, the world does contain a few things that are ethically undesirable. However, we can say and take Wittgenstein to have said that the world should contain only what is ethically desirable and should not contain anything that is ethically not desirable. However, well, now from this point of view, from this ethical point of view, things that the world does or may contain may be of 4 kinds. Number 1, things that the world ought to have, call them obligatory. Things that the world ought not to have, forbidden. Things that the world may or may not have, permissible. And 4, things whose presence in the world would add to the ethical value, to its ethical value, though their absence in the world would not make the world ethically poorer. They are called recommended. Now this is a fourfold distinction which has been made by Professor Rajendra Prasad. I shall take the first and the fourth under what I call the ethically desirable. In an ideal world, the quantum of the forbidden should be nil. But philosophers and moralists should strive to improve the moral status of the world by minimizing the forbidden and increasing the obligatory and the recommended, which I call ethically desirable. It thus becomes almost a logical truth that a desirable world contains only those which are ethically desirable and cannot contain anything that is ethically undesirable. Ethics thus is a necessary condition of the desirable world. And this is not a tautology. For even if the world were desirable in some other respects like economics, political or even religious respects, but not in respect of the ethical, it would not be a desirable world, whereas it being ethically desirable would make it largely so in the other respects too. Ethical goodness is thus foundational to all kinds of goodness. This I call primacy of the ethical, which holds the key to why should we be moral. This question, why should we be moral or why be moral, is often considered a perplexing question because in a very important sense, it is a question about something that is normally presupposed. One reason why ethics and ethical point of view are normally presupposed is that men by nature and inclination are moral beings. Man being moral can be said to follow jointly from his nature as a rational being as well as a spiritual being. As a first step towards showing this, I shall try to show that to be moral and to tend to act morally is as much natural for men as it is for them to be irrational. For unless otherwise constrained, every man has the natural propensity to act morally and to do things which are considered morally good. This theory of moral personhood is based on the fact that morality supervenes on personhood in as much as the reality of value supervenes on the reality of consciousness. This is because consciousness inevitably has two prominent aspects, rationality and spirituality, which virtually define personhood. Because of rationality, man is capable of reason and reflection, and human consciousness necessarily contains what may be called a reciprocal personal stance that is adopted by one person towards others, who in turn are capable of reciprocating this stance. This is implied when Strawson famously said that to be a person is to treat others who are not oneself but are like oneself as persons. Rationality makes us recognize not only the distinction between oneself and others, but also their inevitable interconnections. It accounts for this reciprocal personal stance that necessarily characterize us persons. And because of spirituality, the second important aspect of human consciousness, we the persons are capable of reflecting self-transcendence, the capacity to go beyond one's own interests and recognize value in others. Moral personhood is thus a necessary outcome of the two aspects of human consciousness, rationality and spirituality. It's because of this that acting morally or being moral is congenial to human nature, and the few occasions when one refrains from morality or acts in ways contrary to moral expectations, one finds that alien to one's nature and inclinations. This is evident from the familiar fact that normal human mind is prone to conducts and actions that are considered good and virtuous, and to get along with these things and systems of thought that are right rather than wrong. Human mind has a natural partiality for truth, says an ancient Buddhist verse, which we all believe will ultimately triumph over error and ignorance. As a matter of fact, man is not only a rational being capable of knowing and appreciating moral values, but given his freedom without constraint, he would identify with what is morally valuable and alienate from what is immoral and morally proscribed. Rationality and moral personhood. What is involved in man's being rational, and how does it bear upon morality and moral personhood? rationality is so much an essential characterization of man, indeed a defining feature of man, that anyone trying to question this by asking a question like, why should I be moral, why should I be rational, would be asking a very odd sorts of question. Because in trying to answer this question, he would be giving reasons for his being or even not being rational. That means we would be presupposing rationality in attempting to justify our being rational. The resulting justification would therefore be inevitably circular. And so it would be pointless to ask for justification for man to be rational. What this shows is not that rationality lacks justification, but that it needs no justification, because it cannot be intelligibly questioned unless it is already presupposed. All this goes to vindicate the definition of man as a rational being. The fact that many people are irrational and sometimes behave irrationally is irrelevant to this definition. It is beside the point. For what is meant here is that men are capable of rationality because of factors, capable of rationality, that is capable of being fully rational, though at times they may not be acting rationally because of factors alien to human nature. To be rational, very much like to know, is a capacity concept. Gilbert Ryle had said this, and hence a rational being need not always exercise the faculty of reason. It is enough that he can do so in appropriate occasions. The fact that some of us behave irrationally some of the time or even most of the time should therefore be unworrying. To such deviant pointers, eminently raised by Bertrand Russell, Anthony Flew replied by saying, I quote, "To be rational in the sense of being capable of rationality is not merely not inconsistent with, but is a precondition of being irrational." Very much in the same way as only a moral being, a being capable of morality and immorality, can be truly said to be actually immoral. We would not say of a systematically trained chimpanzee or of a high-powered robot endowed with what now is fashionably described as artificial intelligence that it is behaving irrationally, for it is in principle incapable of behaving rationally or irrationally in the strict sense of the terms. Just as only the people with this sense of logic can be properly said to be illogical and can be reprimanded for being so, that is, for not being logical of which they are capable, so also only rational beings with a sense of discrimination between what is rational and what is not can be said to behave irrationally and be held accountable for that. Actions of beasts, babblers, and insane adults, though may happen to be good or bad, useful or harmful, can never be termed as rational or irrational, much less as moral or immoral, since moral responsibility cannot be ascribed to them. Freedom and morality are semantically alienable. And in the obvious lack of freedom in these cases, attribution of moral responsibility would be gratuitous. Thus, rationality being a necessary presupposition of human consciousness, reason is a distinctively human faculty. By virtue of rationality, we are capable of judging what is good and what is right, and what is bad and what is wrong. Further, our actions that are governed by reason are responses to our desires. And as Aristotle made us aware, one can respond too much or too little to one's desires. He therefore gave us the doctrine of the golden mean, as per which the correct response would lie somewhere between the two extremes. This is a meta-ethical doctrine that to every virtue there are or there can be two vices, two extreme responses to one's desires, and that reason helps locating the virtue by steering clear between these two. The distinction between the two extreme responses on the one hand and the right response on the other is the distinction between the desired and the desirable, between what is called preya and sreya in Indian ethics. The desirable is what one values or what one would value under all normal conditions in a moral predicament where one passionately pursues a desire that is not desirable. The rational struggle to get over it would result in attaining an ideal consistency between what one values and what one desires. And that is the mark of moral personhood. In pursuing what one passionately desires, disregarding the fact that it is not desirable, one might appear to be free to pursue what one desires to pursue, but this should expose not only an irrational pursuit, but also a puerile view of freedom. Since far from being free, one would be really impeded from being the person he wants to be. One would be pursuing a desire that is hostile to what one values as a rational being. Thus, rationality of persons is inseparably connected with morality or moral personhood. Rather, morality is a distinctively rational affair in the sense that moral concern is grounded on a reason. This makes persons who are constitutively rational beings naturally moral beings, intrinsically endowed with the propensity to act morally unless otherwise constrained. We thus come back here to what we described as reciprocal personal stance, which we claim to be constitutive of personhood as a result of the person being a rational agent. Kant is eminently noted for having demonstrated that to act rationally is to act ethically. Moral personhood is thus the direct offset of a person's rationality. Now, let us consider the impact of spirituality on the making of moral personhood. If it is because of rationality that we adopt the reciprocal personal stance and treat others as persons as we ourselves are, it is the faculty of spirituality that endows us with the distinctive capacity of reflective self-transcendence, which requires self-transcendence, the capacity to rise above our self-interest and egocentricity. Unfailing moral personhood, which requires freedom from egocentricity, depends upon spiritual sustenance. Admittedly, the basic function of reason is to discern oneself from others and to judge egoism as ethically inferior to altruism. But merely judging that the latter is good and valuable is not necessarily or even invariably connected with one's actually being motivated to realize this good. Merely having the valuational system, which no doubt is the first important aspect of moral personhood, is not enough to have one's motivational system oriented accordingly. One has to identify with the value judgment in order to be so motivated. The identification has to be typically relevant to moral motivation, and such morally relevant sort of identification is possible only when it is characterized by spirituality. For in identifying with a value judgment, the agent is in spiritual accord with this judgment. Moral motivation is possible through spiritual endeavor. What I want to drive home is the point that a reason unaided by spiritual endeavor does not eo ipso facilitate morality or lead to moral action. In order to realize unfailing moral personhood an agent must buttress his valuation system with a distinctively spiritual urge for self-excelling. His motivational system must add to itself this unique spiritual urge for self-excelling that is not intrinsic to his valuational system. More importantly, this spiritual urge is not only extrinsic to the agent's valuational system, it is extrinsic to rationality itself. For the attainment of unfailing moral personhood, rationality must be complemented by spirituality, both of which are distinct but essential aspects of personal consciousness. If we may put it this way, rationality, insofar as it promotes the valuation system in us, is a necessary condition of moral personhood, whereas spirituality, insofar as it makes us identify with the value judgment or the moral point of view and orients the motivational system in us after that, is the sufficient condition. For the latter, in the company of the rational faculty, goes on to complete the making of unfailing moral personhood. As discussed above, while rationality makes us distinguish between the Preya and the Sreya, aptly envisioned in Indian ethics, spirituality makes us alienate from the former and identify with the latter. Reflective self-appraisal involves alienating or disvaluing something of our common nature, that is, person contingent. Such person contingent features are some specific needs and desires, moods and manners, which form the first order features of ordinary life. The first order desires that persons have are largely part of their human nature, which constitute the basic nature of a person. But humans would not be persons if they were to be constituted of or confined to only these basic features with which the moral being in them refuses to identify. For persons are distinguished from other beings by virtue of the fact that they are capable of having higher order intuitions and attitudes towards their first order desires from the valuational point of view. This distinctive feature which tells persons from mere human beings is what Harry Frankfurt calls the second order desires. Second order desires mark the distinguishing character of persons as reflective self-evaluators, and it is in their ability to reflective self-evaluation that the real nature, the real freedom of person lies. For freedom consists not in acting upon our basic desires, but in being able to translate our higher order desires into actual motivations for actions. The free agent has the capacity to translate his value into action, says Gary Watson. His action flow from his evaluative system. Compulsive behavior, like that of a kleptomaniac or someone under coercion or under the spell of hypnosis, are unfree, being responses to desires that claim fulfillment independently of the agent's valuative system. By opting for reflective self-appraisal, the moral person exercises his freedom and breaks away from his basic desires and inclination, which he finds alien to his nature, and identifies with the other desires and inclination which he values and glorifies. Because of this ability to be free, ability to identify with the value judgment and to motivate himself to live in conformity with that, the person is able to transcend the level of mere human existence. The self-transcendence requires that the person's motivational system be controlled by his valuational system, with which he identifies. His reason has to control his passion. the capacity to exercise spiritual self-transcendence and the freedom that leads to it is because of the fact that persons are capable of having second-order desires. And it is in virtue of this that persons are normative beings, valuing beings. For the second-order desires are higher-order normative self-attitudes, and as such are judgments upon our basic desires on the basis of valued norms. We do have such desires because of the spiritual urge for self-excelling, of which we are potentially capable. The foregoing points to the conclusion that the moral personhood is the joint product of a man's rationality and spirituality. As rational beings, we discriminate between what is and what ought to be. We distinguish what is desired from the desirable, and we know that altruism is preferable and worthwhile. As spiritual beings, we identify with the latter and alienate from the former, as I said, and because of this spiritual urge, we rise above self-interest and egocentricity, and we are motivated to act morally from the universal point of view. Both of these faculties together make us not only aware of the moral, but also motivate us to be moral and to act morally. Thus, moral inclination is innate to us. We are naturally endowed with the capacity for rational behavior and spiritual proclivities. Our intrinsic moral sense enables us to gather the acquired ability for improving moral standards, by living up to which we may march towards moral perfection. As has been said by James Griffin, much of the moral philosophy should be seen as just a continuation of this project of improvement that all of us are engaged in well before we have even heard of philosophy. Much in the same way that we all think and speak in accordance with the principles of logic without even being aware of these principles. Thus, for a person to be there cannot be any question about his having or not having any moral standard. It is only a matter of having this or that moral standard. I think I should stop here I have to be confined to time, and I would welcome any kind of questions and queries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohapatra. Thank you very much for. No, we'll have a discussion. Yeah. For your very, very lucid kind of presentation. If I were to put it very simply, Professor Mohapatra thinks that morality is natural, and therefore I think we have to distinguish between morality being natural to human beings or to persons and naturalism in ethics. But I don't think he believes in naturalism, but he does believe that morality is a natural characteristic of, or it springs from natural characteristics of human beings, of persons. Then I think, to put it very succinctly, he says that this can be explored in terms of different oppositions. And sometimes not oppositions, but different complementarities. For instance, he distinguishes between the natural and the non-natural, the rational and the irrational, moral and the immoral, desirable and undesirable, free and unfree. Then first-order desire and second-order desire. Then the most interesting distinction that he made was between rationality and spirituality. They are not mutually opposed, but one might say, I don't know if they're mutually complementary, but spirituality, as it were, enhances the possibility of being moral. Thank you very much, Professor Mohapatra. Now, may I request Professor Rakesh Chandra. Now, Professor Rakesh Chandra is presently, at the moment, he is the Dean of Academics. He is the head of the Department of Philosophy and Director Cultural Activities, University of Law. But most interesting thing about Professor Rakesh Chandra is that he, of course, does academic philosophy in the most commendable way. I've heard him talk in many, many, many seminars. Well, he does his philosophy by talking philosophy, by speaking philosophy. I haven't read very much of what Rakesh Chandra said, but I've been enthralled by the way that Professor Rakesh Chandra speaks philosophy. And the interesting thing about Professor Rakesh Chandra is that he, apart from being involved in academic matters, he's also involved very, very active way in working for the deprived and the unattended social sectors. So he is a member, you will see from his membership of various different organizations. He's a member of Seva, he's a member of Beti, he's a member of the foundation, Beti Foundation, and Shuraksha. So Professor Rakesh Chandra is actually practically involved in in ethical work, if you would like to put it that way. So if you'd allow me to put it that way. So Professor Rakesh Chandra, please. Sorry.
Good morning. I offer my deep sense of gratitude to the revered Swamiji, who invited me to present my views in this truly important seminar, which is under the broad theme, as we were told, of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Though related to the 75 years of our call for national freedom, I think we can detemporalize it and speak of it as a celebration of the spirit of freedom. As we speak of mukti and its celebration through education of the self, so rightly emphasized by Swami Vivekananda himself. I also wish to specially thank my very dear brother friend, Radharaman Chakrabarti, for giving me this opportunity to share my views in this intellectual kumbh and get to meet some of my very, very favorite teachers like Professor Amita Chatterjee, Indrani, and also friends like Shubhuchkili Sen. When asked to attend to the classic question by Chronis Polycrinio in an interview published in 2006, "Why should I be moral?" Richard Rorty responds by saying that we all have a moral identity, and there is no general answer even to that question, why do I have the moral identity that I have? He says that if we had to change from Quakerism to Nazism or vice versa, or to abandon honest business to criminality or vice versa, different things need to be said on both sides. And little of it is of the sort that philosophers are peculiarly qualified to say. he clarifies that on the whole, like on many occasions, but this is what he said, that idea that there is something august called philosophy, which we can ask for help when problems arise, is misguided. Philosophy is just a pigeonhole into which different things are stuffed in different centuries and in different countries and even in different universities in the same country at the same time. And what he's saying about America is more or less true now also of India, that very, very different things like cultural studies, philosophical counseling, or many other things are being done even in Indian universities, which people would worry about. But if not as an august disciplinarian, but as what Rorty would like to call a conversation of mankind, as a fellow conversationalist, we look at philosophers, it is interesting to look at some of them who would take their own position as a commonplace. Professor P.F. Strawson, in his lecture on freedom and resentment, also mentioned by Professor Mohapatra, insists on a central commonplace that we all attach a very great importance to the attitude and intention towards us of other human beings. And to a great extent, our personal feeling and reactions depend on or involve our beliefs about these attitudes and intentions. We need to notice how much we actually mind, how much it matters to us whether the action of the other people, and especially of some other people, reflect attitude towards us of goodwill, affection, or esteem on the one hand, or contempt, indifference, or malevolence on the other. We have different responses if someone treads on our hand accidentally while trying to help, or when it is done with contemptuous disregard of my existence or malevolent wish to injure me. The pain may be the same, but I would feel a degree of resentment in the second, not felt in the first. In case of someone's actions benefiting me, if it is done with the spirit of goodwill towards me, I would feel gratitude, which I should not feel if the benefit was an incident consequence, unintended or even regretted by him of some plan of action for a different aim. Strawson also mentions forgiveness apart from gratitude and resentment. He further goes on to invite us to think how in different relationships which we have as a family, as colleagues, as lovers, as chance parties in encounters and transactions, these attitudes and intentions get informed. These are reactive attitudes to which we are prone. In most relationships, we demand same degree of goodwill, and our reactive attitude towards us, its absence vary. Strawson wants to remind us what it is like to be involved in an interpersonal relationship ranging from the intimate to the casual. And this is often forgotten in case of our moral philosophizing. We may remember that normally we do take a participant reactive attitude as part of our natural reactions to the good or ill will or indifference of others towards us, displayed in their attitudes and actions. We sometimes license and excuse, he did not mean to say that. He hadn't realized what he was saying. He didn't know. He really had no alternative. But we certainly in these cases too do not suspend our reactive attitudes completely. However, in cases where we do adopt the objective attitude to another human being, we see him as an object of social policy, subject to what in a wide sense may be called treatment, as certainly something to be taken account of, to be managed, handled, or cured, or trained, or perhaps simply to be avoided. The participant attitude and the personal reactive attitude in general tend to give place, and it's considered civilized, to objective attitude just insofar as the agent is seen to be excluded from the adult human relationship by deep-rooted psychological abnormality or simply by being a child. He talks about children, old people, people with dementia being excused in these cases, or people under coercion. Strawson perceptively remarks here that it cannot be a consequence of any thesis which is not self-contradictory that abnormality is the universal condition. The human commitment to participation in ordinary interpersonal relationship is too thoroughgoing and too deep-rooted. This is the inescapable view of our moral nature. it is unlikely that we would seriously take a theoretical conviction which ought to change our world such that there are no longer any such thing as interpersonal relationships as we normally understand them. Strawson goes on to talk about the generalized reactive attitudes over personal reactive attitudes, which he strangely gives a term called vicarious in relationships or vicarious attitudes, which are connected not only logically but what he calls humanly. We express indignation on behalf of others. He mentions phenomena of the sense of obligation, feeling compunction, feeling guilty or remorseful, or at least responsible, and the more complicated phenomena of shame. The personal reactive attitudes not accompanied by its vicarious analogue would appear to be a case of moral egocentricity, of moral solipsis, that if I consider things only for myself and not for others. In general, we demand of others, for others, as of ourselves, for others, something of the regard which we demand others for ourselves. These attitudes have common roots in our human nature and our membership of the human communities. Strawson is careful enough to recognize the role of both objective and participative reactive attitudes in not only the treatment through psychotherapy, but in education of the young. The education have to be tutored, and he also accepts that human reactive attitudes have expressed themselves in a variety of forms over time and space, as is brought out by the historical and the anthropological studies. Many of the accounts also show us how they may have been parts of self-deception, of the ambiguous and the shady, of guilt transference and unconscious sadism, and the rest. So reactive attitudes of a certain form are not to be taken as the essential feature of the concept of morality in general. Strawson warns that in philosophy we have to take account of the facts in all their bearings, but we are not to suppose that we are required or permitted as philosophers to regard ourselves as human beings as detached from the attitudes which as scientists we study with detachment. We may, with learning from studies, wish to modify human attitudes, but as we regulate, it is an expression of our moral attitude, not just of regulatory efficacy. Strawson here seems, in a way, to be doing the same kind of exercise as an analytic exercise in descriptive metaphysics. Here it is the case of what we may call descriptive ethics. This is also in consonance with his naturalistic response to skepticism. The idea of human freedom as a presumption of morality is well known, which according to Strawson does not seem to be affected by the pessimist determinist. I, however, do not discuss the issue here in further detail. However, the idea of freedom is now stretched to an extent where we find people like Richard Rorty famously arguing, take care of freedom, and truth will take care of itself. Now, how are we to understand the relation of freedom in the ethical, political, social sense and the epistemic sense? Can freedom as a procedural prerequisite of a democratic dialogue be treated as constitutive of the truth in an epistemic category? I have much worry with that, written much, but I'm again not delving into this question here. But I move to the more general, familiar terrain where the political is prioritized over all others. And in this I follow Professor Sundararajan's very famous book called Primacy of the Political, as he takes up Aristotle. But just before I try to see the connect of language, ethics, and politics in Aristotle, I wish to share an interesting detour, a course of historical vignettes about a fairly widespread concept related to morality across times and space. And this is not just in terms of our reactive attitudes, but in terms of what is called the moral conscience. It's a peculiar concept which is found everywhere, and I base my views here entirely on Professor Richard Sorabji's dealing with this. Richard Sorabji traces the original meaning of conscience in the Greek or Latin expressions as sharing of knowledge with oneself of a defect, almost always a moral one of being wrong. This metaphor of two selves, I can't live with myself, as it were, one having guilty knowledge, is personal and particular. It is in a certain reading found in many pieces of literature. The phenomena of conscience has been enduring in Greek playwrights, also in medieval church fathers, Catholics and Protestants, 17th and 18th century political writers, and again in the writings of Mahatma Gandhi, and a small voice of the heart. Richard Sorabji mentions that scholars like Werner Jaeger argue that early Greek culture is the culture of shame, not guilt. We are generally told that the whole Western culture is a culture of guilt and shame, but he tells us that the Greeks cannot be charged with a culture of guilt, but of shame. And for them, nothing is conceived like personal conscience as it is done in the modern times. Plato's sharing of knowledge with oneself, he talks about 9 instances where he talks about it. Socrates shares knowledge of his own ignorance. Alcibiades of self-neglect and unjustified disobeying of Socrates. Cephalus of faultlessness, of not having committed injustice. Others of being seduced by poetry, of being unduly hasty or precipitate, of speaking well only of Homer, and so lacking any art of literary criticism. And Plato speaks of people not wanting anyone to share their guilty knowledge. In Antigone, we have conflict of the king's law, the nomos, with another more important law, the nomenon, about burial, where Antigone knows that the law says that the brother can be not buried because he has been a traitor, but in the law of the heart, she said, no, I seek burial. So it's a conflict of 2 laws, as it were, which again finds its place in case of Socrates, where he speaks of a daimon, which in Timaeus is taken as the most authoritative place in the head as an intellectual virtue called katanon. Cicero associates it with the idea of being watched, while Seneca mentions the role of conscience in reform and saving. The watchful soul and God get recognized in Seneca. In the Christian history, there is a written law of the God and also law written in men's heart when Adam is being sent to the earth. Conscience is not the source of our knowledge of the right and wrong, but it reveals our possession of the law. St. Paul does not consider conscience to be infallible, because there are 2 questions about conscience being the source of morality and conscience being revealing. The inner law is faultless, but one's reading of it is fallible. This point is made by Paul in his first letter to the Corinthians. In Augustine, again, we read that natural law is in our heart, but it only appears at the age of reason. This is more or less like Leibniz, where he talks about the innate ideas being made aware after a certain age of maturity. Is conscience a belief which is not knowledge? Is it a sentiment or feeling? Or is it to be identified with reason? Conscience was supposed earlier largely to have a retrospective function, that you've done something and then there's the voice. But very soon it takes a prospective function of being the guiding, motivating force. Conscience was seen as cognitive in character, also having a motivational force. The role of conscience keeps transforming as we see that in Rousseau, it is reason which teaches us to know good and evil, whereas conscience makes us love one and hate the other. It is interesting that in Kant's Metaphysics of Morals, there is the language of the inner court. Conscience is the awareness of this court. Gandhi identifies conscience with the voice of God, truth and inner voice, which needed training, discipline, and eclectically and delicately tuned breast to listen. Modern secular democracies have much trouble with the freedom of conscience and freedom of speech separately as well as together. I consider the discussion on conscience especially very problematic with reference to oppressed groups within the larger professed identities of culture, so women within religion and oppressed classes within certain groups. However, the near universal discussion of conscience in global cultures does in a way complement the idea of the constitutive moral self of the human being. There are debates about what is the content of the conscience, whether it relates to laws or local conventions which require reflection. Here again, one may notice that like absence of reactive attitudes, absence of conscience may also be seen as a psychological distress or defect, like autism as hinted by Richard Sorabji. I now turn to the connections of morality, political, and the epistemic issues. Sundararajan, in his Primacy of the Political, as I mentioned, upfront tries to look at the two notions of the political competence and political culture, where political culture is seen as a capacity of human subjects to transcend their personal group interest and achieve a comprehensive view of the common good with a capacity to act in the name of that understanding. The excess of such an understanding is mediated by the way of discourse in fellowship. The political is therefore to be conceived as mediated by ethics on the one hand and rhetorics on the other. The relationship of ethics preserves its normative character as concerned with a good life, while its connection with the rhetorics provides the political with the dimension of friendly discourse with others. One may argue that friendliness of discourse should have also been seen as by Sundararajan as normative. But Sundararajan doesn't do that. He then quickly mentions Kautilya at the outset and recognizes autonomy of where there's a recognition of the autonomy of the sciences, philosophy as Anviksha, Trayi as scriptures, economics as Varta, and the science of polity called the Dandaniti, which is a means to acquiring and preserving of the other three. So without Dandaniti, you can't have the three. This, he claims to be the recognition of the primacy of the political. But here, one may worry whether this primacy is contextual or constitutive. Sundararajan rightly sees Aristotle as the key figure who sees political continuous with ethics. Men are by nature political, but this naturalness of political association and political life is not to be seen as an extension of other forms of togetherness, like in family, clan, or tribe. The political arises only when men share a certain common understanding of the good life and come together for its realization. The common understanding of good is arrived at through the medium of deliberation and discourse, and this is through the language or speech. A political, as yesterday Professor Mary was mentioning, that it's only in silence that the mind, that you have the moral commitment, but here it is in speech that he's saying that. So the political, and so the political community is thus born out of communication. I may be excused that all this while I've been using the personal pronoun he, because this is the way they have been using. Women in politics is not something which Aristotle is admitting. We shape ourselves by means of understanding of life, and this is phronesis. Political knowledge is not just productive knowledge. We may now here again recall Hannah Arendt, a great Greek nostalgist, who draws a distinction between action, work, and labor, where action is the highest form of human activity, which is based on the human condition of plurality, and is characterized by speech and deeds, with which men reveal who they are and appear to each other in public space of the polis. This had now been overwhelmed and distorted by the fabrication and labor mentality. We glorify labor in modern society, but in what she calls the Greek age, there has a communal life of polis where men appear amongst peers and seek to achieve glory in the highest form of activity, which is action. This is the realm of no rule, where only persuasion rather than force or violence rules. There is a mastery over necessities, which, she says, brings us to prehistory. Arendt admits that some authentic revolutions have occurred in the modern age, where there are glimmerings of public freedom and participatory action. Arendt gives us a subtle, appealing analysis of the participatory politics. She integrates the concept of debate, plurality, tangible public freedom, public happiness, and communal power. She distinguishes liberation from public freedom. The former is always from something like poverty or oppression. Public freedom is where there is genuine plurality and persuasion. Arendt does not get caught in the historical necessity and totalitizing critiques like that of Marxism, and directs us to the heightened consciousness that within a new social movements of women, of peace, of ecology, like the ecological movements, there are chances of public freedom. Her central theme is recovery of the revolutionary spirit, the lost treasure which we seek to create, and by which we seek to create a public space where freedom can appear. She believes in hope. Sundararajan would perhaps converge on this, although he doesn't mention that, in his understanding of modernization and Marxism and his critique. As mentioned earlier, the centrality of the political competence means that the members of the political community have capacity to transcend their personal social context, which Professor Mohapatra thinks is spirituality. And this, he thinks, in terms of the common good. Social order depends on the political ones. Political good takes the whole for its reference. Diverse groups' loyalties are transformed in the larger whole, and the political is an aspect of the individual to think of the common good and act on it. He speaks of functional, normative, and imperative primacy of the political. The normativity of the political capacity is well taken from Aristotle, where the political community is natural in the sense of being the natural goal of life in the teleological sense rather than causal. Sundararajan speaks of a shared context of understanding and intersubjective discourse. Meanings are historically shaped and shared. Language constitutes the sociality of human subject and joins them as members of specific groups. The idea of judging and responsibility is related to dialogue. Judgment, or gnome, is related to sympathetic understanding, sygnome, and the consideration, eugenome. Thus, the cognitive relates to the moral. Sundararajan's language, for Sundararajan, language is socially constituted, and its understanding gives us access to social values and concerns for life. But language has a context-transcending capacity too, by which it serves as a medium of political judgment. This capacity for situation transcendence makes historic as well as political sense. Sundararajan builds an intimate relationship between ethics, language, and human solidarity. Rorty would see too much essentialism in this kind and recommends a non-metaphysical, quasi-pragmatic reading of Hegel. He suggests that the truth of the absolute kind or good of an absolute kind are not our goals. We just call beliefs true when adoption of them makes us better able to achieve happiness. Rorty finds Aristotle to be more sensible than Plato, at least, in not being overly obsessed with certainty. However, he would have to be more careful, as much like Kant later, Aristotle has his ethics, politics, epistemology, and metaphysics closely related, while for Rorty, his views on different issues are contingently related. As I reflect on the moral nature of our being, through these philosophers, it seems to me that normativity has to be taken as constitutive of the human self, from the neo-pragmatic Rorty to the analysts like Strawson to the essentialists like Aristotle. The model of nature of man is inescapable. The long history of moral conscience also demonstrates this. In a counterfactual thought experiment of antipodian kind, where mentalese is replaced by the language of C-fiber stimulation, if we imagine a set of creatures who operate without reactive attitudes, have no self-transcending common sense of good, have no second-order emotions like guilt, remorse, attitudes like goodwill and malevolence, we in those cases do not recognize these as humans. As to Rorty's restraint on using terms like moral superiority and moral rational frameworks, I also dare say that I would go with the normative framework of capabilities given by Aristotle, reinterpreted by Martha Nussbaum and Amartya Sen, and would not be so bashful in claiming its moral superiority. But that is another theme. I have, in the paper, mainly discussed the framework. On specifics, in our times, my preferred framework. I would conclude with a famous quote by Russell. There are certain things which our age needs, and some of it should avoid. It needs compassion and a wish that mankind should be happy. It needs a desire for knowledge and to eschew pleasant myths. It needs above all courageous hope and impulse to creativity. We need to avoid cruelty, envy, greed, competitiveness, search for subjective certainty that Freud calls the death wish. The root of the matter is very simple, an old-fashioned thing. The thing I mean, please forgive me for mentioning it, is love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. Rakesh. First of all, I must say that I admire the incredible intellectual, academic generosity of Rakesh. He has taken us through almost all the iconic figures of Western intellectual tradition, including the very, very contemporary Strawson and Rorty and so on. And he thinks that nobody really is essentially wrong. Everybody has is right in one way or another. So that's one. And I have only one question about because he's himself involved in all these activities of community activities, welfare activities, and so on, in an organizational kind of way. Sundararajan and the political community mediated by rationality, by friendly rational discussion and friendly dialogue, and the aim is common good, and which is to be achieved by friendly dialogue. And of course he'll agree that all political communities which are of this nature must be democratic. And he says that the introduction of Kautilya is not quite necessary, because Kautilya says Dandaniti is essential for the political community. But I think if you look at all the so-called democratic republics of the entire world, these nation states, democratic nation states, structural violence is recognized. The possibility of violence within the political community is recognized by every imaginable democratic republic of today. And that means Dandaniti. Dandaniti is recognized. So can you have a political community without Dandaniti? I think that is my question to him. Thank you very much. That was very, very nice. Now, may I request Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti. Would you like to speak from there? Or please. Radharaman Chakrabarti is a former Vice-Chancellor of Netaji Subhash Open University, and currently is the Project Director, UNESCO Program on International Understanding for Human Unity at this institute, Ramakrishna Institute of Culture. And for some time he held the Vivekananda Chair in Social Sciences at the University of Calcutta. He was educated in Presidency College, then London School of Economics. He has a doctoral degree in political economy from London, then University of Washington. So we are very fortunate indeed to have Professor Chakraborti to talk to us about the moral.
Namaskar. Revered Swami Suparnananda ji, Professor Tadvratananda ji, who was with us a little while ago, respected monks of the Ramakrishna order, learned co-panelists, Professor Prafulla Mohapatra and Professor Rakesh Chandra ji. And I'm really honored to be acquainted with, face-to-face this time, with the chairperson of this session, Professor Minal Miri, an iconic figure in our academic world. Also, distinguished guests and friends. It's always a great honor to be invited by the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture to be a speaker here, and that too on a grand occasion of this type,
where we will be discussing with the most difficult subject of life, which is morality. If you look at the title of my presentation, you may think that this is a bit catchy. Actually, it lures the moral escapist into a dialogue. The moral escapist's likely reservations are duly to be acknowledged and finally logically handled to the point where he must concede that morality is after all indispensable. This is irrespective of the fact that there would always be men who would be flouting morality whenever they can. Nonetheless, the moral escapist can't help admitting that being a moral bunker, as we bunk our classes, he may have fooled many, but not himself. In a three-part analysis which I am trying to present, this paper deals first with issues concerning individual attitude to morality. Next comes social aggregates that may adhere to a certain set of values, but strangely enough, ends up sooner or later with a clash of values and awaits some sort of a moral regeneration. This happens to most of the societies, backward or advanced. The last section is rather offbeat and talks about that rare species we call the enlightened, who can never be morally corrupted. We will come to that if only time permits. Well, friends, the guiding theme of this session has thrown a question. Why be moral? Apparently, a very short, simple, and straight question. But actually, it subsumes a number of interrelated questions, one relating to the other. The very first thing to be settled is about the kind of justification that one can offer to persuade men to be moral beings. Obviously, it is not for no reason that men would opt for morally defined behavior, which they actually were not prepared to do at the dawn of civilization. In fact, I have some reservation, pardon me saying this, some reservation about the view that men are by nature or by impulse moral beings. I have some reservation. Anthropological and other investigations prove that human bipeds took at least 10 million years to become what is called sapiens, that is, the intelligent, not even rational being. Morality happens to be a much later product, a product of complex human interaction of man with himself, interaction of men with fellow human beings, and above all, interaction of men with nature. You can include society in that, but when we talk about fellow human beings, well, that also refers to social existence. Now, this attitude to morality, to be critical, presupposes that there should be some tendency or some ability to classify human conduct as morally acceptable and morally unacceptable. And again, this classification is a discerning act, and discernment involves reason in the first place. Well, I do agree with Professor Mohapatra when he brings in the issue of rationality. Now, in earlier times, Well, some sort of reason must have been given to persuade men to be moral. Whatever the nature of the reason, that perhaps worked well in those days. But today, for the modern men and women, the reason has to be good enough and very sharp indeed, cogent, convincing, and tenable. No make-believe assertion would do that might have worked earlier. It is only when men, that is modern men, are satisfied that a given reason truly makes sense, then perhaps they could opt for, I say could, not should, they could opt for a morally defined behavior. Again, if the man is of the argumentative type, খুব তার্কিক, চট করে ছেড়ে দেবে না, argumentative type, a reason or any reason would not do. If it is again presented as a blanket proposition, as if morality is something given, no one would accept that. Instead, it has to be a very nuanced statement, covering all possible contingencies. To give an example, well, I'm not disturbed by the noise upstairs. It is quite natural. To give an example, unprovoked violence. Take the example, unprovoked violence is said to be an immoral act. Question would arise, would retaliatory violence then fall within the province of morality? The legalist would give a hedged answer. Partly yes, partly no. Partly yes, if retaliation is proportionate and made after taking adequate precaution. No, I think I'm audible. I can speak still loudly. Yes and no. Yes, if retaliation is proportionate and made after taking necessary precautions, and partly no also if it is a mere act of vengeance and by nature vicious. The stickler for pure reason, however, would give us a very straight answer. What is that? Retaliation is justified as a matter of necessity in self-defense, but not as a moral act. Very straight answer. Self-preservation is a law of nature, not a moral concern. So our first, I will be presenting 3, 4 or 5, tentative proposition. I cannot come to any conclusion. This is my inability. Our tentative first proposition will be regarding the lead question, why be moral, would be like this. The unfailing reason could only induce a recalcitrant person to the path of morality. Very unfailing, answer has to be given. Unfailing reason has to be given. And the matter doesn't stop there. An allied issue crops up. If reason is all that matters, then why is it that adherence to morality not only requires counseling and persuasion, but at times also coercion and compulsion? Some pressures from some seat of authority, some fear complex are often seen to be acting behind, and to ensure compliance or on a larger scale, that is, to make moral codes the generally accepted norm for most of the people, well, some sort of a moral regimentation is also used as a necessary backup. In that case, our second tentative proposition will be that morality is not auto-enforcing. It needs external inducement. I'm talking about the modern times. As to any other motivation, yes, there are many. For example, earning respectability, admiration of others, possibly reaching a privileged position in society, a notch or two above the common run of people. Let us not judge if these are laudable reasons or not. it would do as long as, well, some people at least decide to be honest and moral. And that serves the purpose of social morality, no doubt. At least it fulfills some of the objectives of an ethical order. So I would rather exonerate these people, because you see, you need some inducement, just as you need some incentive for your commercial investment. To invest in morality, you need some inducement, and these are some of the inducements. So why not accept them? Of the factors, now I'm coming to public life, of the factors which strengthen the moral fiber of functionaries in the public domain, a potent one is exposure to professional ethics. This is a very, I would say, nuanced inducement. Pre-service or in-service, employees in various ranks get this exposure as part of their service condition. For example, professional ethics would want doctors to keep personal data of patients strictly confidential. They are also required to observe moral probity while treating patients of the opposite sex. And I would suppose that nearly 90% of medical personnel do go by that. What is the compulsion? The compelling factors are values they may have derived from personal upbringing, along with the negative prospect of naming and shaming. Me too, and also joblessness. You can lose your job. In the United States, it is quite common. Unethical acts are supposed to be a strict no in other professions too, especially teaching. I happen to be a teacher, and I have seen many darker sides of teaching where this no doesn't work. And also in public administration by default. Willful discrimination, I would just take this point. Willful discrimination, with or without bribe, and also mental and other forms of aggressive behavior are also looked down upon, because they create disdain in peer group, apart from official censor. Now, suppose we applied these criteria in the AP case of Guru Drona, denying Karna a fair chance to compete in the archery skill test, simply because of his presumed lowly background. Also, he would not have been spared by today's tribal mobs if he ordered today a promising Ekalavya to have his fingers cut in order to safeguard Arjun's, infallibility. Myriad are such instances in human chronicle which show that something does happen as time rolls on in people's judgment, and they do not approve of such conduct only because of the evolution of social sensitivity, not morality, social sensitivity. That these are not admissible. These cannot simply work. So the third tentative provision in my side will be that morality may not be compulsive, but it does act as an inescapable searchlight. The searchlight falls on everyone, so it is inescapable searchlight. So far we have dealt with individual acts of morality. I should go fast. How much time do I have? 10 minutes, sir? Okay. 5 minutes only. 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your generosity. Well, I have to somehow come to that last point, if time permits. The enlightened persons who are incorruptible. Well, now we turn to human aggregates. It could be a community, a populace, a state, whatever it is. If the expectation here is a shared adherence to moral standards, hence that would depend on collective sensitiveness and collective outlook. An acid test of this occurs not regularly but intermittently especially in times of a social or rather cultural upheaval. If carried to the extreme, that may result in a millennial change at times, and we have one very good example near at hand that happened in Bengal itself, the Bengal Renaissance of the 19th century. Well, I'm not going into the religious controversies that took place at that time and how the Christian missionaries were easily cornered by people like Ramon and others, telling them that yours is not at all a complete system, etc., etc. But they could have at least raised one question, and I wonder why they didn't. Was Christian morality compatible with the heinous practice of the white population to have been, taking by force, thousands and thousands of black people from Africa in order to serve as, slave labor? And it was not until, the second half of the, year when it really, the anti-slavery law was, passed. Not before the end of the 19th century, it didn't happen, and society therefore took long, even for the conscience of the white community, the so-called civilized community, to be stirred into action. What happened in 19th century Bengal was even more pervasive and persuasive. There, two cultures, Oriental and Occidental, confronted each other. Socially established codes of individual and group behavior got a very serious jolt. New generation rationality induced by Western education shook to the bottom the old and inert edifice of meaningless conservatism here. Deep-seated superstition, abysmal ignorance, and vicious customs of gender discrimination completely clouded the horizon of social morality. And deliverance came through a social turning known as the Renaissance. Spiritual radiation, I must mention, spiritual radiation did work well considerably, like coming from the Ramakrishna Vivekananda movement. It was a very, very significant contributory factor. So what is then the upshot for our main inquiry? In a nutshell, a social upheaval of that proportion can act as a purifying fire. I skip a few, lines, not paragraphs. I am tempted to quote Bankim Chandra. This came as, I think, is one of the striking upshots of Bengal Renaissance. Somewhere, Bankim says, "Tumi adhom, tai bolia ami uttom na hoibo keno?" In my poor English, it would read, "You are worthless. Does that mean why I should not aspire for excellence?" This robust utterance in favor of morality is a clear manifestation of the awakening of superior rational faculty inherent in us. These traces of social upheaval only helped to bring it out in the open. And for transitional societies, therefore, I would say this is the only, this is the one and only, savior of a degenerated culture. This is my fourth tentative proposition, that you need some kind of a social upheaval at times. Having come to this point, we perhaps need to go back to the notion of conscience. Well, conscience has been touched upon in the previous presentations, which has now been kept on hold in my presentation. Well, earlier it was individual conscience that engaged our attention. Now, dealing with aggregation of morality at the social level, a reference to social conscience would naturally crop up. What happens in case of social regeneration following a turmoil is some sort of a stirring within. Not in the whole of the society, but in certain select circles. It is from such circles that one finds social reformers emerging to propagate ideas meant for restoration of the essential and renovation of the fragile. This stirring within indicates activation of what we call community consciousness, a near equivalent of individual conscience. The only difference is that it is visibly functional, the social consciousness is visibly functional, whereas the individual consciousness may be also visually functional at times, and it can be articulated for dissemination. That is the distinction of social consciousness. It is articulatable. I skip one or two paragraphs, then I come to this thing which is beyond my academic competence. This is last but not the least of my presentation. It belongs to the specialized discipline of moral science, which I haven't read. I will just venture a step or two into the zone of what I call cosmic compulsion. Somehow I believe that there is good reason to look at the universe, our own planet, including us, the humans, as tiny dots floating in a sea of cosmic consciousness. Though it is not easy to figure it out, cosmic compulsion is an idea derived from keen observation of our known universe and the vast unknown constellations that cosmolize existence. I should not attribute, the success of modern science, attribute to the success of modern science, the discovery of this phenomenon of cosmic compulsion. It came to mind, it was discovered thousands of years back, by intuition, of course, by the sages of this country as well as other, advanced areas of that time. The realization of this extraordinary order, there is an orderliness, extraordinary orderliness all over the universe. And this has been very well emphasized by, Srimad Shami, in the keynote address yesterday. He talked about Ritam. Ritam is the notion of that, infallible and unchallengeable spirit or force which pervades the entire universe, which explains the regularity of events in following in a very orderly fashion, and which is also attributed the power of restoring any kind of imbalance which may occur, and it does occur from time to time. Now, taking cue from that, I would say that if there is a vast ocean of cosmic consciousness, trying to activize the whole system, should we think then that tiny human beings living on this planet are immune from or external to that process? We cannot certainly dissociate ourselves with the impact of that cosmological churning going on all the time. And that is why we need to look at the extraordinary performance and conduct of people who are enlightened persons. It is they who are also called the Mahatman. They are the ones who are seen instantly in empathy with those in distress, sharing joy and sorrow of others, harboring compassion even for the sinner and the fallen. These are evidently persons of high moral standing, treating all beings as equal. We worship them as saints and try to take a leaf or two from their life, which lies there as an open book. And once we do that, we would need no further justification to establish whether we are moral being or not. Why should we not be moral? The question is, why be moral? The answer is, why should we not be moral? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chakraborti, for this very fascinating account. several things come to my mind when well, there's very little time to reflect upon what Professor Chakraborti has said. Obviously, it needs very, very considered reflection, which it is not possible for us to immediately engage in. But one or two questions come to mind. Professor Chakraborti says, I think this is the main contention, that morality is not auto-enforcing, that it is something which human beings kind of develop through their extremely checkered, almost sometimes volatile kind of history of one might say progression. I don't like the word progression towards what we now call civilized humanity. Now, which is a very interesting, I think I tend to agree with it, although I don't agree with the idea of progressivism. I don't think Professor Chakraborti also would like to commit himself to a notion of progressivism in human affairs. But anyway, because things keep happening, going back, and so on. Morality is not self-enforcing. So also, therefore, we should look at other kinds of human ends, which are also perhaps not self-enforcing, but which have made the human community what it is today. For instance, ends like artistic ends, in various different forms of art. I mean, you have music, you have literature, you have poetry, fictional writings, and so on. And then you have painting, you have sculptures, and you have the performing arts, like dancing, theater, and so on. These are also these aesthetic, one might call the aesthetic ends of human life. These are also laudable ends. Whether they're morally laudable or not, it will be very interesting to see the connections between such ends and moral ends. Of course, there are people who say that these ends must be, in order to be truly laudable, truly great, must be informed by the moral ends. So this is one question that comes to my mind, and the notion of conscience, social conscience. But the interesting thing about his paper is that morality is really a product of human effort, I think, which is a fantastic point to make. I think we should discuss this, and not pre-given. It is not pre-given. Then he ends with this very interesting idea of a cosmic consciousness which impacts on us, little beings, and it touches on some people more than others, and these people are the enlightened people, and it is from these that we have to learn. Thank you very much, Professor Chakraborti. Now it is open to discussion, questions. Yes, please. If you could just, yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'm Chhanda Chakraborti. It's a wonderful listening to all of you. My question, however, is for Professor Mohapatra, who has said that, about the natural goodness in human beings. Interesting proposition. But you have rooted it in rationality. And we all know that there is a very strong rationalistic tradition in the Western ethics, for example, Aristotle, Kant, and all the followers of them. But my question is, can we really rule out the role of emotions from ethics? Is there no noble emotion that you can also accommodate? Or is there, if you look at people all around, more than reason, they might say that they are stirred by emotions to do good things. So can we rule out? Can't give a different answer for that, but I need to know what you are going to answer for that. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chanda. A similar kind of question also has been raised by Professor Chakrabarti. So your question is, he has said that if reason is all that matters, then why we need to persuade people to be moral, isn't it? And your question is, can we rule out emotions? No, you cannot. Actually, that's what I would like to include within what I call the second feature of human consciousness, that is spirituality. Emotion comes to play there also. So it's not that I agree with you that reason is not enough. I have already given that. Man is rational, but that is not enough for us to, or all of us to act rationally. What is required is that reason must be supplemented or complemented by spirituality. Yes, emotion comes in there also. So emotion you cannot rule out, because man is emotion is an essential part of human consciousness. Okay, so your question is being taken care of by my spirituality part of it. Okay? If that satisfied you? Yes. Aditya.
Namaskar, I'm Professor A.K. Mohanty. Now, this refers to, by and large, to all the speakers, and specifically to Dr. Chakrabarti.
A.K. Mohanty from Utkal.
Yeah. So, I find some mutually antithetical strain in our presentation. You say that if you accept a cosmic order, Rita, then we are, in a sense, ontologically part and parcel of a cosmic order. And if you go by the consensus of scriptures, Indian classical texts, all of us partake of the same essence. So the goodness is native to man and evil is acquired. And if you go by also empirical studies, if you go to northeast, you find that the headman of a village settling a dispute, he is not schooled in he's schooled in ethics or values, but the way they legislate, adjudicate a dispute between contending parties, this is right, that is wrong. And the way they certify that unprovoked vengeance, uncalled for vengeance is bad, where from do you get it? It is innate. A mother telling an errant son that you have done wrong because he didn't do anything to you, why did you inflict punishment? So in a sense, morality is innate. It is self-generating. Yes, sometimes it gets clouded, like the splinter under this ass. So in that case, we need inducement. We need, as Professor Miri has rightly, a structured punishment is necessary if you do not naturally do not tend to be good because of some overriding reasons. But we have to accept that man is, the goodness is innate. And even a pickpocket would not like his son to join the brigand because he's down there, deep within he knows that it's bad. A dishonest man has also appreciation for honesty. So these values somewhere constitute the core of human psyche and collective psyche as well. So my humble submission would be that the rationality is there, yes, rationality is there to legitimize, or sometimes we legitimize evil, a devil can quote scriptures, but rationality is a facilitator. And in a sense also, when we, in the scale of human, hierarchy of evolution, when reason becomes preponderant in human beings, so we are more awakened. And about Mr. Sharma, because all the lectures really were overwhelmed, brilliant, but conscience is nothing but awakened reason. Reason tells you what is right and wrong. Conscience tells you to opt for the right and eschew the wrong.
Sorry, what did you say? Conscience is also?
Is awakened reason.
Awakened reason.
Awakened reason. Because reason is a discriminating faculty which tells you what is right and what is wrong. It is conscience which goads you to follow the right and shun what is wrong. So conscience, when reason is awakened, when reason is freed from non-rational factors like emotions, sentiments, etc., then we try to get at the truth. So, in a sense, there is the reason graduates itself to a state of conscience. So, there is some kind of, they are not opposite or but so conscience is the righteous use of reason. That is what I want. This is just a simple observation.
Fine.
I think we agree with him. Yeah.
Well, do I answer this now?
Yeah, you have something to say? It's a direct question to you, actually.
First of all, I am grateful to the chairperson for pointing out certain very vital aspects which I should have covered in my presentation. I would not take the excuse of time constant. I would say that my paper was very weak, very weak. But yes, it's true that there are other kinds of areas of activity where you do not need enforcement by external agencies. And Professor Miri has given very cogent examples of that. And allied with that, I would take up the point raised by Professor Chhanda Chakraborti on emotion. And when we talk about creative activities like music, painting and other things, well, nobody forces anybody to do something. But I wonder whether the creator, painter or a musician or whatever he is or she is, well, is he really motivated by or inspired by, consciously or unconsciously by, some kind of ethical or moral consideration? There could be two different types of answer. Well, normally, when we practice music or something else, we do it for the sake of getting some inexplicable pleasure for ourselves. Yeah, ananda. But when somebody sculpts Lord Buddha, who has never seen him, who may not have even read much about him, but when he sculpts Lord Buddha in meditation, how can he do that unless he has within himself some kind of a moral inspiration? Now, is this innate? I am not quite sure. Is this innate, or does it spring from his practice, aesthetic practice? The aesthetic practice itself is a lesson or a discipline that makes him morally capable, right? Cosmic order is a very nebulous concept again, but I'm not a scientist, but scientists are pretty sure today. Scientists are pretty sure today that there is a cosmic order. They may not use the expression rhythm, but they know that there is an order, and you cannot go beyond that. Well, the famous statement of Einstein that God is not playing dice with the universe. God is not playing dice with the universe. Everything is orderly. Everything is orderly. How is it? And if that be so, and if we are part of the the universe, even if a speck we are, why can we really, or how can we really immunize ourselves from some kind of effect coming from there, right? I can give you an example, but I'm not going into that. I would rather take up the question of, conscience viewed as awakened reason. Definitely, yes. Conscience doesn't fall from the blue. It gets, created. Not necessarily biologically, but I would say partly intellectually, yes, but partly also, a combination of different, various types of factors working within. This is physiological plus non-physiological. Certain things, create ourselves within, from within. That is, I would say, a meaning of the awakened reason. Reason, as you say, common reason and awakened reason. About the tribal societies, I had something to say in the course of my presentation, but I skipped that because I did not want to include tribal societies within the fold of, modern man's concept of morality or non-morality. We would prefer rather, tribal societies to be governed by their own rules, by their own practices. They are not dishonest. This is known. Most people who live in tribal, environment, who belong to tribes, are known to be honest people, comparatively more honest than, the civilized people living in the advanced societies. This is known. Now, how does this honesty crop up? Professor, you say that this is self-generating. Could be. It would require, very keen investigation of the behavior of the tribal people, the operation of the tribal society, not merely, administering justice. You have mentioned about that. Not merely administering justice, but, their regular way of life. How is it that they are by nature not dishonest? But nowadays, we are corrupting them. That's why I have mentioned in my presentation that we should rather keep the Jarwas, we should rather keep other backward communities a bit away from this spell of our civilized morality. Civilized morality is different. So that way I would rather partly agree with you. Any other point that I missed? I don't think so.
Hello. Your paper ends with a quotation of Bertrand Russell, and that is love. Do you want to say that our morality starts with love, or is it better to say that our positive emotion leads us to morality, where negative ones don't, and then reason awakes?
This is addressed to Rakesh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I ended my paper with that quote from Russell. But let me take this opportunity to very quickly respond to what Professor Miri pointed out about my reference to Professor Sundarajan's idea of the Dandaniti being primary, and his mentioning very rightly about structural violence being part of democracy. Two things that I want to say which are related to each other. One, I do not object to the idea of Dandaniti being primary in the sense of being necessary contextually for the other three, as has been pointed out by Kautilya. What I was only pointing out is that does not make Dandaniti constitutive of the moral nature of the human being, as it does in the other case where we are talking about Aristotle, Kant, and the others. Because, as I mentioned, it is in the case of the Arendt reading and other readings of Aristotle, the realm of the moral is the realm of the no rule. Similarly, in case of Kant, again, there's a categorical imperative and there's a complete respect and surrender to the idea of reverence for the rule. Otherwise, it will become non-moral. Even in case of the Marxian utopia, subsequently you find that it is the stateless society is a state of no rule. So from a rule governance to non-rule is the kind of a movement that we are thinking of in terms of and therefore, the idea of the political, in the sense of the political power and the Dandaniti, may be taken as only instrumental in getting us there. In terms of love, I think the point that I appreciate is that if love and friendliness are taken as the essential nature of the human being, and therefore constitutive of our language, because that is how language develops in intersubjectivity, which, as I mentioned, has both though it is context related and located, has the capacity of context transcendence, going back into history and helping us to understand others. So it takes care of getting out of the so-called ethnocentric solipsistic trap. And the idea of love in this case is actually a love which is not necessarily erotic, but agapistic in the sense of being concerned with the others, not necessarily in terms of getting back what we do have to. So that's a kind of a rich contextual repertoire which we can go to. But in my paper, I was actually not trying to respond to the question of specifics of what particular moral right, wrong can we accept. And I am also a little wary of the cosmic theories, because if you take it that it is a part of the diurnal course and we would willy-nilly fall into that, it takes away the whole spirit of morality, as it were.
Thank you. I think it is exactly 11:30 now.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy that we're able to manage strictly within the time limits that were given to us. Thank you very much indeed, all of you, Professor Chakraborti, Rakesh, and Professor Mohapatra.
Academic session. Now we will have a short break for tea for 15 minutes. So the tea is arranged at this session will be chaired by Prafulla Kumar Mohapatra, and we have two speakers in this session, Professor James Sterba and Professor Chhanda Chakraborti. I request Professor Mohapatra and Professor Chhanda Chakraborti to come to the dais. And Professor James Sterba is already there online.
Nice to have you. Go online. It must be very, very inconvenient, but we will manage.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you briefly.
And can I share my? Can you allow me to share my screen?
Yeah, I will. During the whole period of your presentation, I will.
Okay, because it says that you haven't allowed me yet.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two speakers. The first one is Professor James Sterba. He teaches graduate and non-graduate courses in ethics and political philosophy. He has published 35 books, an erudite publisher, and over 200 articles. And he is a past president of the American Philosophical Association, Central Division, in North American Society of Social Philosophy, past president of Concerned Philosophers for Peace, and past president of the International Association for Philosophy of Law and Social Philosophy. And he has been visiting professor of philosophy at the University of Rochester and at the University of Latvia in the Soviet Union on a Fulbright Award. He was also been a visiting professor of philosophy at the University of San Francisco, the University of California, and Santa Clara University. Recently, he received a grant from the John Templeton Foundation to do research and run 2 conferences on bringing yet untapped resources of ethics to bear on the problem of evil. Okay. Now, I will not waste time. May I invite Professor Sterba to make his presentation, the idea of a logically good God. We are going to have a discussion on problem of evil, it seems. Okay.
Okay, so I can share my screen now.
Yes, please.
Okay, just a minute here. Okay. Let's see here. Okay.
Is a good God logically possible? That is the title of your presentation.
Yes, just a second here.
Yeah.
Can you go to the presentation mode?
Yes.
That would make the visibility better.
Just trying to get, okay. I'm very much pleased to be making this presentation and very much looking forward to your comments on my argument. The question I seek to address in this talk is whether or not an all-good, all-powerful God is logically possible given the degree and amount of moral evil that exists in our world. Now, it is widely held by theists and atheists alike that Alvin Plantinga conclusively showed against John Mackey that it may not be within God's power to bring about a world containing moral good, but no moral evil. Now, John Mackey stated the problem of evil in its most challenging form as follows. God is omnipotent, God is wholly good, there seems to be some contradiction, and yet evil exists. There seems to be some contradiction between these 3 propositions. So that if any 2 of them were true, the third would be false. But at the same time, all 3 are essential parts of most theological positions. The theologian, it seems, at once must and cannot consistently adhere to all 3. Accordingly, the 3 main propositions of Mackey's argument are: 1, God is omnipotent. 2.
Are you changing the slides?
No, yeah, I'm trying to get it. Wait, let me get it. There we go. Okay. God is omnipotent. God is wholly good. Evil exists. However, the contradiction between these 3 propositions does not arise immediately. Mackey needed to add something else to the argument in order to explicitly derive a contradiction. The premises Mackey added were: 4, a good thing always eliminates evil as far as it can, and 5, there are no limits to what an omnipotent thing can do. Now, if these additional premises had been true, or necessarily true, a contradiction would have been derivable. It would have then followed that the all-good, all-powerful God of traditional theism, if he exists, would have eliminated all the evil from the world. However, as Alvin Plantinga pointed out, neither premise 4 or 5 is true, let alone necessarily true. To reject 4, Plantinga showed that even for beings like ourselves, when we are good, we do not always eliminate evil as far as we can, especially when not doing so would lead to a greater good. And that contradicts premise 4. In order to reject 5, Plantinga had to assume that determinism was false. But given that assumption, he was able to show that it may not be within the power of the God of traditional theism to bring about a world containing moral good, but no moral evil, thus contradicting premise 5. In this way, Plantinga was able to show that Mackey failed to provide the premises that were needed in order to make his argument work. As it turned out, Plantinga's overturning of Mackey's argument was a pivotal event in the contemporary discussion of the problem of evil. When Mackey failed to derive a contradiction by joining together 4 and 5 with the assumption that the all-good, all-powerful God of traditional theism exists, and the generally acceptable empirical premise that evil exists, without which there be no problem of evil, it was not as if philosophers working on the problem of evil at that time or since, who wanted to support atheism, had other suitable, necessary, normative, or metaphysical premises waiting in the wings ready to deploy. After Mackey lost his debate with Plantinga, it was not clear how anyone inclined to defend atheism could continue to approach the problem of evil as Mackey had done. This helps explain why philosophers who still wanted to defend atheism turned their attention to a new strategy, that of developing what came to be called evidential arguments for atheism. All this meant was that atheists were no longer trying, as Mackey had, to add necessary premises to their arguments in support of atheism. A consensus had formed that logical formulations of the problem of evil were untenable. After the defeat of Mackey's argument, while atheists were able to come up with arguments from all the evil in the world, they were seemingly forced to admit that there might be goods, at least presently unknown to us, that might serve to justify God's permission of all the horrendous evil consequences of immoral actions in the world. Thus, buoyed up by the defeat of Mackey's argument, theists were hopeful that a free will defense would be able to provide a justification for God's permission of all the evil in the world. Unfortunately, atheists were able to turn the theist freedom argument against them by showing that arguably the best way God could promote significant freedom in the world would have been, like a just political state, to prevent rather than permit the horrendous evil consequences of immoral actions in the world as needed. The upshot was that if theism was to be justified, it had to be in terms of some other good or goods than the distribution of freedom in the world, a justification that theists had yet to provide. Atheists also were clearly limited by their seeming inability, after the failure of Mackey's argument, to come up with necessary moral or metaphysical principles to use in their arguments against theism. Yet that was not how I viewed the debate over the problem of evil when I turned my full attention to it in 2013. At the time, I had published my last book in Ethics and Political Philosophy with Oxford, and I was wondering what I should do next. Having spent virtually all my career at Notre Dame in the shadow of its Philosophy of Religion Center, it was impossible for me to be unaware of the many discussions of the problem of evil that had taken place there over the years. One thing I had noticed is that most philosophers of religion involved in these discussions were metaphysicians or epistemologists by training, and so tended to be less knowledgeable of what resources moral and political philosophy might bring to the problem of evil. That led me to come up with the idea of bringing untapped resources from ethics and political philosophy to bear on the problem of evil. And I put this into a proposal to the Templeton Foundation. Since Sir John Templeton thought science was progressive and religion moribund, he believed that bringing the two together would be good for religion. Accordingly, I presented my project to the Templeton people as bringing the science of ethics to bear on philosophy of religion, specifically the problem of evil. And they bought it and gave me money to run 2 conferences on the topic and to take the year off to research the topic myself. Now, in my initial work on the problem of evil, I found it particularly surprising that while most theists working on the problem are self-identified Christian philosophers, a central underlying element of Christian ethics, called the Pauline principle, never to do evil that good may come of it, has been virtually ignored despite its apparent relevance to the problem of evil. Hence, when I invited some of the most well-known philosophers of religion in the English-speaking world to come to Notre Dame to address whether there are yet untapped resources in ethics that could be employed for a more adequate solution to the problem of evil, I asked them in particular to address the relevance of the Pauline principle, never to do evil that good may come of it, to the problem of evil. At the time, my expectation was that one or another of my speakers would appeal to something that Thomas Aquinas said about this in the Middle Ages, or appeal to something that Immanuel Kant said about it during the Enlightenment. which would completely explain the puzzle that I, the newcomer to the problem of evil, was having with reconciling the Pauline principles, prohibition on doing or permitting especially horrendous evil to achieve some good, with a theistic solution to the problem of evil. Accordingly, what happened at these conferences totally surprised me. Rather than trying to show how a theistic solution to the problem of evil is completely compatible with the moral requirements of the Pauline principle, most of my conference speakers tried to avoid addressing the problem altogether. They did this to such an extent that in the conclusion of the published collection of papers from these two conferences, I was forced to admit that while the conference papers had made some advances toward how to bring the resources of moral and political philosophy to bear on the problem of evil, by and large, they had still failed to come to terms with how the Pauline principle related to the problem of evil. I kept working on what I call my God project in the years following these Templeton-sponsored conferences, writing papers which would become chapters in a book manuscript, presenting those papers and getting feedback that allowed me to move along until late in 2019, I published Is a Good God Logically Possible?, in which I argued that the all-good, all-powerful God of traditional theism is logically incompatible with all the evil in the world. The way that my argument worked was that I was eventually able to carve off from the Pauline principle 3 exceptionalist minimal components that are necessary requirements of morality. These requirements could then function in a Mackey-style logical argument against the existence of God. It is also important that I was able to deploy a 4-fold category scheme from philosophy that enabled me to talk of all the goods that God could possibly provide to us. So what is my argument? It begins by specifying 3 moral evil prevention requirements. These requirements are morally important, but minimally demanding, exceptionalist components of the Pauline principle that we should never do evil that good may come of it. Romans chapter 3, verses 8. Which are a counterpart in my argument to the failed necessary moral and metaphysical principles in Mackey's argument. These requirements in turn range over all the goods that could provide to us, which are either goods we have a right or goods to which we do not have a right, each of which in turn further divides into goods that are logically dependent on God's permission of especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action, or goods that are not logically dependent on God's permission of especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action. Here are the 3 moral evil prevention requirements that apply to this 4-fold classification of all the goods that God could provide to us. Moral evil prevention requirement 1. Prevent rather than permit especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action without violating anyone's rights, a good to which we have a right, when that can be easily done. Now, we are sometimes stuck in a situation where we can only provide some people with a good to which they have a right, and hence prevent a corresponding evil from being inflicted on them, by not providing other people with another good whose non-provision inflicts a lesser evil on them. For example, we may only be able to save 5 people from being robbed or assaulted if we don't try to also save 2 other people from being robbed and assaulted who are farther away. God, however, would never find himself causally stuck in such situations. God would always have the causal power to prevent both evils. Accordingly, God would have to prevent both evil consequences in such cases as needed, unless there is a good to which we are not entitled, the provision of which would justify God in permitting the lesser evil in such cases. Moral evil prevention requirement 2. Do not permit rather than prevent especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral actions in order to provide their beneficiaries with goods they would morally prefer not to have. With respect to goods such as receiving medical care after being brutally assaulted, to which victims have a right, of course, it would be wrong not to provide such goods when we can easily do so without violating anyone's rights. However, given that the need we have for such goods depends on the existence of significant moral wrongdoing, it would be morally preferable for anyone who could do so to prevent the consequences of that wrongdoing on which the good depends. This is because the victims of significant moral wrongdoing, who would have a right to such goods, would have morally preferred that anyone who could have easily done so would have kept them from suffering the consequences of the wrongdoing that would ground their right to any goods of rectification and compensation. For example, a victim of brutal assault would have morally preferred that anyone who could easily done so would have prevented their assault through their now having the rights to goods resulting from that assault. Moral evil prevention requirement 3. Do not permit rather than prevent especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action which would violate someone's rights to provide goods to which the beneficiaries do not have a right when there are countless morally unobjectionable ways of providing those goods. With respect to goods to which we do not have a right, that do not depend on wrongdoing, such as an offer of friendship, others have numerous ways of providing us with such goods without violating our rights. In cases where we humans are causally constrained and thus unable to provide someone with such a good without permitting serious violation of the person's rights, God would never be subject to such causal constraints. Now, the only logically possible reason anyone could have for not abiding by these morally important but minimally demanding exceptionalist component requirements of the Pauline principle is either that one is grossly immoral or that one is causally or logically incapable of doing so. Accordingly, in the case of God, if he exists, failure to act in accord with these requirements would either make him grossly immoral, which is logically impossible, or make him logically incapable of acting in accord with these requirements, with the result that God would be much less powerful than we are, which is also logically impossible. Hence, the God of traditional theism is logically incompatible with especially the horrendous evil consequences of immoral action that exists in our world. We can also restate my argument to approximate the form that John Mackey should have used to succeed in his famous exchange with Alvin Plantinga as follows. There is an all-good, all-powerful God. This is assumed for the sake of argument by both Mackey and Plantinga. 2, if there's an all-good, all-powerful God, then necessarily he would be adhering to moral evil prevention requirements 1 through 3. 3, if God were adhering to moral evil prevention requirements 1 through 3, then necessarily, especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action would not be obtaining through what would have to be his permission. 4, especially horrendous evil consequences of immoral action do obtain all around us, which if God exists would have to be through his permission. This is assumed by both Mackey and Plantinga. 5, therefore, it is not the case that there is an all-good, all-powerful God. Now, debate over the success of my argument has been ongoing at least since the publication of my book in 2019. Recently, it has gotten more intense. Last year, a special issue of the journal Religions was published on my book. In that special issue, 16 philosophers contributed critiques of my argument, and I responded to all of them in the same issue. Last year as well, my argument was debated on an online forum at Princeton University. In the question period, Andrew Shagnell, who invited me to participate in this debate, raised an objection that I thought I successfully answered. Just about 2 weeks later, when Shagnell and I had a chance to engage in a follow-up Zoom discussion, Shagnell again raised the same objection, this time in a more developed form, and again I thought I had adequately answered it. But this time I was less sure about my answer. I kept thinking about Shagnell's objection for the next few days, and eventually I had to admit that the objection worked. Shagnell argued that when God permits horrendous evil consequences of immoral action to be inflicted on innocent victims, it's possible that those victims, maybe not in this life, but in the next, would have opposing moral preferences to those assumed by moral evil prevention requirement 2. Why did Shagnell think this was possible? Well, first, he expanded the assumption that theists were employing in their argument. In addition to the assumptions that God is all good and all powerful, and that there is an afterlife, Shagnell added the assumptions of the incarnation, resurrection, and glorification of Christ as both God and man. Now, that's a lot to ask an atheist to assume and still argue that the God of traditional theism is logically compatible with all the evil in the world. But I gave Chagnel his additional assumption and considered what follows. Chagnel uses this new assumption to claim that anyone who suffers horrendously in this life would experience a deep sharing with the resurrection and glorified Christ in the next life, given that they both suffered horrendous evil in this life. This is a deep sharing that those who have not suffered horrendous evil consequences in this life would lack, even if they were enjoying a heavenly afterlife. Accordingly, those who suffered horrendous evil consequences of immoral action in this life may be said to morally accept, at least in the next life, God's permission of that suffering being imposed on them, because they now recognize how it makes possible a deep sharing with the resurrected and glorified Christ, who likewise suffered from horrendous evil. For further support, Chagnel refers to the religious phenomena of stigmata that seems to have first occurred in Christianity with St. Francis of Assisi in the early 13th century, and continued from that time on, mainly in Roman Catholicism. What happened in the case of St. Francis is that about 2 years before his death, wounds appeared in his hands, feet, and side, resembling those that Christ was thought to have experienced at his crucifixion, although never experienced in quite the same way from stigmatic to stigmatic, and never evaluated by independent authorities. Nevertheless, the relevant point here is that the stigmata, which were thought to be painful reenactments of the suffering of Christ, were generally welcomed by those experiencing them as a way to be closer to Christ. Likewise, Chagnel argued that those who suffered horrendous evil in this life might well, from the perspective of the next life, find morally acceptable God's permission of their suffering, given that deep sharing with Christ, who similarly suffered, that their suffering makes possible. So does my argument collapse in the face of Chagnel's objection? Once I fully appreciated the force of Chagnel's objection, I thought it did. Chagnel had come up with a possible good that, while not violating my moral evil prevention requirements, could still seemingly justify God's permission of all the horrendous evil suffering in the world. It took me a few days before I came to realize that this was not the case, because there was a conflicting good, whose moral preferability to Chagnel's proposed good undercuts the objection he raised. But what is this morally preferable good? Remember, I was allowing Chagnel's additional assumption of incarnation, resurrection, and glorification of Christ as both God and man. Nevertheless, during the earthly ministry of Christ, there was no need for Christ to suffer the infliction of a horrendous evil that was said to be imposed on him. From a theological perspective, any way that Christ could have lived a good life would have sufficed to bring about our redemption. Moreover, if God had prevented the horrendous suffering that was said to be imposed on Christ, his life on earth would be more like that of a Nelson Mandela, or Dolores Huerta, or Mohandas Gandhi without his assassination, each of whom in different ways provided a powerful example of how we should live our lives. Accordingly, for those of us whose earthly lives resemble the lives that we're now assuming that Christ, along with the likes of Mandela, Huerta, and Gandhi, would have been able to live with God having prevented, as needed, all especially horrendous evil suffering in the world, it would be possible for us to experience a deep sharing with Christ, as well as with these other moral heroes, both now and in any afterlife. Hence, the sharing between Christ and ourselves that would occur in a world where God prevented horrendous evil consequences of immoral action as needed, like the solidarity that would be experienced by citizens committed to living in an ideally just and powerful political state, is clearly morally preferable to the sharing of horrendous suffering between Christ and ourselves that would have been made possible by living in a world where God, if he exists, would be permitting such suffering to be inflicted by wrongdoers, resulting in injustice very much like the injustice we experience in our world. On this account, I judge that my argument that the all-good, all-powerful God of traditional theism is logically incompatible with all the evil in the world still works as of May 19th, 2:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your lucid presentation. This is a problem, the problem of evil, which Mackey formulated decades ago when we were young. If God is good, he would have should have tried to eliminate evil. If God is all powerful, he would have tried. But if there is evil, that's so that either he is not good or he tried but failed. This is the problem which we have been very familiar with, and you have very lucidly tried to deal with this. I think since you are online and there late in night, we will ask the questions to you right after this presentation. You can answer, and then we will go over to the next speaker. Okay, questions please. We'll finish with him, yeah. Nirmalya, we'll finish with him. Yes. So questions? Any questions to Professor Sterba? Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor Sterba.
Professor Rakesh Chandra.
Yeah. I was wondering, how are you responding to two very standard kinds of things which are discussed with reference to Mackey?
I'm not hearing this.
Can you hear me now?
It's echoing.
Can I? Two devices, I think that's... Yeah, one question is about the different stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 of evil. So they get first order evil, second order evil, third order evil. And you're not able to hear me, Professor Sterba? Okay.
Not hearing.
Can you hear me now? I will. Just a second. Yeah. Sir, how do you respond to the first, second, and third order evil distinctions which are drawn with special reference to Mackey in order to take care of that? And secondly, the more fundamental question that does God's goodness in any case make sense if God is not an actor at all? And so the freedom of God, the activity of God, and the moral culpability of God all presuppose a certain kind of framework which is often denied. The second question that I want you to respond to is the standard one, where people have said that why can't God do the logically impossible? So he can make a stone which he cannot lift, and also lift a stone which he cannot lift. So if that kind of strange answer is acceptable, how do you respond to these two stacks of non-moral God, as it were, and allowing for human freedom, especially as a precondition of goodness, which justifies all the evil in the world? The two stanzas which are standardly taken following Mackey.
Well, there was a lot there, but first about God and logic and possibility. the theists that I'm opposing believe that God cannot do the logically impossible. So if we're dealing with someone who thinks God can do logically impossible things, they're not the standard theists. I don't even know what that means, that God can do logically impossible. He can make 3 + 3 = 7. I don't know how that's done. So all the theists I'm dealing with assume that God can't do logically impossible things. And they also assume that God can't be immoral. So he's bound by moral requirements, he's bound by logical requirements. So look, my argument doesn't work against all theists. If you're a theist and you think God is limited, he doesn't have a lot of power, he isn't all that good, my argument doesn't work. If you think that God can do the logically impossible, that doesn't work against that. My argument doesn't work against that either. So it's against a certain range of theists, really quite most of them, who think that God is bound by logic, and God is morally good, and God is all powerful, and that's where my argument works against. Now, if you're raising the issue about freedom, yes, if God allows us to be free, then there are consequences to that. But think about this. Think about it this way: there's freedom and there's freedom. The political state does not allow us to be completely free. It would be a bad thing for the political state just say, do anything you want. So we already see that freedom has to be limited. It has to be limited in a political state if the political state is going to be a good state, and it has to be limited by God if God is to be a good God too. So freedom is good, but limited freedom is better. And we always have recognized that.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm Nirmalya. I just, feel that this entire history of the debate concerning what is called the problem of evil rests on the assumption that you take these terms like good, etc., or powerful, all these words, in their ordinary, meaning, and then you extend the semantics of these words to such an extent where you ascribe these attributes, these properties, to something called God, which is not really subject to, this kind of naturalistic discourse. And probably this is the reason why all these puzzles arise. And right now I can't defend, but I am very much attracted by Wittgensteinian, approach to this, where I think this whole issue, made up by philosophers, maybe is misleading. How do you respond to that?
Well, if you want to say our language of goodness, moral goodness, and our language of being powerful or not powerful has no application to God. It doesn't have any application at all. We don't know anything about God, whoever this, and God, I don't know what God means now, because our words don't apply to him, you say. Our words of power and goodness don't apply to him. Maybe even that he's the creator. That doesn't apply either. We talk about he's a creator of a work of art, but that doesn't apply to God either. So all our language does not apply to God, but there's this God. Well, I can't respond to that. I mean, if none of our language applies to this thing you're talking about, then what am I supposed to say about it?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. Thank you, and we go over to the next speaker. Thank you, and good night. Good riddance. Yeah, I hope that was somehow we could manage this online presentation. Added to that the American accent. We will go over to the next speaker, Professor Chhanda Chakraborti. She is quite well known to all of you here. She got her PhD from the University of Utah, Master in Philosophy, University of Washington.
I cannot hear you. They cannot hear you.
Do you hear me? Okay.
I will go there to prepare the presentation. You go ahead.
Okay, you make a presentation there also. Or she will make a PowerPoint presentation. Her paper is on the origin and nature of ethics and ethical values. So without wasting much time, I will request Professor Chhanda Chakraborti to make the presentation. Origin and the nature of ethics and ethical values.
Can you take it down there? Push it there. So in the meantime, you can read out the introduction.
Yeah, that will USA. She did her master's also from Jadavpur University, yes, you all know. For decades, she was the professor of philosophy in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Kharagpur. After her retirement from IIT Kharagpur, she has joined IIT Jodhpur on their invitation to initiate the process of developing a social school of liberal arts. In her professional career, she has received many awards, recognitions and fellowships from India and abroad, such as the Director d'Etudes Associate Award from French Ministry of Education, fellowship from the Swedish government, the Indo-Canadian Shastri Fellowship. For academic purposes, she has extensively travelled to visit, teach and to deliver invited lectures in many universities abroad. In India, she has contributed to the academic community in various capacities. She has served as an expert in several committees, including the Institute of Ethics Committee for research involving human subjects at IIT Kharagpur. She has been there for quite some time. She was nominated member of the editorial advisory body of the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. She has organized several important international and national conferences, many symposia, seminars, schools and training programs. She has over 30 years of experience in guiding research, developing international research collaboration, curriculum development and teaching as a tenured track faculty in premier institutes of India. She is the project director in a recent most sponsored research project entitled An Interdisciplinary Study of Technologically Manipulated Information, its ecosystem and its psychosocial impact. Her forthcoming book is entitled Introduction to Ethics, Concepts and Cases. I think I will. This will be enough because she is much more known than what is written here. So please carry on.
I'm so humbled, and thank you so much for that kind introduction. My namaskar and pranam to everybody here. I feel extremely honored and privileged to be here, standing here in this hall. And my respect to all the monks of this order. because they exemplify what we are discussing today, the ethics and the way of life. My special thanks to Swami Tadvratananda for organizing this, inviting me, and my sincere thanks to Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti, who is the silent architect behind this seminar. So, and my philosophy, fraternity and sorority who are present here, I have deep regards for all of you, and it's a wonderful occasion to meet you again. That's the reunion that I look forward to when coming to Kolkata. And a dear audience, where I see a mixture of philosophy, people from philosophy and other backgrounds. So while talking about this topic, the theme of this session is on the origin and nature of ethics and human values. Can you hear me if I speak from this distance? Yeah? So this topic is technical, but I will try to keep it at a level of the talk so that everybody can relate to it or everybody can participate. So one of the ways to do that would be to mention the thoughts and bring it to you as closely as possible without getting too much deep into the philosophy of it. Now, as Professor Mohapatra is also very, very well known, but he has been very kind, but I'm just introducing myself to people who may not know me. I have been a professor of philosophy at IIT Kharagpur. In fact, that's how many people, the seniors, juniors, they know me as. In staying in an IIT and doing philosophy, as you know, gives you another kind of rich experience to cut across disciplines and to talk to people who are not necessarily from philosophy background. So that is there. And now, as you heard, that currently I'm at IIT Jodhpur and I'm still adapting to the new environment, but nonetheless, I'm trying to work. You will find me in different ways in Google Scholar, in ORCID, Scopus, and so on, just to know what I represent or what kind of work I've been doing. Now, the plan of the talk is like this. I'm sorry, can I have the water? Yeah. The plan of the talk is like this, that the question is, the theme of the session is nature and source of moral values. Now, this topic itself you can take from various ways, in various ways. You can start by talking, it originates from spirituality, or it can originate from here and there. There are many theories also like that. Without going into origin of ethics, you can still talk and hold a discourse on nature and origin of values. Moore, for example, those who know, you know that he has discussed goodness as a natural property. This is just one example. So it's possible. Now, what I am bringing in to the presentation is this, that I try to take two questions as interlinked. If you're asking about a question about the origin and nature of moral values, which is the theme of this session, then I see that as interlinked with the question, where does ethics come from? What is the origin of ethics? And I see a lot of parallels here in the thinking, and I believe that one question affects the answer of the other question. What we posit about the one question is going to reflect back on the next question also. So that is the plan. I'm going to talk about the origin of ethics. Just a second. Is there a pointer here, or can I point? So this is the question that I'll be looking at while talking about this, and this is how this talk is going to be, that I'll take the theoretical backdrop of these three theories. Divine origin of ethics. You have heard bits and pieces about this theory in various talks yesterday as well as today. Social origin of ethics. That's another established kind of a theory of ethics, where it has come from. And then I add biological origin of ethics. Okay, now, before I go into the right-hand side, let me see why I'm taking these theories, because, typically when we teach ethics class, we do not really go into these questions. in a deep way. But I think we owe it to our students to also collect what the other disciplines are talking about ethics, so that in philosophy we can have an assimilative, integrative approach. So that's the idea. So 3 theories I'll try to look at through these lenses, and then I look at the questions in this way, that what are the implications of the postulation about origin of ethics on the nature and origin of ethical values. 2 things, ethics, ethical values. Okay? And then what are the behavioral and societal implications of what we posit about the nature and origin of ethical values. This is what we are going to look at. Oh, this is the pointer. Is it on? Okay, so these would be the way we are going to go about. Now, just to put everything on the same page, see, there are many different definitions available, but I'll keep it as a very simple that, when we talk about ethics, you can approach again in more than one ways. But when we talk about normative ethics, very simply put, we can put it under the branch, as a branch of axiology, where we all know, at least some of us know, that axia stands for the Greek term values. So what you have here, axiology, is a philosophical study of values. All right? Now, when we say that, you'll say, but we have never heard about any axiological study. Well, let me give you an example here. Aesthetics itself is an example of axiological study. Jurisprudence, or law, is another example. Logic is another example. So is ethics. Now, which values are they looking at? For example, you know that aesthetics is about the value beauty. Law, they say, though you may differ looking at these examples of aberrations of law, but they say that jurisprudence is based on the value justice. Similarly, logic is about truth. So ethics. Traditionally, it has been said that ethics is connected with the 2 values, the good and the right. That's a traditional answer. Normative ethics is about these 2 things. But contemporary discussions, modern philosophers would tell you that there are other values also. For example, if you have read about Alasdair MacIntyre, for example, then you will find that he's talking about the value integrity, which is not exactly captured by the values that I have mentioned. Similarly, there are specifically justice and social justice. I talk to a lot of young people, and they think that that's the most important value of today. In a Rawlsian tradition, they talk about the social justice. That's the primary value. Feminists have talked about the value of care. That's a feminist ethics. Then, in these days, if you talk to even younger generations, they will tell you that sustainability is the primary value. And they say that this is also an important value, tolerance, especially with the kind of incidents that we get to hear almost routinely. Tolerance has become a major value concern these days in the contemporary society. So what I just said is that normative ethics, we can start with this, but it hasn't stopped there. The value explorations of the human society is still continuing, and we have plenty of examples of that. We have said about value, what is definition of a value. Now this is where, again, value theory itself is heavy enough, and it goes into many directions, but I am just going to keep it simple. And this is what we will put it as. That traditionally, the value theorists have said that values are desirable end states, desiderata in Latin. End states, you desire them. But it's not an immediate desire like I desire a cup of tea. It's not an immediate one like that, but it's what you ultimately want in life. And you'll get to hear the Greek philosophers talking a lot about that, what human beings want. In contemporary descriptive ethics, you will find discussions of what we want as modern society and so on. But the point is that values are supposed to be things of great worth, something that we look for, cherish in others, what we'd like to instill in ourselves, and so on. And while talking about values, I'd like to again mention that there are non-ethical values also. Non-ethical values. All values are not necessarily ethical. For example, efficiency. is a value. When you're working in a project, efficiency is a value. Or if you're working on an algorithm, then efficiency is a goal, an ultimate goal to the client. So, but it's not necessarily a non-ethical value. Sorry, it's not necessarily an ethical value. So we need to keep that difference also. While saying that, so this is the kind of thing that we are discussing here. Now, what is the connection between ethical values and ethics? In my humble opinion, it seems to me that the values work as norms in our normative judgments. We use them as benchmarks for while commenting on situations or judging people's behavior and so on. So if you are a traditionalist, you might use the good and the right to talk about people's behavior. Now we come to the one theory. So now we are ready. This is values, this is ethics, and origin of ethics. And first theory is divine origin theory. As you have heard or have some idea, that there is a position that says that, religion is the source of all ethics and values. If that religion happens to believe in God, if it is what is known as theistic religion, then they will say that religion's God or gods are the sole sources of ethics or all ethical values. If it is not necessarily a God-believing religion, there are many, as you know, then they will say the main figure, the proponent of the religion, and ethics and values have come from that. Now, the examples are many, especially in the ancient mythology, ancient societies you will find in Babylon, in Greece, which have been then taken from there by the medieval philosophers. For example, Aquinas has talked about natural law, that God has put it in human beings as natural law, and we just discover it, the ethical rules. Duns Scotus has talked about divine will and so on, and there are many. I'll show you some, but there are contemporary versions of those also. So what happens in this form, in this theory, is that religion and ethics sort of get twined. Okay? You can delink them. In fact, in contemporary society, people like Bertrand Russell and all, they have argued for delinking, decoupling these two. But this theory twines them together. As I have said, that in ancient societies you will find myths of the ethical codes being actually handed down by God to, or gods to the people. And that's where we mentioned about Babylon. Hammurabi codes, for example, is handed down by sun god. And what we are in a very, if you look at the moderate form of this theory, then we are looking at a religious ethics. Okay, and practically every religion has an integral part, some sort of a code. If you are familiar with Buddhism, then the Buddhist Shila, for example, are examples of those ethical codes. But if there is a strong form of this theory, then we need to talk about the divine command theory, which is available in the Judaic-Christian religion in the early form, the earlier version of Bible, okay, where all of you know that Moses actually got the 10 Commandments, 2 tablets from God behind a burning bush. And that became the ethics for people to live as. 1 tablet contained commandments for how to live, what are the duties to yourself, and another one, what are the duties for the others. So this is the theory. I have just brought one picture here of the Babylonian, from the Babylon pillar in Louvre. This is sun god Shamash, handing down, sitting on the throne means he is more respected, and this is Hammurabi, the king. And directly the codes are being handed over to the king. That's just a representative picture of the theory itself. Now, there are discussions with this, everybody knows, but I'm just referring to that if you think from my very sketchy presentation of the theory that it's just ancient belief or it's just medieval belief, then let me just point out that not necessarily. there are modern defenders also of divine origin of theory. You have heard some people here who feel that, it comes from cosmic level or from another level, transcendental level, and so on, not necessarily exactly what this theory says. Now, Kant, of all people, he believes in the spring of ethics is in oneself. Yet, he makes room for faith. That also we know. Those who have read through Kant, you know that Kant has made room for God as postulates of practical reason, as a practical necessity. Because he says that without it, without God's existence or belief in God's existence, you cannot really make a rational sense of ethics. Why be moral? That was the theme of the previous session. And one of the answers is here that, it sort of gives a much more coherent sense according to Kant. You will get to hear similar thoughts, not exactly the same, but Martin Buber also, from Martin Buber also, that we need God in ethics for a variety of reasons. Now, as you see, Kant is not exactly, anybody who has some idea about Kantian ethics, you know that he is not talking about divine origin of ethics. But he has brought in this connection between the necessity of God in ethics. Now, again, why we are showing this is that the theory, you need to know both sides, and then we go into ethics and values. What is the implication? There are plenty of arguments given against divine origin theory. I'm not going to go over each and every one of them. But I'm just saying that, this stack of criticisms that you get to see starts from, ancient times. It's not that the ancient societies did not question divine origin theory. And we are all familiar with Euthyphro dilemma, which you will find in Plato's Euthyphro dialogue, where Socrates is questioning about the divine origin. And then, time and again people have said that, ethics is not an exclusive domain for believers only, believers in God. You don't need to be a religious person to be ethical. That's what we have heard from many contemporary philosophers also. And then you heard Professor Sterba, who was talking about, certain properties. So do we really know that God exists? Do we really know that that God who exists is good? Do we really know that he's not only good, but he's omnibenevolent, always benevolent? And so on. Why? Because being so ensures that my doing good has some meaning. Otherwise, why be moral? And so on. So there are plenty of criticisms here. One of them specifically that we need to remember is that in a way it brings a fear component. Fear component. If you ever visit, well, I'll skip that part. But it sort of brings in a fear of consequence, that if you're not following divine order, there would be suddenly some sort of penalty, a huge punishment that awaits you in this life. If not in this life, then in the afterlife. Again, that's a control, fear of consequence. And a lot of people have said that that's a legalistic conception of ethics, that you're sort of threatening people to be in line, otherwise, this is what happens. So this is just to show you that the theory is not necessarily accepted by everybody. So what does it mean for values, if this is the case? The divine origin theory is right. One of the major advantages is that it becomes then this whole ethics and ethical values and the orders that come in become sort of indisputable. That there is advantage in that. It becomes non-negotiable. You can actually silence people and say that you need to follow this for this. Now, specifically for that reason, it has been found to be very stifling for some. People do not like it. That, after a certain point, you are not allowed to raise any questions. And for social activism, for social progress, for social reforms, people think that room for social critique of traditional values should be open, should be there. Otherwise, we cannot make any progress and so on. As I said, the enforcement, in ethics, previous session we heard that there is no auto-enforcement. Well, if you follow this sort of a theory, there are societies after societies have shown historically that then in the name of God, enforcement can be made universal, at least among the followers of that religion. And if that group of followers happen to be the majority in the society, mainstream society, then you have a majoritarianism issue. Now, while saying this, when we are saying this, there might be some questions in your mind that, are we talking about values being fixed? God has decided this, so values become fixed, or do they change over time? That's a subsidiary question that might be there, so I'll briefly touch upon that. Again, there are debates regarding this, but what we have seen, scientists, for example, Huxley has said that, from primitive societies, if you take a look, you will see that it has changed into contemporary societies and values have changed. That's a typical empirical sort of an argument. Even now, if you talk to medical professionals, they will tell you that even values in their professions have changed. For example, just a few decades ago, we were talking about oncology, we are talking about cancer treatment, and doctors had the ethical code not to tell the patient, especially if it is a drastic cancer, in a matter of few months you can die. You are not supposed to tell. At least this is how it was in 1960s. Whereas now, the doctors will tell you, I work with some of them, that now it is the code that you have to make the patient a partner, equal partner, so that the treatment is decided in consultation with the patient. So you have to tell, no matter how hard the truth is. And they say that I can see clearly a value transition here. What used to be, these values will change. I mention this because, these are, of course, empirical. But this is what people's reflections are about change of values and so on. Now, we're coming back to ethical values. The criticism here or the concerns here could be that if values are, even if we go by that values are, everybody would like to participate in them, internalize them, is it necessary to posit a God or a religion to explain and justify their universality? Are there other available answers? And I'll show you some of the available answers that may be there. People have also said, philosophers have said, that to bring in God is to minimize the role of human agency. The human beings then do not have any choice or an agency, because it's God there, it's God's wish. You just, often we are saying that we can't even move a leaf unless it's willed by God, and so on. There is this saying. So what does that do to our human agency? And people who say this typically think that human choice is at the crux of all ethical activities. So this is the ramification for nature of ethical values if we go towards divine origin theory. I am putting it very simplistic term, and there are many variations possible of divine origin theory, but because of time constraint, we will make it as simple as possible. Changing values, we can still talk a lot about this, but maybe we can come back to this point when we have question and answer and so on. But you will find that there are ancient, medieval, contemporary, as well as scientists trying. The right-hand side that you see, they are the Schroeder. Schroeder is an anthropologist, cultural anthropologist who works with cross-cultural population groups. Jonathan Haidt is a psychologist working with foundation, and both of them say some values are universal. But we can come back to that. So my point here is that with divine origin theory, though there are many advantages, there are, operational advantages, but typically in a pluralistic society, diverse society, this is very difficult to implement. And it may raise questions about fairness. It may lead to, as we see, even in present-day society: undemocratic indoctrination, state-sponsored homogenization, lack of tolerance, and incarceration of the non-compliant as heretics, etc. So we need to be very cautious with this theory because it's a very powerful theory. So implementation of it across the society, we need to be extremely careful about that. Second theory is about the social order theory, which many of you are again familiar, is that, you must have heard about at least Hobbes, Rousseau, and Locke, right? And I've added a few more names: Grotius, Pufendorf, and Rawls also, social contract theory. And everybody knows that there we are talking about a non-divine origin of ethics. Who has created ethics? The answer, they will say that not only ethics, but law, and even the political authority, government, is a creation of a social agreement or a contract. Among whom? Among the people of the society. So at some point of time, the society felt that they need to have certain laws and an authority, namely government. And that's how ethics was born. If you read through the writings of these people, you will see that this theory is a very, very popular one. What it gives us is that, first of all, it's created by human beings. Many of you probably also have that belief. You may not know or may not think about the social contract, but typically you may also think that these are nothing but social conventions. So that's the theory that brought out ethics and ethical values from the divine realm. One of the things that we need to remember with this theory is that it necessarily posits, these are known as contractarian theories. They believe in social contract, so that there is a pre-contract time, and that pre-contract time is a pre-ethics time. So you have heard speakers who have said, including Professor Mohapatra, that human beings are naturally moral. It's their goodness. You might find in some of these thinkers that they are saying that there can be human beings, societies, which are devoid of all ethics and ethical values, and they create ethics when they come to a social agreement. Surprising, but this is how people have thought about. Now, this is, even we have found that there are contemporary versions of it. There are people who have supported this theory in a different way. They have brought in game theory, they have brought in social choice theory to show how, self-interest, mutual self-interest can be compatible with cooperation as a springboard for ethics. Again, once more, I'll show you that there are plenty of very strong criticism against this theory. For example, David Hume has worked wonderfully with this by saying that, after all, this is just a hypothesis. We do not have any historical evidence of there being any social agreement in any of the society. Historically, you go back as far as you can. We do not have any historical evidence to say on this day or on this place, this is where everybody got together and decided, let's have ethics, or let's have government. Okay, it doesn't have. So we do not have any evidence of explicit consent. Hegel has also criticized that, this is just philosophical surmise. So it has nothing to do with how a state has developed. Dworkin, who's a legal philosopher, also has said that, hypothetical contract is not binding, especially not binding for people in the next generation. So how do you explain that, ethics is born, but then generations after generations are following this? Because what is binding for one generation need not be binding for the next generation, and so on. So there are, criticisms here. Again, I will highlight this last point here, is that one of the side effects of this theory, though it brings out, it explains certain things about ethics and ethical rules, but at the same time it reduces being ethical to just being socially correct. If it's social conventions, then we are just trying to be politically correct here and comply with the social norms. There's nothing in ethics anymore except for the social compliance. Feminist philosophers have criticized this, that this whole contract idea is a gendered conception. It's meant for those free white males who never thought about others, and they are the free entity, and as if they're speaking for the entire society while leaving behind another section of the society completely out. I've given some things here. Other people have said that if you believe in the social origin theory, then ethics becomes, really relativistic, because societies differ in norms. Things differ. What you think correct may not be agreed upon by another society. And that's what this theory reduces ethics to merely social conventions, and they find it deeply unsatisfying. Now, we come back to the theme that if we follow this social origin theory, what happens to the nature of the ethical values? Then my submission is that once more what we have is we have replaced God with society. That's what it is. Compliance is still there. Fear of consequence is still there. You want to belong to the society, that's why you follow ethics. There is nothing about the value realization anymore. And typically, this is also another point, that the whole idea that this theory harbors, that you can separate people from being from ethics or from ethical values, that there can be situations pre-contract time when people have no ethical values, that is not to be found anywhere in the society. Peter Singer has made this point, that even in the Nazi concentration camps, in the dire most situation, they have found from the survivors' reports that there were always value concerns left in people. So they say that empirically it does not hold out also. There are, as I said, the behavioral and social implications would be that there would be a very thin line, or maybe a non-existent line, between ethics and social etiquettes and law, because all of these are social constructs. But we all know, and we would like to have the distinctions made there. So the theory is, again, once more, not very satisfactory. This point I have already touched upon, but I'll still say that in this contractual understanding, one of the major pitfalls is that it may seriously land into majoritarianism. Majoritarianism, I hope everybody understands, that you go with what the majority says, not necessarily what is right, but what the majority thinks is right. And that itself is a problematic, because, then resistance to this, if there are even wrong things going on under the majority opinion, you cannot really protest against that, and so on. All right, so we skip this and we come to the last theory here, which is a little bit strange, but nonetheless, let's hear them out. That this is the biological theory where we are talking about evolutionary ethics. Like everything else, ethics also is a product of evolution. That's the whole point of this theory. And it's linked, therefore, to the survival of the species. That the ruling and fundamental premises here are these, that Darwin proposed evolution, biological evolution, as a hypothesis. So that's the ruling premise here, that if this is so, and what Darwin said is that the species origin did not come from God, but is a completely natural process, and it's a biologically continuous process. You see this? So there is not even one stage where you can say it just sprung out of its own. So no matter how evolved a species you might be, actually biologically you are connected. So what you have here, the traits that you call yourself, these characteristics, some of it are inherited. At least some, if not all. Yeah, I'll come to conclusion. So, then I'll quickly go over this. That this has started from Darwin, who said that it's a matter of, just certain capabilities. If the species is sociable and cognitively developed enough, the sense of ethics will come anyway. That's the direct thing. People that I wanted to discuss, but I cannot because of time constraint, it is Edward Osborne Wilson, who has done enormous work in entomology itself, and has worked with social insects such as ants, termites, bees, and so on. And from that, he has collected data on what he thinks are the pro-social behavior among them. And from there, he is trying to infer or make a claim about what ethics might be. The important book here is Sociobiology. That's his thesis. But he says that it's not as simple as that. We are not saying that what the ants are doing, that's what the humans are doing. Humans are more complex organisms. Therefore, in their case, society also plays a role. That's why the name is sociobiology. It's a combination of both. There are other biologists who have given a very different picture. Some of you may have read Richard Dawkins's work, Selfish Gene and so on. They have given another theory about the origin of ethics. We don't have time to go over this, but I'll conclude with this one. This is Franz de Waal, who's still alive. You know, people should look up his research. Richard Dawkins is also very much around to look at, you know, what kind of claims they are making. This is one person. He's a primatologist. And he's saying that, you know, it's not that human beings are unique. It's not that human beings alone have these noble feelings, you know, kindness, sympathy, empathy. It's not that. We can find it even among the primates, in their behavior, in their filial behavior, parental care, care for their even fellow beings and so on. He says that we have merely inherited this. Now, therefore, I'm skipping the criticism of this theory, just going directly into this, that one of the concerns that at least I have is that, you know, this is all good and very empirically substantiated, experimentally substantiated theory. It's growing. But ultimately what it says, you know, is that everything is naturally selected. But natural selection is a value-neutral process. It doesn't know what it selects. Its only value is survival, fitness, right? So the coronavirus, for example, has been selected. And so has our integrity. So in this way, if we procure human values, then you need to still talk about some normative distinction. And the theory is silent, at least up till now. I'll stop here. We can come back and discuss.
Yeah, we're running behind time.
Okay. I'll just quickly end the show. And yeah. Thank you. Sorry, plenty of material, therefore. Yeah.
No.
Please bear with me, that's all, yeah. So should I stand and answer questions if you don't?
Yeah, okay. We have had a very extensive presentation on the history and origin of ethical values from different points of view. Quickly we'll have 2 or 3 questions. I'm sure many people will be having questions, but okay, Mr. Chakrabarti, please.
I'd say that it's splendidly lucid and comprehensive. I would only want to be a bit more, clear on the question of the 2 theories you have just, mentioned in passing, and that is social choice theory and also game theory. Well, I understand that social choice theory has got some value concern, and maybe it is ethically also motivated. But what about game theory? I really don't understand what exactly the ethical concern could be.
There is, it's not, the Gautier simply used game theory to say that the prisoner's dilemma, for example. So you can appear to be cooperating, which is an ethical behavior.
That is only in self-interest.
Right, but actually you're serving your self-interest. It's a cooperative self-interest. So they look at ethics as this theory, that it's a mutual agreement. When you're making mutual social agreement, what you're protecting is ultimately mutual collective self-interest. It's not, ethics is nothing beyond that.
If it is,
that's what they're claiming.
No, quite possible.
That's what.
If this logic is extended to the level of an organized society, which is being deprived by a higher organized society, yes, quite. There could be some kind of application of game theory.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
She had one.
Yes.
Just wanted to know if you have to choose.
I knew that. I knew that was coming.
Any of these positions, what would be your take?
Not any of this, because as you saw that
so
I'm also
just want to listen to your
thoughts,
your stand.
It's a work in progress. So don't push me to make a conclusion right now. But at the same time, I understand that I've shown them, and we didn't have time to discuss it also. We did not have time. This is serious enough. But overall, I think in a way there are lacuna in each of these theories. All right? So it's not that they exhaust the possibilities. It's not that they exhaust a possibility. Now, you still will say, but you showed 3 theories, you choose one of them. That's what you're trying to, No, that's my point. That I am not willing to immediately choose from these theories, but these are currently the most powerful positions that are being offered. They go up and down in terms of discussions and in terms of support, but otherwise, So right now, no.
Any other question? Rakesh, please.
Let me just ask to the audience, was it intelligible?
Yes.
Did you understand what I was trying to say? Just raise your hand from the back. Yes.
No problem. It was very much intelligible. Yeah.
No,
only that we want to...
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. No.
That is it, informative.
Yeah.
Rakesh.
Just a small query about 2 things. One was that since you are trained in philosophy, you know that the context of discovery and the context of justification have often been distinguished. So the origin of philosophizing and the origin of ethics are questions which are largely about the context of discovery, that when did we start philosophizing, or maybe much before Thales, or maybe when did we start ethical thinking, so social contract theorists and the divine origin theorists, etc., giving answers. But philosophically illuminating questions that we have been discussing and you have been discussing are about the nature of the ethical inquiry.
Both nature and origin, as far as I saw.
Right. But the other major issue here is that when you talk about the religious origins of theory, it seems an oversimplification to say that things get sorted out, because the interpretation of religion also, there's a large number of people who bring in the possibility of rationality within religion, and they say there's much discussion which is possible within the range of religion. And so the implication that you drew from that it would make simpler, it would be a single order, also would not always happen. Because look at, in Bengal itself, the Sadharan Brahmos and the other Brahmos themselves have different interpretations of the sect which is so lately created. So therefore the possibility of interpretation does not get quashed by bringing it under religion. Because the further question would be how religion is interpreted. So I was just only wanting you to add that on, since it's a working idea, to nuance the idea that whether it is social contract, because social contract also, the contractarians well knew that it's not a historical thing, it's only a device for explanation. So these devices for explanations are actually not historically dates for origins in all the 3 interpretations. And more so, the nature of ethical inquiry does not directly get informed by the story of the history of ethical thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's not a question, it was an observation. So I'll still respond. I'll still respond to that. But I think I made clear, but maybe not abundantly, that what I was trying to do is to keep a major cluster of theories in 2 slides or 3 slides. So naturally there will be allegations of oversimplification. It's not that I'm not aware about that there can be multiple interpretations of each of these theories. In fact, then we have to sit down with each of these theories, and because people have, even with biological origin, it's not the same. Not all evolutionary ethicists speak the same term. So we have to keep this in. At the same time, I was trying to make certain points here, that how it affects the nature and origin of values discussion. That's all. It's an indicative one, but it's not, no claim is here that this is what the theory is.
Okay. Okay, I think Professor Amita Chatterjee now.
I'm scared.
We'll have the last question.
I'm scared. Can you
Ethics is not my forte, so ethics is not my forte. Now, my question is this, that you have confined your discussion entirely within the Western ethics.
Why not Indian?
No, I was thinking of Chinese ethics and Indian ethics. And I think that many of the schools and theories in Chinese or in Chinese ethics or Indian ethics will not fall in any of these.
Could be.
That's why, and so this is not an exhaustive,
cannot
of course,
but
still, you know, if you think about, if you set aside Chinese, if you think about Indian theories, say even for Vedanta theory, there you will not find, either this divine origin, or social contract, or biological. So, where will you place them?
No. That's the reason, because the origin theories that I have chosen are all rooted in the Western understanding of what ethics is, and it's not a worldview. It's not a worldview, but nonetheless, they talk about origins of ethics. Now, I did not want to touch upon the non-Western, because it provides a plethora, which I don't think you cannot have a sweeping theory to cover it all, because the circumstances are not the same. So that's the reason I did not even mention. For example, it's easy to say that the Vedas are apaurushaya, therefore they are divine origin. No, they don't mean that. And one has to be careful while using this culturally loaded value terms. So I'm not making any comparison here, or not even going out of the boundaries to talk about this. So yeah, but that point is well taken.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are running behind time, and all good things do come to an end. Let us accept that. Thank you, Professor Chhanda Chakraborti.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay. That was a very wonderful session. We express our sincere thanks to the chairperson of this session, Professor Prafulla Kumar Mohapatra, and speakers, Professor James Sterba and Professor Chhanda Chakraborti. So we are now breaking for a quick lunch. So let us come back by 2 o'clock.
3 speakers, so I would request everybody to please join in so that we can start the proceedings as soon as we can. Weakness of the will has been a traditional problem in ethics, because everybody or scholars who have talked about human psychology would understand that actually the problem lies with the agent himself or herself. And though we want to do good, though we want to choose right, but typically the will does not always support. So weakness of the will, our first speaker is going to be Dr. Bhaskarjit Neog from Department of Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The title of his talk is Possibility of Akratic Agents, Groups, Gangs and Gatherings. Extremely interesting title. Professor Neog teaches in the Center of Philosophy, School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Educated in Utrecht University, Linköping University, Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur, and Guwahati University, Neog has been an Endeavour Research Fellow at the School of Philosophy, Australian National University, and the Centre for Philosophy and Public Ethics, Charles Sturt University, Australia. He has been a recipient of Erasmus Mundus Fellowship by the European Union. He has also been a resident scholar at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies Associate in Shimla and Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. His primary research interests are ethical theory, applied ethics, social ontology, moral and political philosophy, and philosophy of religion. Neog's scholarly works have been published by several national and international journals. So without further delay, Dr. Neog, kindly start your talk. Would you go to the podium? Yes. The seminar, just reminding that we have 3 speakers for this session, later than when it was supposed to start, and with that we would like to conclude it also maybe around 3:40 or 3:45. So the first speaker so the first speaker, we would like to start right away.
Sorry, I'm going to use my laptop as well, so it's getting a bit cumbersome. Introduction, and I'm actually really quite humble and privileged to find myself before this August gathering, and also truly honored to be a part of this special panel, that comprises of 3 eminent personalities: Professor Sanyal, Professor Dasgupta, Professor Chakraborti. I'm sure this is going to be a huge learning experience for me. The theme of this session is weakness of the will, which is philosophically quite intriguing and quite challenging. And I hope I'll be able to live up to the expectation of the organizers and the fellow panelists. I hope, if not fulfilling, at least it will not put you to sleep.
Dr. Neog, I would just say that kindly go into presentation mode.
Okay, thank you. So I want to begin by talking about the background of the paper. I'm sorry, this might sound a bit autobiographical, but it's not. It's not yet started. Oh. So I've been spending quite a lot of time, asking and raising this certain pertinent issues, certain pertinent questions related to the ontological, epistemological, and ethical status of groups and vis-a-vis their constituent individual members. Because groups are very interesting phenomenon, and so are their constituent individual members. Because for me, because they're intriguing, because these group members are quite different from the paradigmatic individual that philosophers have been traditionally concerned about. So the interest, my interest in this area, basically it arises out of a somewhat ambitious claim. I believe that a lot has been achieved. If we look at the history of analytic philosophy in last 50, 60 years, we see that a lot has been achieved with respect to individual human person or individual human agent. most of our philosophical themes, take for instance autonomy, free will, self, or memory, or personhood. Each one of them has been studied thoroughly, debated thoroughly ad nauseum within the framework of individualism, where individual entities are the fundamental subject matters. So when we talk about consciousness, we talk about the consciousness of an individual. When we talk about freedom, we talk about the free will of the individual. And when we talk about beliefs, we talk about beliefs of an individual, or knowledge of an individual. So this has been the largely this has been the picture of 20th century analytic philosophy. Perhaps I think it's now time for us to sort of step out of this form of individualism and take a sort of take a stand and start seeing things from the vantage point of the group, of the collective in which the individual member is a part, right? So it's a relatively new area. It's an area that has hardly 2.5 decades history. Some of the best minds of philosophy, philosophers like Bratman Gilbert, Margaret Gilbert, Raymond Tumela, and John Searle, they are involved in this area. So it's now quite widely sort of considered as an interdisciplinary area, an area that involves the works of not only philosophers of mind or action, but also the works of those who have backgrounds in political theory, economics, game theory, social psychology, or for that matter, cognitive science. So although we are quite familiar with this phenomenon of groups are there very much a part of our philosophical studies, there hasn't been any thorough or systematic investigation of understanding what a group phenomenon is all about. So, so the idea here is that the main obstacle, I think, is I'll go to the next slide. Yeah. So the main obstacle here is that there's a sort of philosophers have this this firm belief that groups are not real, or at least they're parasite. They're fictions. They are not as real as individual human persons. So the groups do not have minds. They cannot reason. They cannot believe. They cannot form belief. They're just parasites. So they do not have their own existence in the true sense of the term. If the individuals cease to exist, groups will also automatically disappear from the scene. Or this has been the sort of what I call a philosophical truism, and this truism has become somehow, it has transformed itself to a philosophical orthodoxy. So in that orthodoxy, your primary focus and the fundamental focus is the individual human person. That's the paradigmatic subject matter. So, but one really wonders why should we be sort of so obsessed with this orthodoxy, right? We should raise questions. After all, groups are real. They are not. They are as real as that of human human individuals, because they are there. They perform things. They do. We attribute a lot of things to groups and organizations. So the idea here is that how to counter this philosophical orthodoxy. If groups, on the one hand, you say that groups don't have minds of their own, only the individual members have. And on the other hand, you say that groups perform things. Groups are real. They are out there. And without them, without cooperation or without cooperation between individuals, without organization, without committees, without clubs, our social realities are simply impossible to imagine. So how do you sort of then balance these two opposite views? So there has to be a proper balance. There has to be a bridge between these two things, these two claims. So social ontology is an area where we try to actually bridge this gap. We try to figure out how groups can be construed in a newer, in a more scientific way, in a more social scientific way, so that they can be attributed certain properties in the true sense of the terms. So at my personal level, I've been sort of investigating the idea of group moral responsibility, where I interpret the responsibility of groups or collective entities without either underplaying or overplaying the moral status of the individual members of the collective in question. So now this is roughly the background. This is the background of my paper. Now, yeah. So here I'm raising a very fundamental question, and the question here is that whether groups or collectives, if they are to be interpreted as real entities, if their actions or omissions or commissions are as real as that of individual human persons, then can we think of them as capable entities of displaying certain Akratic behaviors analogous to that of individual human persons? So my assertion is that yes, a particular kind of groups are capable of exhibiting the trait of acrasia, but then what is it for a group? How do you make sense of this question? What is it for a group to constitute an agency or an agent that can exhibit acrasia in the non-metaphorical sense? So that has been the challenge. Most of our talks about groups are pretty metaphorical, very figurative. We attribute properties just like it. I mean, when you talk about consciousness, collective consciousness, we just attribute the property of consciousness to groups in a very metaphorical sense. So here the idea is to sort of really think through how to make sense of this attribution. So that's been the major concern here. So here I'm asking this question, whether when you talk about acrasia, when you talk about weakness of will, can you really legitimately, substantially attribute it to a group or to a collective in the true sense of the term? If groups are real entities, if groups can perform things, if they are the doers of certain actions, can they also exhibit certain traits called weakness of the will? So that's the question that I'm asking. So my idea here is to sort of talk about or to examine this whole problem or the question in terms of three different collective entities, or three different accounts that take three different collectives or groups: gangs, gatherings, and interdependent groups. So these are the three collective entities that I'm going to be concerned about. And then I'm going to refute the claim that it is not possible. Neither is it possible for the gangs or the gatherings or the interdependent groups. You cannot really attribute agency to any of these three entities. And then I'm proposing a fourth one, which I call incorporated groups with an internal perspective of its own. And that's the only group or the kind of group where we can attribute this particular property. So three basic clarifications. The first is that, so acrasia. What do you mean by acrasia? What is acrasia? How do I understand the technical meaning of acrasia? So acrasia, or weakness of will, is standardly defined as a state where you freely and intentionally act against your own considered better judgment, meaning that you know and you believe that you should not do acts, and yet you choose to do acts without any pressure, whether internal or external. So an individual is an Akratic agent when he holds certain intentional states such as beliefs, desires, judgments, and intention, and in the light of which she thinks that a response or an action X is required to be done, but she fails to do X because she chose to do Y without any internal malfunction or any external pressure. So that's the definition. This is the definition broadly taken from, this is the spirit is taken from Davidson. So here I'm concerned about, so that's the first clarification. The second is that, contrary to here, I assume that akrasia is possible. It is a fact of our life. I also, assume that they are capable, groups are capable of performing action on intentional grounds, and they can have their own status separated from the status of their individual members. And they're competent enough to possess an agential profile which can sustain over a period of time. So this agential profile is, analogous to the profile of the individual human person with a brain or a mind of one's own. So this phrase, brain or a mind of one's own, is actually picked up from Philip Pettit. So he has a very interesting paper, groups with a mind of their own. So, I presume that that's quite possible. We can attribute agential properties to groups, but that's not enough. You can attribute agential status to a group, but yet that group can fail to exhibit the Akratic state that I'm talking about here, I'm concerned about here. And that's the theme of this session. So the third clarification is that although Akratic agents are responsible agents, they are responsibilizable agents, because when you talk about Akratic agents, they are knowing wrongdoers because they perform the wrong action, knowing fully well that the action that she performed was wrong. So, although the connection between moral responsibility and akrasia is very intimate, I do not think moral responsibility or any theory of moral responsibility would actually require akrasia. And this is something that I want to defend, because there's a group of philosophers who believe that only agents who deserve to be morally responsible in the blameworthy sense is Akratic agents, because this is because Akratic agent is is a knower who can do he knows everything, that this is something that he or she should not have done, and yet she does it. So that's the understanding. And this is the epistemological condition that we talk about when you talk about the possibility of moral responsibility, because you do not attribute moral responsibility to somebody who doesn't know what he or she has done. So that's why you always have, you excuse that person. If somebody unintentionally puts a toe on your foot, and then she says sorry, and you excuse that person. But if she does it intentionally and knowing fully well that what she is doing is not a good thing to do, then he or she can be held morally accountable. And that's the standard understanding of moral responsibility. But the idea here is also, although the Akratic agent is not always a responsible, or moral responsibility is not intimately connected to the idea of akrasia in that sense. An Akratic agent is an emotional agent in the sense that the agent is emotionally susceptible to feel guilty or shame, right? So because she reflectively realizes that what she has done is not in the right action, and this was clear to her from the beginning. Okay, so these are the three clarifications. Now the problem, what is it? So I ask, what is it for a group or a collective to be capable of performing things on intentional grounds and exhibit the trait of being Akratic in a situation that is intuitively and conceptually feasible? So I'm going to talk about three 4 different accounts of groups or collectives. The first one is gatherings. So what is a gathering? When I talk about gathering, you can also call it aggregation, a collection of individuals. So what is it? So a gathering is a collection of people that has an identity because the individual members pursue things similarly. Think about thousands of people gathered together in a stadium. It's a gathering. It's a collection of people, right? The individual members together form the collective in some very loose sense by virtue of performing things together. So on this account, any member of the individual, or any number of individuals, no matter how they are related to one another, will be the bearer of the intentional properties or intentional state. So you just attribute intentional state to that kind of gathering. But is that a proper attribution? Does it really make sense to say that a collective of that nature, or for instance, mob, does it make sense to talk about the intentional state of a mob or a group of people who are just out there in the streets? Does it really make sense? So the idea is that no, it doesn't. But this idea is very much there. This sort of account is actually there, quite there, out there in certain literature, particularly in a paper written by Anthony Quinton in 1976, I guess. So he claims that, and there's a quotation that I wanted to use, but I think it's missing here. So Quinton suggests that to ascribe mental properties to a group is always an indirect way of ascribing such predicates or properties to its members. To say that the industrial working class is determined to resist anti-trade union laws is to say that all or most industrial workers are so minded. But this account of collective agency or group agency is quite flawed. That's the argument that I'm trying to put forward here. So quite flawed because the account is so generous that it amounts to some form of eliminativism. Because there's no group, you reduce everything. When you talk about the group, you just reduce it to the individual participants. So there's no one group agent as such. So there's no cooperation, there's no commitment, there's no unity, right? So there cannot be any collective failure in the true sense of the term. Now, if we attribute moral responsibility to a group of bystanders, it doesn't really make sense because they do not have that agency ability to understand what it is to be held morally accountable. So there is no collective failure in the proper sense of the term. So the so-called failure of theirs are not really group agential failures. The second one, which is very interesting because it is better than the first one, and this is gangs or mafias. So gangs are defined standardly. You can define gangs like a gang where you have a defined leadership and it has internal organization that takes control over things illegally and violently. But does it really have that agential status that I am concerned about here, to which the Akratic state can be legitimately attributed? The idea here is that no, they also do not have that agential capacity. They may enjoy certain capacities because they are capable of performing things on intentional grounds. But what is that intention? Does it, can you really say it's the intention of the group or the gang? So the suggestion here is that no, you cannot really substantially attribute intentional state to that kind of group, because there's cooperation, there's commitments, there's unity among the members, yet it's not a group proper. And this is something that you can easily see if you can find flaws in the statement, I am this state, Louis XIV statement, I am this state, that's the kind of group that you will find here. So it's not the problem here is that there is no representation of the plurality, because plurality is a very important part of a group entity. So if on the one hand you have singularity, on the other hand you have plurality. So plurality is not adequately represented because the king's or the leader's opinion is ipso facto the opinion of the group or the country or the state. So you have all kinds of run-of-the-mill accounts where the same idea is presented. So you have a very distorted agential plurality. The plurality is there, somehow it is represented, but it is a very distorted representation. So there is no amalgamation of singularity on the one hand and plurality on the other. So no respect for intentional autonomy. That's the phrase that I'm using here, because every individual human person has that intentional autonomy in order to claim the agential status. So the individual agent's intentional autonomy is not protected. It is hijacked by the king or the mafia leader. Right? So there is coercion, there is subjugation, and it exists at the mercy of some influential individuals. And that's why if there is failure on their part, it's not actually group failure. It's the failure of the leader, perhaps. Or you can easily give an account that it's a failure of this individual or that individual, so on and so forth. But it's not really a group failure in the strict sense of the term. Or that's the claim that I'm trying to make here. Now, there's one more account, and which is interdependent cooperatives. This is something very, very interesting, because this account of groups or collectives can come across in the works of people like Michael Bratman, John Searle, Raymond Tumela, and others. So they talk about, they give examples, all sorts of examples. They give examples of walking together. So when you walk together with somebody, you form a group because you form an intentional state, namely going for a walk together, and there is commitment, there is cooperation, because in between you cannot just say that, no, I'm not going. You cannot form a different opinion. If you do that, that's where it collapses. It's, so the idea here is that it's called shared agency, it's also called group agency, but it's an account that talks about a group of individuals who jointly exercise their agential power in a way that brings in a result that is envisaged by all of them. It is in a way a very thorough account. You have all the elements, cooperation, commitments, unity, so on and so forth. But there are certain problems as well. But before that, I also wanted to highlight certain other features which are very attractive. That's namely that these individuals, the individual members, they form appropriate we intentions. They reveal these intentions to each other, either verbally or otherwise, and they take measures so that the intended action of the we attitude successfully come into existence. So I'm just going to give one account of Bratman. Bratman has this account, and this is kind of in a way representative of all the accounts that, the kind of arguments that I am going to formulate against them. It somehow catches. This account is good enough to talk about what they are suggesting and what the kind of problems that I have against those accounts. So this account suggests that I and you form a shared intention. We intend to J if and only if. That means we intend to do X if and only if, one, I intend that we J. B, you intend that we J. Number two, I intend that we J in accordance with N because of 1A, 1B. That's there in the first stage. And mashing subplanes of 1A and 1B. And you intend that we J in accordance with and because of 1A, 1B, and meshing our subplanes. And this is our common knowledge. 1 and 2 are common knowledge. So here what's happening is that And that's why it's called shared agency. Each individual member is full-blooded, is carrying a full-blooded agential status, expressing his or her will to be a part of that agent. And this is, you can give also examples of painting a house together, or lifting something somewhere to somewhere else, things like that. It can also be talked in terms of a joint exercise. When you do things jointly writing a paper, things like that. But the question here is that, do interdependent cooperatives of this kind have agency of their own? So that's the question that I'm asking. I'm inclined to argue that they do not. I need some water.
Here.
Yeah, I'll be done by that. Thank you. So, yeah, so I'm inclined to argue that they do not. And thus, they are not capable of displaying acrasia or exhibiting the Akratic trait that I'm concerned about. So, because the reason is that there's no rational unity which we see in an agent proper. There's no rational unity as such. No sustained rationally deliberated unity among the members and their shared attitude, which can be called agential perspective of the group or the collective. So no one, because you need that agential unity always, because that in a way that gives you the perspective of the group, that gives you the perspective of the entity which we call group. Now, not only must there be a basis in the cooperative disposition of members or for ascribing judgments or an intention, there must also be a basis for thinking of the collective as a subject. So when you talk about going for a walk together side by side and knowing fully well the other person is also doing just like me, going together with me. So it is, in a way, it's the formation of the social, in a way. But does it have a subjecthood? Does it have a subject perspective of its own? Right? So that's the idea. So when you talk about, there's a very famous example that's there in, I think, in Hume, when he talks about a group of, not a group, two individuals who cross a river and they don't know each other. There's no communication, there's no verbal communication exchange between them, but they happen to be there on the bank of a river and it is getting dark, and they found something, accidentally they found something, and then they thought that that can be used for crossing the road, crossing the river. And then they started collaborating, they started mutually understanding each other's plight, and then they successfully crossed the river. So that's the origin of the sociality in that sense. So there is no, language is not important, no commitment is important, but there is an understanding that the other person is also having the same status like me, and then they started collaborating, and then they successfully performed the action. So that's the kind of account that you come across in these in the writings of these philosophers, and Bretman is just one of them. So the idea is that no, they don't have that agential perspective in the true sense of the term, because individual members, we attitude must be interconnected in such a way that they have cooperation, commitment, and cohesiveness. This cooperation and commitments must not be interpreted from the perspective of the individual member, of a particular individual member. There has to be a agential perspective of the both. So that's why it has to be an entity which is single, yet it is not singular. So that's the idea. It's a single identity because it has an agential perspective of its own, but it's not singular. The plurality defines what a group is. So the collective can be treated as a subject of those attitude, the attitude which are there in the minds or brains of the individual persons. And they also have, and this is another important thing, they have that evaluative perspective. It's an internal evaluative perspective, and this internal perspective is actually is the representative point of view of the group. So we can talk about a library. This is something that I have just formulated. A 5-member library committee's decision, 2 different decisions, and they are contradictory in nature. Think about the committee that has 5 members, and in the month of January they took a decision that the library is going through a lot of crisis and they are not going to spend enough money for purchasing books in that year. And then they all agreed, majority agreed on that, and then they went ahead. In the month of July, they changed it. They changed it because 3 of these members happen to be from the philosophy background. So there is in the market, let's say, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, 10-volume set. And they're individually quite tempted that our library should have that, those 10 volumes. Then they again sat together. They took a decision, and the majority decision this time again settled that libraries should spend some money, at least, for buying this book, this 10-volume set. So this is something that's against what they had decided earlier in the month of January. So there is in a way, so here, knowing fully well what they did now by purchasing these books, something that is contrary to what they had initially decided. So there is a mismatch. And this mismatch is something very interesting because it raises questions about the agential status of the group, but it actually doesn't dismantle that agential status. It has that provision. It has that ability to acknowledge the inconsistency that something had been decided earlier, and now we are taking a decision that's again on the basis of a majority voting, but this is something contradictory to that. So the group has that is in a state which I would call Akratic state, in the sense that it goes against its own considered judgment, and that failure, it's a failure, and that failure is an essential failure. That failure is the failure of the group proper, and for that it can be held morally accountable. So in that sense, moral responsibility is quite intimately connected with this, because what the group has done towards the end is something with full knowledge, freely it has decided, and intentionally it has decided against what it had formed the judgment 6 months back. So the group can be said to have some sort of mental state of its own if the structure is proper, if it is capable of representing a particular point of view, which is not necessarily a point of view of any individual. It could be a point of view of an individual or a set of individuals, not necessarily. There are certain situations where none of the individual member individually believes what the group does or should do in a given situation. And yet, it can be a group point of view. Think about the Indian Parliament. Suppose when the same-sex marriage or same-sex provision was discussed, individually if you go and talk to the parliamentarians, they will say, no, I don't believe in it. So suppose the same-sex marriage that's coming up now. So if you go and speak to the parliamentarians, they would say, no, I don't believe. But when they sit together, discuss things, proceedings are distributed and decided collectively, that's in favor of it, suppose. But then when they come out and face the press, they say that individually I don't believe in it. But the parliament decided. So there is a discontinuity, there is a disjunction between what the group does or believes or intends and what the individual members individually believe or intend. So this disjunction is quite good enough to establish the claim that group agential status can and should be attributed to certain groups, and that agential status is also susceptible to this sort of failure. Thank you. I'm sorry about this mess.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neog. for a very interesting talk and the topic about taking groups, certain groups, as agents, and with acrasia, that is weakness of will. From my side, a question that would come, we will take the questions after the papers, but one of the questions could be what are the implications of that in terms of attribution of moral responsibility to groups, gangs, gatherings, crowds, cooperative group formation, informal group formation, and so on. Without waiting for the answer, we'll raise this question again in the discussion. But our next speaker is Professor Indrani Sanyal, who has retired from Jadavpur University as Professor of Philosophy. She is the founder coordinator for the Center for Sri Aurobindo Studies, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. She has also served as the editor-in-chief for Jadavpur Journal of Philosophy, Kolkata, and also its Bengali version, Darshan Bhiksha. Her area of specialization are philosophical logic and philosophy of language, Western, especially Wittgenstein, metaphysics, ethics, especially Indian ethics. We all know about her contribution to Indian ethics discourse, philosophy of Sri Aurobindo. So I would request Professor Sanyal to take the podium. Her topic today is the weakness of will in a man's battle of life, some reactions from the Gita perspective. So Professor Sanyal, over to you.
Namaskar. I express my deep gratitude to Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park, Shami Suparnanando ji, and also to Tad Pratanando ji for giving me this opportunity to present my ideas. And also I express my thanks to Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti, who also provided me incentive to come to this seminar, and my thanks are due to my chairperson for this seminar, Chhanda Chakraborti, and also to my colleagues. There are so many colleagues. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of them. Now, the topic that has been given to me is weakness of the will, and I will be today discussing on the very concept of this weakness of the will from Gita perspective. In fact, in Western ethics, there is much difference between Western ethical approach and Indian, especially what is known as dharmo-ethical approach. And I have chosen Gita, and Gita is one of the, we can say, the main core text of dharmo-ethics. So I have written something. In fact, ordinarily speaking, very loosely speaking, weakness of the will seems to be a very clear notion. But when we try to put that notion in technicality, in its technical garb, all those difficulties arise. Now, let me begin what I have just, it is not a full-fledged paper, I have just noted down some of the main features. And since time is short, I think I'll be able to cover whole of it. Now, in a man's daily battle of life, weakness of the will as a phenomenon, as a fact of experience, seems quite acceptable, though attempts at conceptualizing this unique experienced item face many hurdles. In the Western ethical discourse, from the period of Plato, Aristotle, and others, efforts were observed to make sense of the weakness of the will. In Plato's Protagoras, Socrates presented the standard view about akratic action is what, within quote, many people who know what is best to do are not willing to do it, though it is in their power, but do something else, unquote. But Socrates here denied the possibility of this kind of action, for according to him, all activity is motivated by an agent's belief about what is the best. Weakness of the will is what Aristotle called akrasia. This has already been pointed out by my previous speaker. Now, roughly speaking, actually, just I would like to add, this very notion of weakness of the will is really difficult to define. And there are lots of differences even among the Western philosophers, beginning from the time of, we can say, Plato, Aristotle, and till present time. And when many analytic philosophers also put their all effort in making the sense of weakness of the will clear, we find they are all debating against one another. Now, weakness of the will is what Aristotle called akrasia, and roughly speaking, meaning the absence of strength. Obviously, when he is saying it is absence of strength, it is mental, or power to control oneself. Now, the self-controlled person, according to Aristotle, is in such a state as to master even those temptations of a certain kind by which most people are defeated. So such people are called self-controlled person. And the akratic person is in such a state as to be defeated even by those which most people master. Donald Davidson renewed the contemporary debate on the weakness of the will, and his account is viewed as a reaction to Hare's denial that the weakness of the will is, strictly speaking, possible. Hare's simple claim is that a person cannot do one thing if he genuinely and in the fullest sense holds that he ought instead to do something else. Thus, there are many debates, doubts about the exact meaning of these ideas in the Western domain of ethics. Therefore, the weakness of the will has been discussed historically and analyzed conceptually with the questions of its nature, possibility, and significance. Now, why so much philosophers bother about this notion of weakness of will? It has also some very relevant implications in the domain of whole of moral philosophy, because that then they will be able to present a very well organized theory of moral action. They will find answers to many clues relating to human moral motivation. So this is really a very, very core concept in ethics. Now, naturally, the question arises as to whether this notion has been discussed in Indian dharmoethics. In the moral discourse of dharmoethics, attempts to theorize are hardly observed. It characteristically does not offer any hardcore theory or formulations regarding the weakness of the will in theory. One common fact about the professional Indian philosophy is its seldom engagement with discussions on quote-unquote moral philosophy. However, there are plenty of discussions, debates, across schools of philosophers and their sub-schools on epistemology, on ontology, on logic, on metaphysics. This does not imply, this does not imply any spareness of materials dealing with virtues and duties in dharmoethics. That means dharmoethics, what goes by the name of dharmoethics, really do not provide that kind of theories. Theories are very much lacking in Indian ethics or so-called moral philosophy. Now, weakness of the will is a familiar fact in dharmoethics, especially in the Gita text. Though any attempt to frame a full-fledged theory on the item is not available. In this presentation, I begin by identifying an important niche for the phenomenon of the weakness of the will as contained implicitly within the fold of the Gita model and explaining how conspicuously this notion dominates. Naturally, presuming questions to pour in, demanding a justification regarding how the Gita may be said to unfold an instance of the weakness of the will, it may be elucidated step by step. As expected, dharmoethics is not ready to provide any crisp and incisive definition. So let me attempt initially with the following working description of so-called weak-willed action. Now, here, of course, I read Western literature, and in some cases, of course, in formulating, in my attempt to provide a working description of weakness of will, I had to take some clue from them. Now, this clue, which particular clue I have tried to use here, the clue that is their style of formulation, and this I had to resort to because in Indian ethics or in dharmoethics, I never found, maybe because of my limited knowledge, that is actually the very, what we call definition in dharmoethics. So here, but I have proposed here a description, of course keeping in mind the thing that I am exploring in Gita. So, my formulation is not absolutely like the Western ethical model, but a model which I have tried to prepare, to construct, to suit my purpose so that I can accommodate the concept of weakness of the will that is available in the Gita according to this description. So, an agent's doing an action, say Y, is a weak-willed action. In default of a doing an action, say X, despite agents judging by all considerable means or that by her best judgment that she ought to do, say, X, and it is possible for her to do X. So, which particular action is an, we can say, akratic action, weak-willed action, action Y. Action Y, which a particular agent performs an action Y. Failing to do an action, say X, and what type of action is X? X is a type of action that has already been judged by taking into account all considerations to be the best possible judgment. But agent chooses to perform another action. Now, question may arise, why does an agent choose another action instead of the one which has been considered to be the best possible option? Now, just because there is not much to support, because agent chooses to perform an action Y. But he could have done the action X. It was possible for the agent to perform that action, not that agent is incapable of performing that action. Agent is fully capable of performing that action, and that action is the best possible option for the agent, but agent performs another action Y. So that action Y which agent performs, that is an akratic action. The agent who performs a weak-willed action may also be called a weak-willed agent. And in this presentation, weakness of the will is used either as a character trait or used for an action that results from the weak-willed agency. Now, following Aristotle's usage of akrasia for the weakness of the will, akratic action or akratic agent are also in use. Now, among the 18 chapters of the Gita, the first chapter entitled Arjuna Bisado Joho, where Sanjay is reporting to Dhritarashtra on the pre-battle scenario prevailing at the battlefield of Kurukshetra, turns out to be the essential chapter for me to unearth, this is important, to unearth a possible weakness of will situation. It is a possible weakness of will situation from the fold of the Gita. Bimal Krishna Motilal's pioneering contribution to the issue of moral dilemma in the context of the Gita is well known. But Gita's mapping out of the instance of the phenomenon of the weakness of the will has not received attention or much attention from any recent writings. In this presentation, my targeted akratic moral agent is Arjuna. I begin with a brief description of the battlefield. Apparently, it may seem that I am just telling the story, that is, I am just narrating that pre-scenario battlefield, but not so, because if we go through that description, we will be able to understand what were the factors or what are the elements which I think can account for Arjuna's being akratic or his being weak-willed agent. Of course not. It is a possible situation. One thing I have also drawn a distinction between actual situation and possible situation. It is a possible case where I am presenting Arjuna as an akratic agent. It is in the context of a possible situation. But that possible situation is very much present in Gita, and that is also one of the very important areas of Gita. A brief description of the battlefield, including the pulse and position of the warriors and weaponry at their disposal, are requisites to account for the preparedness of the warring groups. In this context mainly, the focus is on judging Arjuna's state of readiness. The battlefield of Kurukshetra was decked with assembly of distinguished, skilled missile men, archers and warriors from the sides of both the Pandavas and the Kauravas. On the side of the Pandavas were many great warriors, Maharathi, experts in striking with weapons, capable of fighting solo with 10,000 archers, so were many experts of war, equipped with weapons, also ready to sacrifice their lives for the sake of Duryodhana. Meanwhile, the grandfather Bhishma, to cheer up his team of Kaurava soldiers, yelled out a cry with a thunderous blow to the conch shell. In a counter-response to Bhishma's blow of a conch shell, Rishikesh Sri Krishna sounded his Panchajana conch shell, and the speciality of which was its being made out of bones of 5 Asuras, and it was gifted to him by Vishnu. From the Pandavas' side, Arjuna gave a blow to his god-given conch shell. Devadatta, all Pandava brothers simultaneously and successively blew the conch shells. Each had a unique conch. I am omitting all those details for the time being. The chariot meant for Arjuna was a special one, as it was a gift to Arjuna by Varundeva on the prayer of another god, Agni. It was beautifully decorated with flags of various kinds, some fluttering high with bells attached to it and adorned with flowers. It was a 4-horse-driven chariot with solid wheels, and each of the horses possessed the horsepower equivalent to 100 horses. Now all those white horses were flawless, and if any one of the horses were slain on the battlefield, it was replaceable by 100 horses. The glorious Gandibo bow of great fame, made of all gold, best among all kinds of weapons, was more potent than 100,000 weapons. This divine bow was provided with 2 such arrows as would never be exhausted, Akshaya Tunira. Thus Arjuna, now why I give this detailed description? To establish that Arjuna was well prepared. We can say he was prepared fully for the battle is clear from the above description. This well-preparedness indicates Arjuna's willingness to join the battle of Kurukshetra. Since the breakdown of the discussion and the failure of the agreement for mutual settlement between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, the battle of Kurukshetra remained the only option. Arjuna in many ways received boons and was supported by gods for fighting against injustice. Arjuna as a Kshatriya had appeared on the battlefield to regain his lost territory. Arjuna as a Kshatriya is required to perform his Kshatra dharma, and a Kshatriya is supposed to be a Prajapalok. To protect his subjects, a Kshatriya should fight with other kings, whether of the same position, higher position or lower position. And some of the unique qualities of Kshatriya are courage, energy, firmness, skillfulness, and not running away from the battlefield. Arjuna was convinced about his Kshatriya ideology. He was confident that he had decided upon the right path to secure justice and good for themselves and their subjects. He set to redress all injustice by waging battle against enemies. He had gone to inspect the overall situation surrounding the battlefield and Arjuna was in every way fearlessly ready for the fight. And Arjuna was sure that he did nothing out of rashness or imprudence, abhimrishakaritaya. The decision was not taken whimsically or waywardly, whatever one pleases. The remark of Sanjaya uttering the invocation Mohapatra to address Dhritarashtra in this context is relevant. The interpreters discovered the true intent of Sanjaya in such an address was to convey to Dhritarashtra that his sons had captured indiscreetly, injudiciously the kingdom of the Pandavas and thus had violated principles of right and justice. They are never going to win a victory in the war. Now all sons and grandsons of Dhritarashtra and their allies were jittery, but Pandavas were fearless and confident. Arjuna, being aware that Arjuna and others have assembled in a well-organized way on the battlefield, appraising his precious Gandibo bow, requested Sri Krishna, who was the charioteer, to park his chariot amidst the soldiers of his team and his opposition at the battlefield. He was desirous of investigating who were those mischievous-minded who colluded with Duryodhana as his well-wishers assembled on the battlefield against the Pandavas. Arjuna could not forget all sorts of malicious activities inflicted upon his family by Duryodhana and his team. Thus, by considering so many details, Arjuna must have had an optimistic view regarding his joining the war. Entering into the battlefield, he saw on his opposite side their seniors like grandfather Vishwa, teachers like Dronacharya and Kripacharya, uncles Duryodhana and his brothers, and their sons and many relatives, and on his side brothers like Yudhishthir, Bhim, etc., their sons, grandsons, close friends, father-in-law, and other relatives. Arjuna, the great warrior who earlier entered the battlefield upraising his precious Gandibo bow, became Kripavishto, that is, overwhelmed by compassion. Now here the expression Kripa Abhishto, Kripa, that is a very technical expression here, and I have just roughly translated here. It is a kind of affection born out of attachment, this is mine. So Arjuna became Kripa Abhishto. And in the same Prathama Adhyaya, Arjuna, the great warrior, presented himself as a complete emotional wreck. He perceived around him all the negative signs. He had a burning sensation, goosebumps appeared on his body, trembling. It was the most demanding situation on the Kurukshetra battle that required a total commitment from Arjuna. At that crucial moment, he turned disinclined to perform his swadharma. The knowledge that acts as a cause for motivation was hindered by his fear of the death of his enemies. He lost his incentive for performing his swadharma, that is, his duties. Now, sometimes in this context, we can also talk about professional duties. Arjuna's mental state reflected his weakness of heart, that is, Hridaya Daurballam. Arjuna was Chitta Vibhranto, that is, in other words, he surrendered to the desperation of Chitta. But Arjuna also realized that even if he spares them, they may not leave him. Out of affection, Arjuna went to the extent of conceding to be killed by his relatives if they so desired. If they are happy by killing him, he does not bother. Arjuna was ready to sacrifice his life to protect the interest and security of his enemies. His relatives, Arjuna was so blind with affection that he could consider the option of being killed by his enemies. I am omitting some of the passages. Now, let me put together two significant observations from all that I have read out. Arjuna's taking the path of Sannyas. No, oh, sorry. Now, his confusion of mind, weakness of the heart, his disregard for being a fighter and hero led him to think of backing away from killing. His sense of sorrow and sin led him to thinking of taking recourse to Sannyas. And in Slok 1.47, seated in a vast divine chariot beside the great charioteer Sri Krishna, Arjuna was deeply immersed in sorrow, cast aside his bows and arrows, and declared to refrain from taking part in the undesirable battle that would involve the death and suffering of his relatives. He did not find anything virtuous or preferable in this engagement in war. If that were Arjuna's final decision, Arjuna would not join in fighting. Arjuna would adopt the path of Sannyas. Is Arjuna not doing a weak-willed action, or would have done a weak-willed action? Is Arjuna in that circumstance would not have been considered as a weak-willed moral agent? Let me put together our two significant observations. Arjuna's taking the path of Sannyas is a weak-willed action, failing Arjuna's doing active fighting, despite his considering by his best judgment that he ought to do active combat, and he could do active combat. Thus, baffled by grief, he lost all enthusiasm. Arjuna lost his zeal for a fight. A possible world can thus be imagined where Arjuna, after the incident of bows and arrows slipping out of his hand, just straightforward way gets down from the chariot, and Sri Krishna, dumbfounded, remains seated in the chariot. A considerable commotion arises on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Some warriors from the side of the opponent group of Arjuna throw arrows pointing at Arjuna. Arjuna falls to the ground, since he was not armed with any weapon, and nor he would resist. Or Arjuna walked away from the battleground unnoticed and took the course of Sannyas. Supposing any such events had occurred, then this would no doubt be an akratic action on the part of Arjuna. Arjuna, as a moral agent, does act by taking the path of Sannyas voluntarily. If Arjuna, in that possible situation, Arjuna chooses path of Sannyas, that is voluntarily, and Arjuna on all considerations believed that it would be the best option, though he believed that it would be the best option to join the fight. Can it be said that Arjuna, being disinclined to the performance of his own Sadharma, going for Sannyas, had acted incontinently? Of course, I have tried to depict a case for a possible akratic action contained in the Gita model. The Gita has provided nothing regarding an akratic effort being considered as factual or as a possibility. The Gita is the story of salvaging from the weakness of the will, and it is a lesson to overcome the weakness of the will. The weakness of the will hinders moral progress. No doubt, this remained a possibility that Arjun left the battlefield and had taken the path of Sannyas as better. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanyal, for that insightful paper. Now, without further delay, we will go to the next talk and we'll collect all the questions after the presentation. So we have the third presentation, Professor Amlan Dasgupta, who is a former professor of English in Jadavpur University. He has taught English literature, but he's interested in classical European literature, Christian thought, Renaissance European literature, digital humanities, and North Indian classical music. Over to Professor Dasgupta.
I am very grateful to all of you for having me here. And as a student of literature, I'm particularly happy that the old quarrel between poetry and philosophy is, at least for the moment, held in abeyance.
Professor Dasgupta, before you start, for time constraints, we shall keep in mind. Yeah, thank you.
So, my paper is titled Sites of Disruption, and I start, there's a small epigraph from Aristotle, but I'll leave that out for the time being. Near the beginning of the 7th book of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle cites his master Plato's views on acrasia. We've heard a little bit about this, so I'll not spend much time on this. So what Aristotle writes here, 1145 is the Becker number, that he should behave so when he has knowledge. Some say it is impossible. For Socrates was, I leave some lines there, Socrates was entirely opposed to the view in question, holding that there is no such thing as incontinence. No one, he said, when he judges, acts against what he judges best. People act so only by reason of ignorance. So what follows, as you will know better than me, is in Aristotle's 7th book, is a taxonomy of forms of wrongdoing. Why do people act badly? And are the causes the same or are they different? So what Aristotle is able to establish, Rorty, that is Amelia Rorty, discusses this well, are various, the various causes of akratic ignorance, the importance of hexis or habit in the akratic pursuit of pleasure, and most importantly, I think, to argue that there are many kinds of wrongdoing, and some of them are certainly voluntary. The question of voluntary wrongdoing is, of course, a major theme in the ethics. I am referring to the Nicomachean Ethics here, not to any other of the ethical writings. And its premises appear to be under constant scrutiny, with new complexities emerging at every iteration of the theme. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that Aristotle frequently turns to the great imaginative literature of ancient Greece to exemplify his arguments. Examples from Homer and Hesiod, from Sophocles and Euripides, occupy his attention at important points in the argument. Martha Nussbaum has written extensively on this, and just a small quotation from John Wall, who says that while Plato dreamed of an ordered republic of goodness without fragility, Aristotle senses the fragility of goodness, which is, of course, a phrase that Nussbaum uses, and a need for poetic attention to the vulnerability, particularity, fortune, luck, and changeability of the human moral situation. The Poetics, Aristotle's sole surviving work on the craft and content of imaginative literature, however, forms a relatively minor part of the surviving corpus. And as you know, that it is not really one of the major works of Aristotle's philosophical system. It is short, even fragmentary. Its readings are uncertain and contested. I'm thinking of the Poetics here. Nevertheless, one would consider the Poetics to be the most significant study of literary art in the Western canon. It is our misfortune that Aristotle's other writings have disappeared, but some idea of their content is formed by writings of contemporaries. It is also thought by some that the Poetics in its present state is actually incomplete, and that what we have now forms only the first part or part of the first part of the text as it was conceived. But it is important for me to emphasize that I find in the Poetics too a profound consideration of ethical problems. In fact, it could hardly be otherwise, given that tragedy, which is the subject of the Poetics, principally represents the human condition in extremis. It is well established that there was no word for the will in ancient Greece, and on this you will find extensive discussion both in Deela's book, The Concept of the Will in Ancient Greece, and also in Kenny's discussion, Anthony Kenny's Aristotle's Concept of the Will. But it is true that the language contains a bewildering variety of words relating to mental processes and events. It is often difficult to maintain in translation the subtle distinctions of these words, particularly because many of them have wide and often overlapping semantic fields. But my subject today is the relationship of tragedy and ethics. Some aspects of that, a very brief discussion. Tragedy, with its representations of the calamities of the great, is the shadow world of the ethics. If the latter concerns itself with strategies of preserving happiness against the incursions of chance or bad luck, in the tragedy, we encounter paradigmatic instances of individuals who are faced with catastrophe and suffering. I hope in this talk to be able to draw attention to two issues in the Poetics that appear to be directly relevant to Aristotle's ethical concerns. One set was mentioned by Professor Chandra in the morning, that is to say, love, and the... So, here you go. Chana? Maharaj? There's... Thank you. I hope in this paper, this talk, to be able to draw attention to two issues in the Poetics that appear to be directly relevant to Aristotle's ethical concerns. The first is Aristotle's characterization of the tragic act in the course of the discussion of the best kinds of tragic plots, and the other is his comments on the role played by love or philia in tragedy. I also offer brief comments on two plays, the Antigone and the Medea. My choice of plays for brief examination is out of many but not random. If in one view the protagonists of these two plays appear to inhabit two ends of the scale of wrongdoing, both of them act not out of ignorance, but with knowledge of the implications of their actions. Not all of the surviving Greek tragedies end in disaster. But it would be correct to say that in these plays, attention is unremittingly fixed on the calamities that attend exceptional lives. In most cases, tragic heroes are placed in high position. They possess qualities of mind and art, are charismatic and powerful. All tragedies, Aristotle is very clear, are fables of change. Early in the Poetics, Aristotle sees the human condition in terms of its effects on possibilities of achieving eudaimonia, or happiness, or good life. As this is very well discussed by Nussbaum, and I've written on it myself, so I'm not going to take this up in any length. But just this much. A tragedy is not the imitation, says Aristotle, I'm quoting, but of actions and life, both happiness, eudaimonia, and unhappiness. He more or less makes up a word here, kakodaimonia. And our happiness and unhappiness in action, and the end or telos of human life is some kind of action, praxis, not some quality. This is the only use of the word eudaimonia in the Poetics, but it can be said with certainty that many of the questions that occupy Aristotle in his ethical writings appear here as well. In a significant comment on in the 13th chapter of the Poetics, Aristotle says that the tragic poets return to the stories of a few individuals or families in their plots. For it is only in the lives of these individuals that we encounter such terrible, and this is a word which is going to recur in this paper, the word for terrible, dyna. Dynos is the singular, dyna is the family. Happenings such as Oedipus, who murders his father and marries his mother, or Orestes, who slays his mother. Yet these characters are possessed of high social standing and respected by many. How are we to assess such actions? Do they render their actors culpable and blameworthy in the highest degree? Aristotle does not directly answer this, but he does reveal a concern with determining the most effective tragic plots. The best plot, Aristotle decisively says, is one that excites the proper tragic emotions, pity and fear, in the highest degree. The agents of tragedy are either good or bad, and inasmuch as tragedy is about change, these agents pass from good fortune to bad fortune, or from bad fortune to good fortune. It needs to be noted that the changes of fortune, from good fortune to bad fortune, from bad to good, owing to chance, necessity, or the enmity of the gods, is at this point distinct from the disposition of the tragic agents themselves. The initial discussion is based on two sets of variables of moral dispositions and kinds of fortune, and the criteria for assessment are provided by the specific character of the tragic emotions, again, pity and fear. And the more general test of fellow feeling. That's a very surprising inclusion here, and I've spoken on this at Nirmalo's invitation of philanthropia. The evil man passing from good to bad fortune, which is non-tragic but not against fellow feeling. The virtuous man passing from bad to good fortune, which is not discussed at all. The evil man passing from good to bad fortune, the evil man passing from bad to good fortune, which is the worst, because somebody bad becoming happy is something which is against philanthropia in the greatest sense. And it is also described as being the most untragic. And all through this, we also see that Aristotle uses a whole set of moral descriptors. Mokteria, I'm using the nominal forms, Mokteria, Poneria, and he also refers to a particular person or a particular kind of personage as Pomiaron. Miaron is really very bad. It's a kind of term of abuse almost. Pomiaron. So he says that is the worst kind of person, or the worst kind of
evil person.
Well, Mokteria is evil. Poneros is bad. Again, I say these semantic fields are very, they overlap. Aristotle abandons this line of argument without completing the series, even though he seems to derive a conclusion from this analysis. And I will quote the phrase here. Ho metaxu haratuton loipos. Ho metaxu, the one in the middle, if you hyphenate that, the one in the middle, ho metaxu. Thus, the one in the middle is the one which is left. Is not really anything which comes out of the previous discussion. This is something that he just thinks up at this point. None of the above seem at this point to ensure effective plot making, and so we are left with what is the tragic hero like? He who is neither outstanding in virtue or justice, not through badness and wickedness is changed to bad fortune, but through some error. The initial appearance of this in-between person is hardly reassuring. Sorry. The tragic agent is neither good nor bad, but passes from good fortune to bad fortune because of some error. Aristotle goes on to develop this idea. The initial formulation, as I've just said, seems to lack ethical force altogether. There is no sense of active goodness in this description at all, and is in fact described in terms of a lack of virtue and justice. But Aristotle goes on to illustrate this argument by appealing to the traditional myths of people held in high esteem and in good fortune, like Oedipus and Thyestes, and the recapitulation of the argument 4 lines later affords the opportunity for some kind of ethical revision by more clearly allocating the causes for change. To change not into good fortune from bad fortune, but in the other way, not through wickedness, but through some great error, dia hamartian megalen, of which whom we have spoken, or better rather than worse. It is this part of the argument that seeks to revive the terms of the earlier discussion. The tragic protagonist now appears to have possession of good fortune and can in fact accommodate some kind of moral excellence. Margaret Hubbard, in her exemplary translation of the Poetics, chose to render hamartia as some piece of ignorance, and megale hamartia as some large-scale piece of ignorance, which might suggest that Plato's claim that wrongdoing can only come out of ignorance is still quite influential. The hamartia argument, used only in this part of the Poetics, the verbal form hamartano, that's the verb, is used right through the Poetics everywhere to designate various misconceptions, appears to facilitate the accommodation of some notion of moral virtue, or at least moral innocence, in respect of the acts committed. Now, I won't go into this in detail, but just draw your attention to a discussion in the Ethics, the distinction between 3 kinds of acts, which he says are those involving ignorance are mistakes where the person acted on the act, the instrument, or the end that will be attained is other than the agent supposed. When the injury, and this is relevant, when the injury takes place contrary to reasonable expectation, it is a misadventure. When it is not contrary to reasonable expectation, but does not imply vice, it is a mistake. When he acts with knowledge, but not after deliberation, it is an act of injustice.
I'm sorry, but could we wrap up?
Yes. So what I can do is that I'll take my first example and stop with that. So what I write on after this is on the first of my literary examples, the Antigone. And the Antigone is a play which is a favorite of philosophers from Hegel to Heidegger and beyond. And discussion of this play is very far-reaching. Now, the question that I would like to pose is that how does hamartia fit into this play? The plot line is simple and can be quickly summarized. Antigone seeks to provide funeral honors to the body of her dead brother Polynices, who has died in fratricidal conflict with his own brother Eteocles. In doing so, she has to contravene an edict issued by the current ruler of Thebes, Creon, who has ordered the body of Polynices to be thrown in dishonor, to be consumed by wild animals, a ghastly sight of shame. Antigone claims that her actions are justified by fraternal love, familial law, and honor to the chthonic gods. She is arrested and sentenced to death. She is finally immured in a cave to die of hunger and thirst, where she commits suicide. Creon's son Haemon, betrothed to Antigone, protests against Creon's decision, is overruled, and finally commits suicide. Creon's wife too kills herself, not being able to bear this sorrow. What misery arises out of my reasonings, says Creon at the death of his son. He upbraids his actions as blunders of an unthinking mind. Phrenon, dusphrenon, hamartemata, same verb, hamartema. It gives this nominal form. In spite of Antigone's cruel and wasteful death, it must be said that the wrath of the gods is experienced to the highest degree by Creon. The sage Tiresias tells him that his wrongdoing is double. He has denied Polynices the proper burial rites, and secondly, he has thrust a living soul into the grave. This is violence done to the gods above. Yet Creon's actions do have some kind of justification, dishonoring an enemy of the state, and even punishing one who breaks the established law may be expedient for a state, particularly one racked so long by misfortune. So instead of reading the paper, I'll take 5 minutes to summarize what I write after this. I tried to draw attention that in this play, where you have a heroine or a central character, Antigone, who insists on her innocence, the tragic event, a word which recurs in this play is the word tolma. Tolma is rashness. But tolma is that which is continually there in Greek tragedy, that it is the line which is crossed, but you know that you have crossed the line only after you have crossed it. There is no previous warning, and there is nothing in experience that will tell you that this cannot be crossed. Both Creon and Antigone appeal to their interpretation of what is right. Creon also is upholding a law that he thinks is fair and just. So it is only after the line is crossed on both sides, by Antigone and by Creon, that, and this is the point about tolma, and it recurs at 4 points in the play, at very, very significantly. Okay. So the second point which I draw upon is that Antigone claims to act in love. It is not my nature to join in hating, but in loving. And she claims the dead call for the same love that is due to the living. So what happens in the Poetics after the 13th chapter, which I discussed briefly, is that Aristotle goes on to make a very, almost a U-turn, where he says that, look, the problem with tragedy is that tragedy occurs only when there is a condition of love or friendship. There is no really any tragic action possible where the actors are either inimical towards each other or indifferent towards each other. It is only where there is philia. It is entis filiais. And it is only there that there is, so just read this, a single line. When son kills father, or brother kills brother, or mother son kills or intends to kill, or something similar. And this term philia covers a whole range of relationships, from familial, from love, friendship, affection, hospitality, whatever, relationship between clients and patrons, suppliancy. The relevance of this observation is pointed out by Belfiore, who points out that out of the 32 surviving plays, 26 involve philia in one way or the other. So this is not something which Aristotle is just thinking up. Now, the point here is that Aristotle, having talked about philia, is saying that what happens where people act within this familial setting, they act terribly in full knowledge that they are acting badly. Now, in this chapter, he seems to be saying something entirely different from the 13th chapter. He seems to be saying that the best thing would be if they think of doing it, but then they don't do it. Some kind of tragicomedy, which appears to be his final suggestion as far as we can gauge from the text. Again, the text at this point particularly is very corrupt. And he particularly mentions the example of Medea, killing her children with full knowledge. And he realizes that this is a plot which is very powerful. And I'll just draw, just say for 2 minutes on what this play is about. Medea, princess of Corinth, adept in the arts of magic, leaves her home out of passionate love, eroti thumon, for Jason the Argonaut. But now she seeks terrible revenge on her husband when the play starts, who has abandoned her for another woman. Now there is hatred everywhere, love is diseased. Medea faces banishment, but plots the murder of Glauce, that's the other woman, and her father, by means of a poisoned robe, and then finally decides to slay her own children, to spite Jason. As such, she appears to stand at the farthest remove from Antigone, but she is also embroiled in the same bonds of philia, but now breeding the most intense hatred. She also knows that she is passing beyond the limit, beyond Tolma, or exhibiting Tolma. And I know well what pain I am about to undergo, but my wrath, and this is the point here, thumos, a term which is used by Aristotle in the 7th book, thumos, passion, overbears my calculation, wrath that brings mortal men their gravest hurt. Thumos is a form of desire, but which overrules rational consideration. So, what I'm drawing attention to is that in tragedy, both these characters, they act in full knowledge. The point is that they still are plays that we read, and I can say in conclusion this one thing, that Aristotle is asserting that in the most abject of tragic lives, we also experience love, affection, and desire. That is why tragedy reaffirms the strength of all that is human and claims for its unfortunate agents the charity of fellow feeling, philanthropia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dasgupta, for that wonderful talk. So we have barely maybe 5 more minutes to have quick 2 questions. Are there questions for any of this? Yes. I see a hand there.
So I have a question for Dr. Neog, right? I'm still wondering about these 2 examples you used in case of library committee and parliament, right? And I could not understand the connection, therefore I'm asking this question. In the library committee, you said that 5 people initially took a decision, then eventually 3 people come with some other, alternatives, and then somehow force the committee to take another decision after 2 months or 3 months. Might be purchasing philosophy books or something like that. 1. And you are showing the point that, look, a group can change its decision if 3 or majority people decide to do something. And in the parliament you said that the parliament has taken a decision and each member is rejecting that this is not my decision. But then parliament has taken the decision. So my ignorance is that, so when the parliament is taking the decision and everyone is saying the truth that I am not taking part of that decision, who actually initiated that decision? In case of that, actually these 3 people initiated that discussion.
Thanks.
So that was the confusion. Thank you.
These are 2 different examples. The parliament example I cited in order to talk about the gap between what the individuals individually believe and what the collective believes as a collective. So here I think the distinction between I intention and we intention would be very interesting, because when you are talking to the parliamentarian and he's giving his view about same-sex marriage, he's talking about his I intentional statements, giving the I intention. He believes or he thinks that this is not correct. But when he votes for the parliament, he doesn't just vote as an individual, he votes as a representative. So there is a we perspective in the process of voting for the proceeding, right? So the idea here is that there is a gap, right? So when you are in a committee, you take a lot of things into consideration, right? You don't just vote as an egoist individual for a particular decision, right? So that was the point. The second one about the library committee thing. No, I didn't say that only 3 people took the decision, or majority took the decision. The committee decided that they should go and purchase those 10 volume set. It's a committee's decision, right? The first decision was also a committee's decision. The fact that there is a inconsistency, and it was an inconsistency which is quite familiar to them. I mean, they are acknowledging the fact there is an inconsistency, and yet the procedure, the pattern of doing things is such that they end up voting for a thing that goes against what they had earlier voted, right? So that's the idea. That's roughly the idea. And there is, because there is also a rationalization process, collectivizing the reason for the collective, and that's what I bring in the idea of internally validative perspective, the perspective of the group, which is quite different from the perspective, collection of perspective of the individual members. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, okay. So that was first. Any other question from the audience? I think
So there's one more thing that I forgot to say. When you talk about this, knowledge and belief, I think there's also something called inverse acrasia. So in the literature, people are using as knowledge, knowingly doing something wrongly, and then also believing that that is not wrong and doing something else. So in the case of belief, most of the people think that it's about the actually belief. Socrates, in the case of Protagoras, it was actually knowledge. So in the case of belief, there could be wrong belief, right? False belief. So you can believe that it is right, and you ended up doing something wrong. So that's the acrasia. The inverse acrasia would be something totally different. So you believe that it is wrong, but you do the right, and that's possible only in the case of the interpretation where belief is taken as a class.
I see many hands here.
Hello.
So to keep it.
I would like to ask a question to Dr. Neog.
Could you please identify yourself?
I am Pradeep Kumar Banerjee. Sir, I would like to ask you a question. I don't want your personal view on this. I want philosophical interpretation or message what we can get. In Sri Lanka, there is a massive movement, chaotic movement, and the Prime Minister had to resign, and the entire country is in very difficult situation. Some view this as like the chief editor of Hindu, Mr. Ram, he says it's inspirational because the people are fighting all together, all religions commonly, they are fighting against the autocracy.
Sir, what is the question?
The question is, in moral and ethics, whether it is morally correct to remove the anarchic, autocratic government or corrupt government with this chaotic movement, or it is not morally correct.
That's a very, very practical question. If you
it has to be discussed.
Well, I consider that
politics.
as a observation. So yeah, I pass it. Thank you.
I think I saw Professor Mahanti, Aditya Mahanti's hand, and also Manoj, Dr. Manoj Panda's hand. So in that order, kindly. Yeah, take the questions. So can we have the microphone? Where is the microphone? Very quickly, sir. Kindly make the questions and then. We take both the questions together. So,
yes,
sir.
You will accept that given a particular situation, different moral agents would act differently. And if a person acts differently on account of the weakness of the will, don't you feel that the way we will is caused by certain circumstantial conditions? I'll just take 1 minute. That famous dilemma of Duryodhan, Janami dharmang nachame pravriti. I know what is good, but I do not have the disposition to pursue the good. Janami adharmang nachame nivruti. I know what is unrighteous, but I can't prevent myself. Both are the instances of weakness of will.
Yeah.
So the point is, both are instances of akrasia, isn't it? I know what is good, I am not inclined to do it. I know what is wrong, but I can't prevent myself or abstain myself from doing it. Don't you feel that given a situation, the will is pre-programmed because of certain preconceived notions or sanskar, whatever you call it. A person does what he is to do. How do you account for it?
Yeah.
Can you overcome the akratic situation?
Just a second, sir. Thank you. We got the question. Manoj, please. The microphone. We'll take both the questions and anybody in the panel can answer. Is that okay, sir?
Yeah.
Any of the panelists can answer, yes.
Yeah. I have a very quick question regarding the distinction between I intention and we intention. There must be, about the distinction, there must be I intentional properties and we intentional properties. But here, as we know, the neuroscientists are trying to identify I intentional properties in the context of the brain of a particular individual. So I intentional properties can be identified or can be found in the functioning of our brain. But what about we intentional properties? Where are these properties situated? Thank you.
Can I go ahead? Or somebody?
Any of you would like to answer? No?
Just a quick comment on the first question. I think we have to be very clear that there's a distinction between moral dilemma and moral akrasia. In the case of moral dilemma, the idea here is that here in the case of weakness of the will, you are actually free. You can do the alternative, the opposite, intentionally. Right? In the case of dilemma, you are in a way constrained to do. If you do the other, then you will be not doing the former. If you do X, you will not do Y, and you will be guilty of not doing Y. So that's the dilemma. Whatever you do, you will end up doing the wrong thing. But that's not the case in the case of akrasia. So that's a conceptual distinction that I thought can be made. In the case of this I and we attitudinal states, but this we perspective or we attitude is very common, isn't it? Sometimes we do things thinking a lot of other things around us. You don't just perform as an individual. You perform as to really contextualize things in the social, common sense language. That you also perform sometimes as a brother or a sister, somebody's daughter or somebody's son, because there has to be in a way an attitude. You have that attitude which represents not just your point of view, but you think about other things. So you choose to do something which not necessarily yours own.
I think the question was about the neuroscientific area regions.
So, it is, the interesting thing is that the people like Searle, they would say that the I attitude, I intentions are also located in the individual mind. That's the irony. It's ultimately the individualism that wins the game, wins the battle. Because if you think that individual mind is the only thing, that's consciousness has to be individual consciousness. So we attitude have to be located in the individual mind only. But then the attitude would be broader, different, not strictly speaking.
Just one point.
Yeah.
One point is that Aristotle, not to say that one needs to follow him, but Aristotle distinguishes between akrasia and akolasia. Akolasia is indulgence, self-indulgent. So that is, self-indulgence. So it would appear to me that the example of Duryodhana that you cited is more self-indulgence than weak-willed. He is very strong-willed, very, very strong-willed, but he is self-indulgent.
Thank you for that clarification. On that note, we will conclude this session. Thank you very much. We had 3 very interesting papers. Thanks to each of the speakers for bringing out insights that at least I was not informed about. So thank you very much. And thank you, audience, for your patient listening.
Thank you.
That was a very good session indeed. We express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers and the chairperson of this session. Now we break for tea for 15 minutes. Kindly reassemble here after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Everybody, welcome back to our 4th academic session today. We have 3 speakers in this session. Professor Patitapaban Das from the Department of Philosophy, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack. Dr. Manoj Panda, Department of Philosophy, President's University, Kolkata. And Professor Jan Narveson, Professor of Philosophy Emeritus at the University of Waterloo, Canada. And this session will be chaired by Professor Indrani Sanyal. So may I request all the 2 speakers and Professor Sanyal to come to the podium, please. We are making a minor change in the order of the presentation. Since Professor Jan Narveson will be joining us online, so we can't change his time. It is early morning there now, so and he's quite a senior person, so we have to stick to his time. So in that case, I have requested Professor Sanyal, who will be chairing this session, to take up Professor Jan Narveson's lecture as the second presentation, and then Dr. Manoj Panda will make his presentation. So, Professor Sanyal, please.
going to begin our fourth academic session, the nature of moral judgments and the status of moral principles. This is the theme in this session. And in this session we have three speakers. First speaker here is Professor Patitapaban Das, Professor of Philosophy, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack. And his topic for today's discussion is the burden of goodness. And Dr. Patitapaban Das, he is professor at the Department of Philosophy, Ravenshaw University, and his research interest includes ethics, applied ethics, political philosophy, continental philosophy, Buddhist philosophy. And you are still in this? You are here?
Yeah.
And administrative responsibility, head, Department of Philosophy, coordinator, Design and Innovation Center, IIT Bhubaneswar, and coordinator, Center for Sri Aurobindo Studies and Futurology. And he has many publications to his credit. Here I find 6 books, and of which the first one is Right to Life in Medical Ethics, a plea for moral contextualism. And there are many other books. He has published many papers. He attended many seminars and conferences. And so I now request Dr. Patitapaban Das to present his paper.
Thank you, Madam, for this very generous introduction about me. Thank you, the organizer, particularly Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti, who has given me a chance to speak here. It's like my dream comes true, because from our kids, just like when we were kids, we are thinking of speaking about something here in Vivekananda's institution, and today perhaps I got the opportunity. Thank you very much for that. Without wasting time, I think I should start my paper. The paper's name will come, just like she discussed, is that the burden of goodness. And without anything, let me directly go to the paper. And the prelude is like this. And the paper starts with a question. The question for every one of us is that, what do you do if you were here?
शहरी, क्या ऐसे लोग रहते हैं दिल्ली में? पहले पूरी तस्वीर देखिए। एक शख्स सड़क के बिल्कुल किनारे आराम से चला जा रहा है, और तभी पीछे से तेज रफ्तार टेम्पो वाला जोरदार टक्कर मारता है। टक्कर इतनी तेज होती है कि सड़क पर चलने वाला शख्स दूर जा गिरता है और मौके पर ही उसकी मौत हो जाती है। लेकिन इसके बाद की तस्वीर देखिए, आपको शर्म आएगी। अपने आप को इंसान कहने पर शर्म आएगी। जिस टेम्पो वाले ने इस शख्स को टक्कर मारी, वो टेम्पो बीच सड़क पर रोक देता है, टेम्पो से नीचे उतरता है और ये देखिए पास आकर देखता है। अब तक लगता है कि ये सड़क पर टक्कर से गिरे शख्स की मदद करेगा, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होता है। ये सड़क पर गिरे शख्स को देखता है और फिर पीछे मुड़कर चलने लगता है। यकीन नहीं होता, ये शख्स ये जानने की भी कोशिश नहीं करता कि सड़क पर टक्कर से गिरा ये शख्स जिंदा भी है या फिर मर गया। टेम्पो स्टार्ट कर देता है। इसके बाद की तस्वीर तो और दिल दहला देने वाली है। ये देखिए, एक रिक्शा सड़क पर दिखता है और थोड़ी दूर रिक्शा जाकर रुक जाता है। रिक्शे से एक शख्स उतरता है और धीरे धीरे सड़क पर गिरे इस शख्स की तरफ आता है। ऐसा लगता है ये जानने की कोशिश करेगा कि हुआ क्या है, लेकिन ये देखिए, ये तो सड़क पर गिरे इस शख्स की तरफ देखता भी नहीं। इसकी नजर तो कहीं और है। टक्कर के बाद गिरे शख्स का मोबाइल यहाँ गिर गया है और रिक्शे से उतरा ये शख्स सीधे मोबाइल के पास आता है, मोबाइल को उठाता है और आराम से चल देता है। क्या ये दिल्ली है? क्या ये दिल्ली की तस्वीर है जिस पर दिल्ली वाले गर्व करते हैं? क्या ये दिल्ली की इंसानियत है? यकीन मानिए, सड़क पर टक्कर से गिरे इस शख्स की मौत नहीं हुई है। मौत पूरी दिल्ली की इंसानियत की हुई है। टक्कर के बाद ये शख्स सड़क पर नहीं गिरा, बल्कि पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली ही गिर गई। इसके आगे की तस्वीर और भी खौफनाक है। दिल्ली के सुभाष नगर इलाके में बुधवार सुबह करीब 5:30 बजे की ये तस्वीर है। ये देखिए, एक शख्स आराम से सड़क पर चला आ रहा है, बगल में एक शख्स गिरा है और ये शख्स उसकी तरफ देखने की जहमत तक नहीं उठाता। क्या दिल्ली इतनी गिर गई है? क्या दिल्ली में इंसानियत जिंदा नहीं बची? नहीं बची। अगर
So this is it. This is an incident from Delhi, and coincidentally, the man who got classed there is from West Bengal. And the intention I just saw this video, even though it took 2 minutes from my presentation, is that why do most people fail to help? This is the question actually that guides the whole presentation of mine. So there are 3 groups of people you can see from here. One did it. Second one is who snatched the mobile. The third one is important. We are addressing actually the third person who actually saw the person but didn't help, simply went. I'm going to engage with those kind of people who can do something. They're not bad people, but they can do something, but they don't do. So why they are doing like this? So this is what is the actual intention of my paper. And this sketch, what I'm going to do in my paper is that I'm going to do little kind of pinch of psychoanalysis, and I'm going to do very minimum kind of meta-ethics. I'm not going to discuss lots of conceptual clarifications and all, but I'm going to do lots of numerous normative ethics, what to do and what not to do. And of course, a kind of unconventional references I am going to take here. Most probably the Facebook. Most of the philosophers will be resent, but then this is the reality. So I'll take some of the references from Facebook, and of course my presentation will have lots of provocation, and I'll end with a humble promise. So let's go. And the plot goes like this, and it goes like burden of goodness. But before I talk about anything about goodness, let's start with, there was a discussion how this goodness comes. Some people say that this is natural, innate. Some people say that that is acquired. But let me find out some psychological analysis through which we are trained with goodness. So the slide says, initiation to goodness. How exactly I knew about anything good. And of course, the first pinch of goodness comes to me from my mother. So I said mother first. And she always says, be a good kid. Sometimes I wondered, what does she mean by being a good kid? And this is her conception of goodness. She says, don't cry for toys, then you'll be a good kid. So if you go to Mela and if you want to buy a toy and you cry, then they will say, no, you don't cry. Then you'll be a good boy. Or like, don't claim for unnecessary things, which see things unnecessary, okay, and or eat properly, or study well. These kind of things help her in kitchen. So these kind of things, if I do, then I am a good kid. Otherwise, I am not a good kid. And all the end, she says, "Achhe bacche jeet nahi karte." So this is what she talks about goodness. For her, perhaps goodness is like this. And then my goodness comes from this. Teachers. Teachers start as goodness. And of course, similar kind of thing, they say, if you study well, then you are a good student. Study well, have discipline in school, or don't cheat in exam, then you are a good kid, otherwise no. And don't hurt fellow students like this. So for them, goodness is this, might be. And they say like, bade hoke kya karoge? So this is what they believe like that. And then comes the society. And the society actually seduced harder, says don't lie, help others, pay your tax, obey the rules. These are the signs of goodness for the society. If you conform, then you are good. If you don't conform, then you are not good. And we can understand now the Lawrence Kohlberg's, the whole premise of moral development. You can find all the 5 parameters which he talks about is there, these 3 slides. If you conform, then you are good. If you don't conform, then you are not. Okay. So this is, but of course from the childhood we always try to become good. Otherwise I will be bad person, but I had to pay the price also. Sometimes therefore we became prostitute. We don't want to be good. Price of being good. Sometimes what is the price we have to, we did like that. So that is that in order to become good, sometimes we sacrificed my chocolate, favorite dish or something like that, or losing my like dress to my brother. Mother says that you give it to your brother, then you will become a good boy. Okay? So that means this goodness comes to me with price. Okay, so what did I got from it? I got this, last one, lots of love from my mother. This is perhaps the price. And sometimes I calculate which is better, love from my mother or all these things. Sometimes calculate, but we don't take seriously. But then price of being good in school is really strange, is that sometimes I secured less marks because I didn't cheat. Other people got more marks. Didn't have fun in student life because always teachers say that if you do fun, then you are a bad kid, no? And I didn't do that, therefore I lost many things. And called upon by police often sometimes. Sometimes, police comes also, takes disturbance because you are good and then you may make whistle blowing and all this. And then had to struggle hard for success in life because if you follow moral principles, try to become good, take the good paths, then sometimes your success is little late. And perhaps therefore, most of the people in the society say that don't become good. This is what. Unless philosophers in the ethics class. In society they say, no, you don't do that. Yeah. And this is what achhe hona sehat ke liye hanikarak. So this is what the common perception about common people. It's not about the philosophy professors. It's common people, they understand that being good is really bad, useless. Don't do that. Okay? So achhe hona sehat ke liye hanikarak. This is the price of being good. Okay, let's move little more. Yeah, let's remember that incident. Would you have taken him to hospital? This is the question. Now let's take a test. Would you have taken him to hospital? I understand that many of the people here, they will say yes. But then comes the alternatives. What about your favorite movie on the way? And in fact, whenever we try to do some good thing, we have some other alternatives also that resent us or prevent us to do that. Okay? So what about your favorite movie on the way? Or what about your college bus if not in time? If you take him to hospital, then you are going to miss the bus. There are many others, n numbers of reasons. What about your exam on the way? And the reasons can be simple to very complex, right? So there are lots of reasons which prevent us not to do anything for others. So that is what I'm talking about when I'm trying to become good. And the last one is very important, and perhaps most of the people, they do not do good things for others because of this. What if police catch you as a witness? Nowadays, my students always say, no sir, this law has been eradicated, so don't problem. But then, most of the time when we face this challenge, we say, what if police will come to us and take to police station, get a witness, and that is what we don't do many good things, which we could do very easily, but we don't do that because of this. What if police catch you as a witness? Or even, what if people doubt you as the murderer or the person who have done it? And my students are smarter. They say, when I present this to them in the classroom, they say, no sir, not a problem. We will call the ambulance and we will do our job. This is their answer, but they could not understand that even calling the ambulance also, you are going to be detected as the person who have done it. So what if people doubt that you have done it? Okay. And what if the man asks money for medicine? Oh my God, that is again a very awkward situation. No, you took to him the hospital and he is asking money for medicine. More. What do? That means you must have a moral capacity to become good. And if crosses that moral capacity, can you become good? This is the idea of framing this line. What if the man asks money for medicine? And the last one, this is very interesting. Sometimes we ask also to ourselves, what me? Why me? There are many others. Why should not they take? Or at least police will take, or state will take. Why should I? Okay, why me? I think this is the last and convincing answer, not being good. Yeah. And if I ask this question to my mother actually takes a U-turn. She says, no, you don't do that. Right? U-turn. And look, I could not understand my mother now. And because I could not ask him a logical question, how can you do this? Oh my God, I was not a logician, my mother was not a philosopher. So I could not do that. But mother said, no, you don't do this. Initially, she initiated goodness to me, and now she is saying, no, you don't do that. You simply think about yourself. Right? Might be because of all the possibilities, alternatives I presented. Okay? So mother took U-turn. Right. And then I am baffled. Is there any reason to be good? Why at all I should be good? And of course, a clarification is to be good means to think about others, to do something for others. So this is a little conceptual clarification I'll do. Only clarification is that to be good means to think about others, to do something for others. Okay, is there any reason to be good? Let's go by little history. Why be good? This is the question. The question is, the standard answer is, I'm not going to give you all the theories, but the standard answer is, one of the answer is, if you become good or not, then God will be angry. So if you are not good, then you will go to hell, right? So God will be very angry, and you'll be suffered in the hell. So always be good. So this is first. Second, community prescribes. Now, if you don't do good things, then community will watch you as a bad person, brand you as a bad person, and when you are in need, community will not help. And therefore, out of fear, we start doing good things also sometimes. So this is confirmation. Yeah. Community prescribes. And the third one is you will be happy. This is the oldest version, Socrates. I think Euthyphro, you can understand, Socrates gives a huge, long answer that if you become good, then you will be happy. I'm not going to tell you in detail. That is, will be happy. So 3 things at least for being good. Let's move on. But many years back, I'm not going to give you the date, there was a philosopher, German philosopher said, God is dead. So first reason, God is there to know who is watching you. If you don't do good things, then God is going to punish you, gone. Because now very powerful philosopher says God is dead. So God doesn't exist to watch you. Don't be good, no problem. So, and what Nietzsche says, we have killed him, you and I. We are all his murderers. Whither are we moving now? And we know that what God means to say that this God worldview, depending on the God, has been killed by the science, and that I am not going to do. But the idea is, the idea of God has been dead, and so your goodness, depending on the God, has no meaning now. So you can do whatever do, at least other reasons are there, but God is not the reason. We have killed him. Of course, Nietzsche and I, and every one of us, and left are jailed in Corona. So in Corona, all the gods are jailed, no problem. So God is not watching us. We can do whatever we can like. God is nowhere. So if not God, what happens? What left? Community. So three things, community. So community is going to prescribe. Okay. What about community? But community many times is abused. Abused by many people, you know that? Yeah. These are the people who abused community. In the name of community, they have done many of the things. Now you can understand also how community abuse in case of Durga Puja. So they take money and all. So community sometimes tortures. So therefore, we should not take more seriously community. So many people nowadays, they are not talking seriously about community. So death of community. In 1992, this wonderful book comes, The End of History and the Last Man. This is by Francis Fukuyama. What he says? He says, history has an end, according to Hegel and Fukuyama. In The End of History and the Last Man, Fukuyama argues that this end is precisely the universal acceptance of the liberal, democratic, free enterprise form of society. So we are left with this: liberal society, democratic society, free individual. So this is very important. Free individual means you are the individual, you are completely free. You do whatever good for you. So good is now defined on the basis of self-interest, interest of individual. And therefore perhaps nowadays most of the people they are not doing good things because they believe that taking care of myself is good, nothing else. So this is what these are the whole individualist philosophers. And then if community is not there, God is not there, and only individuals are there, then Hobbes says you can understand the condition of man is a condition of war of everyone against everyone, because this is the world of individualism. Yeah. Bentham, it is vain to talk of the interest of the community without understanding what is the interest of the individual. So individual is more important. So I am more important than the community. So why should I think about others? I should think about myself. And if I think about myself, then this is not bad. This is good. This is what I'll not talk about this. Yeah. Then what comes? Of course, this students could know that this picture comes from Facebook, right? So by the way, then where God dies, community dissolves, and then the self-made man arrives. I am the man. I am self-made. I don't need anyone. I don't require anyone. So I do not have responsibility towards anyone. So this is arrival of self-made man. And therefore most of the people, and this post is again from Facebook, uploaded by one of the very interesting philosophers of the country. Selfish is good. Okay? It's important. Very interesting, I could find out. Yeah. And now this is argued by very interesting person, Y.V. Harari. That is the book called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind. Let me read out this. Over time, states and markets use their growing power to weaken the traditional bonds of family and community. The state sent its policemen to stop family vendettas and replace them with court decisions. The market sent its hawkers to wipe out long-standing local traditions and replace them with ever-changing commercial fashions. Yet, this was not enough. In order really to break the power of family and community, they needed the help of a fifth column. What is that fifth column? The state and the market approached people with an offer that could not be refused. Become an individual. This is an actually. Become an individual. So you become individual. That is important. They said, marry whomever you desire without asking permission of your parents. Take up whatever job suits you, even if community elders frown. Live wherever you wish, even you cannot make it every week to the family dinner. You are no longer dependent on your family or a community. We, the state and the market, will take care of you instead. We'll provide food, shelter, education, health, welfare, and employment. We'll provide pensions, insurance, and protection. What is the necessity of being good? So this is what Harari in Sapiens. Okay. And of course, that remains sabse bada rupeya. So if you have money and yourself, of course, then everything is good. Nothing, no problem. And therefore, perhaps the interesting film comes. In Wall Street, Michael Douglas says to Gordon Gekko, right? He says, greed is good. And today, perhaps most of the managers, most of the CEOs, they say, you must be greedy. And greedy, to become greedy is good. You must have a fire to earn more, to consume more. And this is the tradition now we are entering too. And he says greed is good, no problem. And perhaps therefore we are so self-centric that we are thinking nothing wrong in it. That's what I'm trying to say. What about happiness? The third one, happiness, if you become good, then you become happy, right? What about happiness? This is happiness. Now today perhaps people are saying that you are happy when you have selfies. And therefore, this happiness or this self-indulgence now gives rise to self-aggrandizement. What we do is that we have lost the community, we have lost the code. So if you earn money and you are only one, to whom you say that you are happy or not? This is what selfie culture, self-aggrandizement. And this self-aggrandizement actually gives rise to a very important thing that is called self-alienation. Means that is interesting to find out. And interesting thing comes from Marx himself. What he says? He says, money is one God of Israel, beside which no other God may stand. Money dethrones all the gods of man and turns them into a commodity. That is what we are now happening. Because we are becoming more self-interested person, therefore we are being alienated. Because money is actually making us alienated. Why? Because money is making us a commodity. That's what. Because our happiness depends on, again, how much money I am earning. So all the gods of man and turns them into a commodity. Money is the universal, independently constituted value of all things. It has therefore deprived the whole world, both the world of man and nature, of its own value. Money is the alienated essence of man's work and his being. This alien being rules him and he worships it. This is what we are getting from Marx. Now comes myth of Sisyphus. Many of us might be knowing what is myth of Sisyphus. Let me tell you what is that. So Sisyphus, this is a Greek myth of course. Sisyphus betrayed the secrets of the god to the mortal man. For this, the gods condemned him to push a huge stone to the top of the hill. As he neared the peak of the effort, became too much for him, and the stone rolled all the way down to the bottom. Sisyphus had to begin his task again, but the same thing would happen, and Sisyphus must labor with his stone for eternity. Did you understand the myth? The myth is like this. He is pushing this, and he is coming back, and he is doing again and again. So this is what, this is to show, and on this myth, very important existentialist philosopher Albert Camus wrote an essay. And in that essay he writes that the most important philosophical problem is the problem of suicide. Okay? Because that shows that human life is meaningless. If you have killed the god, if you have dissolved the community, then you are left with only yourself, and then your life becomes meaningless. Up to that, when your craving for money is there, you are doing things, but when it is achieved, then you feel something very empty and void. That we will discuss. And on this, the answer is given by, again, a very important American philosopher, Richard Taylor. Very interesting book called Good and Evil. Last part of his, he gives two possibilities of this myth of Sisyphus. How can Sisyphus comes out of this position? He says, but these two are my rendition. He says, first possibility that Sisyphus, instead of pulling down all the way that same stone, what he should do, that he should collect many of the stones and create a temple. And creating a temple is good, and thereby he can say that my life is meaningful. So this is what temple, the first one. And the second one is, it could be that Sisyphus could love the activity itself. Pushing and pushing. So this is what. The first one is, Hurrah, I have done it. Means I have reached it, done. Very good. Finished. My life is fulfilled. Or it could be like, I am doing it. That's all. And the process itself is meaningful. Okay? So these are two alternatives Richard Taylor gives us to make us meaningful, make our life meaningful, right? So two alternatives. And out of these two alternatives, of course, we find what? That is self-deception. The second one perhaps the existentialist philosopher took that if you do that, the process is always there, and the process is only there, and therefore you are deceiving yourself. Okay? This is how the self-deception comes. And this is how another comes, nothing of being. So your being is nothing but simply earning money and taking care of yourselves. And when you are filled with that, you have nothing to do. And this is the man who says this, Kierkegaard. And he says, very interestingly, says, I stick my finger into existence, it smells nothing. But this comes in another way. This is very interesting. Betty Friedman, and the book is The Feminine Mystic. It's a very interesting book where a woman says, of course, American affluent woman says, I have a problem. In fact, many of the women face the same problem in America. I'm very sure that many of the women in India also nowadays, they are facing the same problem. And the problem is the problem with no name. What is that? One of the women says this problem. The problem is, I ask myself why I am so dissatisfied. I have got my health, fine children, a lovely new home, enough money. It is, if ever since you were a little girl, there has always been somebody or something that will take care of your life. Your parents, or college, or falling in love. These are going to give you meaning, because you are the point of taking meaning, right? Having a child or moving to a new house, then you wake up one morning and there is nothing to look forward to. When all these things are achieved, what will you do? This is what is happening to most of the people who are affluent. Of course, who are not affluent, money is still a motivation. But who are affluent now, they lost meaning of life. And that is how this becomes. And this also comes from Facebook, of course. Right? Burden of myself. This is Facebook. Burden of myself. No? Defining goodness on the basis of your self-interest, and your self-interest becomes too big that it becomes burdensome. Okay? And your alternative then, therefore, the promise comes. The project is going beyond myself. So I have to go beyond myself. In order to give meaning to my life, I have to. Means I have no other position. Otherwise, the life will be very burdensome. So going beyond myself is the project. And this is the book comes. Peter Singer says, going beyond myself is not self-sacrifice, but self-fulfillment. This is from How Are We to Live? Ethics in the Age of Self-Interest. Perhaps this is the only book which actually motivated to write this paper. Yeah, these are the references. These are the books, How Are We to Live? This is the single book where you can find out all the, how money can, shatter all your meanings in life. That is there, beautifully it is given. Yeah, the Good and Evil is Richard Taylor, and the Feminine Mystic, and of course the pictures from Facebook. Thank you very much. This is my card. I'm 5 minutes late, madam. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Dr. Patitapaban Das. He presented a very nice and lucid paper and very interesting too. But at the same time he presented all the problems also, one by one, and also answer to it.
Hello, Jan. Hello, Jan. Hello. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Hello.
With the second presentation. Now the second presentation is by Dr. Manoj Panda. He is from Department of Philosophy, Presidency University, Calcutta.
and he will be speaking on naturalism and normativity in moral judgments and moral perception. And Dr. Panda joined Presidency University on 2015, and prior to that he taught at University of Delhi under a college, and he also worked as a teaching assistant at JNU Center for Philosophy. And he has his areas of specialization. Areas of specialization include philosophy of mind, philosophy of perception, consciousness, Western epistemology, modern and contemporary Western philosophy, and phenomenology. And he has many publications to his credit. And two important publications, very recent publications. One, I Think, No, Do, Revisiting Arguments for a Transcendental Notion of Self in Jadavpur Journal of Philosophy. Another paper, forthcoming, yes, it is forthcoming in JJP. And the second one, Experience, Thought and External World, Davidson and McDowell. It is in Indian Philosophical Quarterly. Yeah. It appeared in 2021. And he has, to his credit, many other papers. I request Manoj to begin his paper.
Good afternoon, everybody. I express my sincere gratitude to Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture and to Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. I also express my thankfulness to the chairperson of this session, Professor Indrani Sanyal. The title of my lecture is Naturalism and Normativity in Moral Judgements and Moral Perception. In the morning, as we all are aware, Professor Mohapatra was talking about that human beings are naturally moral. I have been thinking about this point since morning, but my paper is an attempt to show how our moral judgments and moral perceptions can be natural without being natural in the sense of the way modern science is talking about the idea of natural. In contemporary philosophy,
unmute yourself.
Can I continue? Okay. No, I thought he has. Okay. I thought he is available. All right. In contemporary philosophy, one of the most fundamental problems is how to get a satisfactory account of the place of values, value judgments, norms, normativity, and reasons in the practical sense in the natural world. And this is, as we all know, this is a problem broadly concerning the relationship between normative, and natural. Why is it a problem in the first place to situate moral judgments or value judgments in the natural world? Are value judgments not about the natural world? Or are value judgments mere superimpositions of our mental states on the world and thereby not really about the world? The standard story is that when we try to describe value judgments and the natural world, it is believed as a truism for many that we need two different kinds of explanations, as these two notions fall into two different realms. The explanation that we have of the natural world or nature cannot do justice to the values and judgments concerning them, and in addition to that, the dominating explanation we have of the natural world is the explanation coming from the scientific naturalism, which does not even acknowledge anything beyond the physical properties of the world, and certainly not the value judgments in the sense we talk about them. Moral judgments, on the other hand, are situated in a normative space, and to make sense of them is altogether a different kind of understanding in comparison to the understanding that we get from natural science. This fundamental problem arises in this context, as many philosophers have expressed, due to natural science's appropriation of nature and its attempt to incorporate each and everything, including value judgments, within its framework. Natural science holds that value judgments can be reduced to concepts and categories of natural science by identifying nature within the realm of natural or physical laws without reminder. As we know, moral judgments are said to be of the nature which are about what ought to be and what ought not to be done in the domain of voluntary human actions. Hence, moral judgments are about certain values and themselves carry certain values. These judgments make sense in the moral domain, which are governed by norms and values. These are value judgments negatively in the sense that these are not about facts merely describing what is the case. Rather, these are about what ought to be the case, keeping in view values and norms depending on the context of the discourse. On a common assumption, the natural world is governed by the laws of natural science, whereas value judgments make sense when are placed in the realm of ought, where these judgments are not merely about facts. The question that arises here is, are the moral judgments which belong to a different realm not about the natural world? The problem here is to develop an account of the intentionality of moral judgments about the natural world. And in this context, the question also arises how to bridge the gap between moral judgments and the world about which we possess these moral judgments. If our judgments based on the perception that we gather from the world, or our, broadly speaking, on our experience that we gather from the world, then our judgments cannot be moral unless the perception which justifies the judgment is moral in certain sense. If at all, one of the sources of moral judgments is the perception that we have of the world, then it is not only moral judgments, but also our perception that belongs to the realm of normativity. Hence, it is important to argue in favor of the view that there should be moral perception in order to have moral judgments about the world. If not, we will fail to have moral judgments because of the reason that we will not have moral perceptions so that we can be justified by it. But the problem that we face here is, as we know, perception under a particular framework is understood as the product of mere physical contact between visual sense organ and the object. In this context, one can ask, if this is the case with perception, then how can perception on such an account belong to the realm of normativity and morality? We are at this juncture left with few possibilities. One possibility is that our perception cannot be the ground of any judgment that we have about the world, including the ones which are moral. It has several implications. One of the implications is that perception can never be the ground for value judgments. It raises several concerns over the possibility of making the world itself as the ground of value judgments. If perception of the world is not. Another possibility is that perception can be the ground of our judgment without itself being moral. The third possibility is that perception is the ground of our judgments and both are moral in significant sense. So, once the task of bridging the gap between natural and normative is accomplished, or once the relationship is understood with a right perspective, then I think one can satisfactorily develop an account of placing moral judgments and moral perception in the natural world. So what I'm trying to do in this paper is to, following John McDowell, Crispin Wright, and Wittgenstein, Aristotle, to resolve some aspects of the possible tension between naturalism and normativity concerning moral judgments, moral perception, and the relationship between them. Let us very briefly try to understand the gap between normativity and natural. I'll first introduce a familiar picture of the possible clash between the notion of normative and natural, the way it has been understood in contemporary philosophy, particularly concerning the values or value judgments. I don't know how many times I have quoted these lines, but I'll do it again. In a famous article, Wilfred Sellars said, in characterizing an episode or a state as that of knowing, we are not giving an empirical description of that episode or state. We are placing it in the logical space of reasons, of justifying and being able to justify what one says. We may reformulate this statement by Sellars applying to the context of moral judgments in the following way. In characterizing an episode or a state as that of valuing or making a value or moral judgment, we are not giving an empirical or natural description of that episode or state. Rather, we are placing it in the space of normative relations in the practical sense. In this statement, as we know, there is this famous contrast between giving empirical description and placing something in the logical space of reason is made by Wilfred Sellers. The subject matter of empirical descriptions, according to Sellers, includes what is called natural in the modern scientific sense of the term natural, and it is contrasted, it is understood in opposition to our ethical and normative discourse that is constituted by the logical space of reasons. Valuing something or finding value in something is to situate it in the space of normativity. To the contrary, logical space of nature is the space where it is commonly believed that the modern natural sciences operate. On this notion of nature, to place something in the nature on the relevant modern conception is to situate in the realm of causal and physical laws, devoid of normativity, devoid of values. So nature on this conception is exhaustively governed by the realm of laws, and at the same time is available for the exploitation of modern science as the exploitation of modern science as the natural resources. Rather, it should be exploitation by modern science as nature as natural resources. It can also be noted that the language of natural science is separated from the language in which ethics and morality is expressed. Following Kantian terminology, one can also express this dichotomy in terms of exploiting the distinction between the realm of physics and the realm of ethics. The realm of physics is governed by the laws of nature, whereas the realm of ethics is governed by the laws of freedom, as it is there in the groundworks of metaphysics of morals. The possible contrast is reflected in the distinction between what is the case and what ought to be the case. How are we related to what is the case? So subscribing to Kantian line of thought, it is important to note here that what is the case can be given to us only by the faculty of sensibility. The faculty of judgment cannot give us the world in our experience. We can think about the world by means of the faculty of judgment, but it cannot be given to us in our experience by the faculty of judgment. So, if this is the case, then how can our moral judgments be about what is the case, if not about perception of what is the case? So moral judgments, as have been characterized based on a common assumption, are something which cannot be determined by what is the case. We get to know about how things are in the world with the help of our experience of the world, with the help of our perception of the world, as how things are given to how things are in the world given to us only by the faculty of sensibility, following Kantian terminology. Therefore, perception of how things are cannot determine how things ought to be. it is in this sense believed that moral judgments do not depend on our experience of the world. We know that various kinds of judgments, including moral judgments about the world, have different subject matters or contents to which these states are directed or are about. In this context, one can ask, how are we to ensure the possibility of moral judgments about things in the external objective world? For having a judgment with some subject matter, it should be justified by the external world, because after all, these judgments are about the external world. We are talking about the external world. So after all, we are talking about the moral judgments concerning the world. And it is the same world which gives us the reasons or perceptible values or visible values to think about and act in a value-laden way. So our judgments about what ought to be the case is also about the world, even if in the world what we find is only what is the case. Some people would say that what is there in the world is what is the case, not how the world ought to be. So this very answerability of our judgments to the world should be understood in a normative context. This is one of the famous remarks by John McDowell, that the relation between subject and the world is normative, in the sense, thinking that aims at judgment or at the fixation of belief is answerable to the world, to how things are. So our thoughts about the world in particular, our judgments about the world in particular, should be answerable at least to the empirical world and to the way we grasp things or state of affairs empirically. Not only concerning our judgments, but also regarding our knowledge episodes. We think that these are about the fabrics of the world, or different elements which are fabrics of the world. So this idea of answerability would not make sense if we do not maintain that the world is independent of our judgments regarding it. But if the world is independent of our moral judgments, then the important question regarding intentionality of moral judgments arises is, what kind of world is it to which moral judgments are answerable? And if the world is taken as independent, it leads to many philosophers to embrace the view that since the world is independent, it remains at the outside of the space of rational or normative or evaluative relations that we could possibly have with the world. Hence, the space of rational or normative relations could never reach the external world. So the idea of answerability of moral judgments to the world could be understood in many different ways. One way is that moral judgments are answerable to how things are in a purely physical or natural world. Another possibility is that moral judgments are answerable to how things are in the world, and the way things are in the world, of course, is part of the normative relations that we have with the world. So one can say that a factual world, but nevertheless ingrained with reasons and values. So moral judgments, in order to be answerable to the world itself must contain some moral properties. Otherwise, how could the world be the grounding of our moral judgments without itself containing some properties of its own? Whether the world to which our empirical knowledge or empirical judgments is answerable, whether the world is disenchanted or not, it is our experience through which we are answerable to the world. We know the world. One can say that my judgments are answerable to the world as I see the world. So it is in this sense we need to accept it as a truism that the content of the world is the content of our experience. But the content of the world does not get diluted once it becomes the content of our experience, particularly in the context of carrying moral properties from world to experience. But the problem that appears is, how can our experience, which if taken as merely as a natural happening in the world, stand in a rational or evaluative relation to our moral judgments about the world? I would very briefly would like to highlight an argument concerning the relationship between moral judgments and perception. Moral judgments, on the face of it, are about rational evaluation of what ought to be the case. Hence, moral judgments must be rationally structured where one thing is justified by another thing. But if perception can be one of the grounds of moral judgments, then, as I have already said, perception must also be rationally related to our judgments. There must be a rational relation between perception and judgment, in the sense that perception is the source on the basis of which we can pass a judgment. What ought to be the case, even if it is not the case? One of the arguments developed in contemporary philosophy of perception, I would like to use that argument, is that a rational or justificatory relation between any two states is possible if and only if those two states have the same kind of content. The content of moral judgments, for example, is we know is rational in the practical sense. So if we accept that values and norms are part of the content of these moral judgments, and this is the first premise, if we accept that values and norms are part of the content of these moral judgments, the second premise, yes, thank you. Let me repeat the argument. The first premise is, if we accept that values and norms are part of the content of these moral judgments and perception, the first premise is, if we accept that the values and norms are part of the content of these moral judgments, this is the first premise. And the second premise is, if perception is something to which moral judgments, in which moral judgments can be grounded, then the conclusion is perception must be moral in a significant sense. One might argue that even though perception stands as a rational grounding to our moral judgment, morality does not figure in perception as part of its content. What we perceive in the world is the properties of various objects, but some of these properties have to be moral properties in order for perception to have morality as part of its content. Otherwise, we cannot say that perception is moral. So there is a problem here. Perception in our context, by the time it happens, has already become human perception. Nevertheless, the content of perception necessarily includes the content of the world. It is considered as a truism by many that the content of the world is the content of perception. But many philosophical problems would have been easily resolved if we could have embraced this point without any reservation. So if the content of the world would have been the content of perception, then all of us could have the same kind of perception about a particular aspect of the world. But this is not the case. So we have different varieties of perception about the same aspect of the world. But that aspect of the world itself is the reason for us to have different kinds of perception. Hence, the world in the form of reason must be the ground of morality for our perception of it, independently of our perception. So I'm talking about moral realism. I'd like to conclude my paper by quoting few lines from one of the papers by Akhil Bilgrami. I think these lines from Bilgrami truly captures the spirit with which I would like to develop, or I'm trying to develop this paper. Bilgrami writes, "Think of the fisherman on the coastline of Bangladesh. On his visible horizon, we are allowed to say there is something, some phenomenon that he sees, which can be described in elaborate meteorological terms. But it seems the most natural thing in the world for us to say that over and above such meteorological descriptions, what he sees a threat to himself and his family, to his thoughts dwelling. Literally sees a threat? Question mark. Literally sees a threat? Yes. We see dark clouds there. We see lightning there. But where do we see the threat? At the very places where we see the dark clouds and the lightning." Thank you.
So,
Sorry. I was not aware of this.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Panda, for your beautiful presentation. And you have tried very sincerely to bridge the gap between naturalism and normativity. Of course, because of time crunch, you could not finish your presentation. But really, it was a nice paper, and it conveyed many good possibilities to try to realize, because actually how to overcome all those difficulties, that will be the concern, but still there is a way. So thank you for your presentation, but since we are waiting for another presentation, third presentation, that is by Jan Narveson, and he is Professor of Philosophy Emeritus at the University of Waterloo, Canada. Now, he has sent his paper, and that will be read out by Professor Radharaman Chakrabarti. So now we are listening to that paper, and for the time being, all those discussions are
postponed for the period.
It's a real pity that we couldn't connect. Rather, there was some problem on his from his side in getting the connection through. But he has been very keen. He was a very keen participant in this seminar. He has been in touch with me almost every week. So he has sent me the paper, which I would like to read out before you, so that you can see some of the major issues or major points that he wants to make. So let me read out his paper. It's called Moral Principles. What is a moral principle? We can proceed in two ways. To try to say which among possible beliefs or utterances are principles, or to try to identify which principles are moral principles. We should want, ideally, to do both, however, and neither is an easy question. But putting our two results together, if we have done our homework right, should leave us with a basic analysis. We need more than just an analysis, of course. We need to know what sort of facts we can appeal to and whether the world is indeed that way. These are complicated matters, to be sure. I will put forth an idea or two. You will then have to decide whether I am on the right track or not. Let's begin with the first. What is a principle? We sometimes say that a person goes for exercise every day as making a principle out of it. As indeed he might, people can have some quite outre principles of such kinds. In fact, a streak of green hair always. Can that be a principle? It is hard to deny, though happily it doesn't happen often. But no one, I hope, holds to such things as moral principles. Do they? Let us see. What it takes to be someone's principle is, at least for that person, to attach much weight to the doing of whatever is specified for him, to quote, stick to it through thick and thin, unquote. How thick or how thin? To put it this way is to begin to realize that if a person has more than one principle, then we can imagine circumstances in which she must take her choice. Keep your hair green, okay, but at the cost of losing the friendship of Melinda, who can't stand the sight of it. We can make such conflicts less frequent, at least by having more abstract principles. And because we are presumably always trying to get at what we want, the thought naturally comes to mind that our proposed principle should be always to do whatever one likes. Egoism, in short. Green hair today, black hair tomorrow, both are okay, if only that at the time is what we like. We don't sacrifice, quote unquote, green hair if today that isn't what we want. On this principle, we merely change our likes and dislikes. That is just a suggestion, rather a crazy one, of what principles involve, and it is not much as yet. But it is enough, perhaps, to raise, or perhaps the main question of morality. Can a person adopt as a moral principle, quote, to do whatever one likes, unquote? It has almost by everyone seemed not, despite its attraction, since after all, we presumably always act so as to get what we want. Why the unpopularity then? Well, for one thing, we couldn't put much trust in someone with such a thing as his principle, unless what she wants is very stable, so that we always know where she stands in that regard. Which brings up a rather important feature of moral principles, that they cannot actually permit us literally to do whatever we happen to like at the time, no matter what it is. Moral principles, we expect, will sometimes hurt, will sometimes require us to forego our whims, even our deeper tastes. But if morality requires some degree of self-denial, then how can it work? How many among the 8 or so billion of us out there can possibly live up to a code requiring us to do what we don't like at the time we are called upon to do so? Some have claimed to espouse a morality of self-interest. Do all those capital letters help, though? Morality, self-interest? A little, perhaps. One who makes self-interest into an actual principle has made perhaps a surprising move. We normally expect very self-interested people not to make a big public show of it, though it has happened, as witness Mr. Trump. Is there a reason for being rather astonished at that? This raises the question, first, what is it for an individual to have a principle? To begin with, it is a self-direction. Always do or don't do the thing in question. But it is a non-trivial one. It is for her or him to attach quite a bit of weight to that thing. We expect someone to take his or her principles seriously. We can't be flippant about what we hold on principle. Secondly, part of what makes a principle that person's principle is that he or she, by and large, lives up to it. If what is claimed to be his principle is routinely ignored, then it just isn't that person's principle. After all, he is a hypocrite. Related to this is that we expect our principles to see us through in situations where they apply and where there are stresses involved in holding on to it. Which is the next and perhaps most essential point. Principles are not mere expressions of self-interest. They are expressions of interest, of course, but they may collide, sometimes with the dictates of self-interest. Indeed, that is essential to their being principles. We don't need principles for self-interest. We always have self-interest with us. But principles can steer us in the directions we really want to go, even if at the moment something else may seem better. But they can also steer us in directions we would like them not to go. You might say then that principles supply definition for our ends. We can now make explicit what was only implicit in the above. Principles are articulate. They supply and really constitute our ends so far as we can be understood by others. We can address principles. We can discuss them. We can accept or reject them. Any of these requires that we can understand what that principle is saying. Our principles, as so understood, as we have seen, need not be moral principles. But some of most people's principles, I think, are moral. Which then are they? Here we need to be careful and to make some needed distinctions. Firstly, we must distinguish two senses of the word moral. In one of these senses, which I have tried in my previous works to identify as ethics, in a sense distinct from what I call morals. In that sense, one's ethics is shared perhaps by some, but not all other people. Whatever the label, we need this distinction. In the strongest sense, morality is social. Moral principles are about social behavior. If one has a principle to the effect that some sort of act is right or wrong, part of the point of that is that anybody, not just a particular agent whose principle it is to do or avoid the things in question, and also to participate in their reinforcement. Well, you do it your way and I will do it my way, quote unquote, won't apply to what is morally right or wrong. An example, abortion. This is nicely exemplified by the current uproar about abortion in the United States. The conservatives insist that everybody is to be compelled, if need be, to refrain from abortions. The liberals, on the other hand, insist that it should be up to the woman concerned whether to get an abortion or not. No coercion then. But where the two parties are at loggerheads, their differences can be put thus. The conservative wants coercion to be applied to prevent all those who want to have abortions, the woman in question and the doctor who would perform the operation, say, from doing so. Whereas the liberal wants coercion to be applied only to those who would try to force people to choose one way or another. At the level of legislation, this is a very clear and significant division. There are actions that we are not to do, whatever our tastes. Murder, for example, which is, we might say, pragmatically wrong. It is also wrong by definition, but that only pushes the burden of clarification and proof back one stage. Which killings are wrongful, i.e. murders? And so, it will also bring up the basic question, why are they wrong? What makes them so? How does one make progress on this last question? Let us admit that not very much actual progress has been made in the public mind. There can be various reasons for that, most of them bad, but I think that the most important of them is due to under-appreciation of the previous point. If we want to think about this, we must ask, what would constitute proof, quote unquote, in this context? What exactly are the requirements for a good moral argument? To answer this, we really need to know what morality is all about. The answer to that has been hinted at in the preceding, but let's be a bit more precise than we have been so far. So first, morality is to be comitative. For someone to hold that something is right or wrong, he or she needs to live up to it himself. This especially means having a disposition to refrain from doing the things in question, even when one could get away with it. But what else? What narrows this down so that it does not include things like having green hair or walking a mile every day? The short answer to this is that lots of people just don't care about hair color, or at least don't want to wear their own green or whatever. But why does that matter? Here again, there is a short answer. Moral principles are ones that everybody has an interest in. That is not just a short answer, but a right one. Or so I, along with most of the major moral thinkers of the past, want to say. Roughly speaking, Morality is about what we are to do or not to do in relation to perfect strangers. We don't know them and they don't know us. If someone is my friend or lover or fellow participant in some activity, those connections will involve considerable adjustments to one's own behavior. That this child is my child makes a difference. But what if it is just a child, not mine or yours? There will still be things we should do or not do to that person. If all we know about our stranger is that he or she is a human being, then we know quite a bit. And we also know pretty well what our minimal duties are. Specifically, we are not to harm this person, to maim, hurt in any number of ways. Is there anything in common to these wrongs? Harming, maiming, hurting, etc.? Yes. In my, and I believe most people's views, what they have in common is that they worsen the lives of those persons. They leave her or him worse off than he or she would have been if we had simply let them be, however that is. Many actually think that we owe this person more than that. Besides the negative duty, quote unquote, of non-harm, they think we should aid this person if in trouble and even perhaps see to it that his or her life is up to a certain standard. I am inclined to deny this. And at the most basic level, we of course, or at least most of us, live in wealthy states nowadays. Most of us, we might say, can afford to do better. But wait, maybe we can't. And also we will ask the question, what has he or she done for us? Why do we have to do things for her when she has done nothing for us? And then, if she has tried to do us a good turn, did we ask for it? Do we want it? The questions pile up. But that is not so with the negative duties. Only if we know certain things that are not true in general, is there any question whether I have any business kicking him in the teeth or taking his wallet? The negative principle says simply, no, don't do these things. As I am fond of pointing out, I am at this very moment refraining from killing any of the 7 or 8 billions of us on this planet. But when it comes to helping others, I may have a budget, a fairly limited one, and 2, suppose I have plans for how to use my money, say. Does this person really have a claim on me? I, who have, as we say, made this money, and moreover made it without harming anyone in the process, but in fact doing a lot of good for those who, for instance, have purchased my goods or services. And we may be quite sure that if that is how I did come to have this income, then that is a powerful argument for letting me spend it as I like. None of the possible basis of claim that any of these people have on me applies to the members of the great world outside. How does this all come about? There is a good answer, stemming from the misleadingly so-called social contract. The contract of, quote unquote, everybody with everybody. This has sometimes been dismissed as, quote unquote, contract that nobody signed. The contract that is not worth the paper it isn't written on. Those would be devastating objections if they work. But do they? To understand the idea of the social contract, we need to appreciate that this is no ordinary contract. It is not like buying a house or a loaf of bread. The idea, remember, is that it's a contract between everybody and everybody. To suppose there is such a thing we must ask first whether there are any interests that everyone has that can be promoted by others. And then, in what sense we have agreed with all those people to do or not to do those things. The sense in question is whether it would make sense for us to do that, whether such a contract would be rational. And here we see the wisdom of understanding the duties to be negative. That is, to require us not to do things to others that are within almost anyone's power and which on occasion we might well want to do. But then we start to think of those other 8 or so billions, how many of them could, say, murder me if they took a notion to do that? Answer? You guessed it, practically all of them, perhaps apart from the infants and the disabled or worn out among them. And even they have parents or offspring who are very concerned to protect them from the likes of me. This leads us to see that we all have something to gain if we were all to agree seriously, i.e. in actual practice, to refrain from this sort of activity, the infliction of evils on others. How much of a gain is it? Well, how about it is our whole lives being intact instead of cut short in midstream? Of course, it is not just murder that is at issue here. There are immensely many ways in which we can make other people's lives worse. My hypothesis, which is really Hobbesian, is that the fundamental principle of morality is do not harm. More precisely, do not try to improve your own situation by worsening the situations of others. Now, though a very large question arises, suppose that we can get away with murder or some sort of major infliction of harm on others. If, as I claim, morals is rational, what about these things, which after all look, at least at first sight, to be rational? This is no easy matter, but 2 points come to my mind. First, we are talking about the long run. Maybe stealing from this person looks like something we can get away with. But this is something that most other people know too. And so they redouble their efforts to motivate us not to do those things, even when we can get away with them. And secondly, our question here concerns the rationality of having moral principles. And so we must ask, what would it be rational to try to propagate and reinforce in society? Not then, is it rational to do this just now or on some other particular occasion, but whether it is rational to cultivate principles against doing it ever. It is easy to dream up cases in which some very small incursion against certain principle would yield huge benefits for others. My suggestion, though, is that we can all do that and would all support those exceptions. When we put the matter that way, things look very different. No matter who you are and what you are like, if the question is whether we would rationally be in favor of inculcating the moral point of view, as it has been called, or not. Now the situation of none of us having any principles is that philosophers have come up to call the state of nature. True, this has been regarded as a political concept, the concept of society with no government. But it is really a moral idea, the idea of a society in which nobody has any moral principles. When we ask about such a state of social things, it is hard to avoid Thomas Hobbes' summary that in such a condition the life of man would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It would be so precisely because people did not have moral principles. They would do whatever served their interest at the time, regardless of what that resulted in for other people. Small wonder that in such a condition we would take measures to protect ourselves, including, of course, to kill, rob, and so forth. The settled disposition to refrain from such things, then, is what morals is all about. This brief account of morality will no doubt raise many questions, but I believe that it can hardly, in the main, be wrong. Advocates of various views from with some religion or some culture or some ideology must ask themselves, yes, but suppose that someone does not accept that ideology or does not belong to that culture or religion, then what? The answer must be that either you create war and chaos or you accept a restriction on your behavior. It isn't hard to see what happens when some group does not accept these restrictions. Can it be rational to do that? My answer is no. Thank you.
Already 3 papers are over. So if you have any questions, especially with regard to these 2 papers who are present here, please raise your question. Only not many questions, just 2 questions per speaker. Yes.
Manoj, I just have a small query. Not a query, rather a suggestion. You know, you started with the question that maybe our justifications come from the perceptible world, but the seat of morality is not in what we perceive. But yet, they may serve as justification for our moral claims, right? Mm-hmm. You said that this was one of the alternatives. Mm-hmm. But you did not really explain how that could be. And yet, in the end, you quoted a part from Bill Graham, and I thought that that really provides us with the answer. He says, the example that Bill Graham gives is that when a person who is, living near the Bay of Bengal is seeing the cloud coming towards him, he sees the cloud as threat. Mm-hmm. So this seeing something as something may be the key to, understanding how things of the perceptible world, though not are, ontologically endowed with moral properties, can be seen as, grounds for moral claims. So I thought that you had an answer there. Mm-hmm. This is a suggestion.
Yes. Can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Sen. Yes, seeing as is very significant, but then the question here is whether, as you have very rightly mentioned, that whether moral properties are part of the ontology of the world. I believe that moral properties are part of the ontology of the world itself. And seeing as, if we call it that way, seeing as is not very different from, is not different from what we see.
Yes.
So,
I agree.
yes.
Surely we will take another step and say that
Yes.
there is no seeing as such. There is always seeing as.
Seeing as,
so what
yes.
we see is what we see as,
Mhm.
and it is no less ontological
Mhm.
than just seeing. No less real.
But in that case, if you would remember, Harman has made a distinction between the two kinds of things. You see anything in any case as. So, but when you see this as brown, and when you see it as disgusting, then in both of them it is seen as. But the nature in which one is confirmed and the nature in which the other is confirmed, one will have reference to facts, and the other will have reference only to values. That would be the principle.
Yes, yes. About Harman's example regarding burning a cat, I think you are referring to that. So here he says that we see cruelty. When some kids are burning a cat, we see cruelty. But I don't know whether he said that we see this as cruelty. I mean that incident as cruelty. We see cruelty there. So, but my main intention here is that my main aim in this paper was that, as we know, that following Wittgenstein, many philosophers are trying to say, I'll mention Professor Pradhan's, Ramesh Chandra Pradhan's name here. He's trying to say that values are transcendental, because Wittgenstein said that values are not part of this world. But following that point, I was thinking that if values are not part of this world, then how can we have value judgments? So my problem with Pradhan's point is that he's saying that values are transcendental following Wittgenstein, but actually Pradhan is making these values metaphysical. I mean, there is this subtle distinction between metaphysical and transcendental is missing. And another point is, whatever cannot be, cannot be described by natural science, we take it to be something different from this world, and somewhere else, not in this world. But it can be very much part of with us. Part of us, because in this context we can refer to Aristotle's notion of second nature, where he believes that the second nature is very much natural. It's not something in a different realm. Second nature is something part of our animal nature. It is not something different. So this was my main aim. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. We have to end. And if anybody has any question to Dr. Patitapaban Das.
I am very restless to get a message. And yes, to tutor you in postgraduate classes at Utkal. But just I am trying to get at your message. 99% of your presentation was devoted to how we pay price for goodness. Because when we cease to be selfish, of course we pay price for it, isn't it? Do you mean to say that by paying price for being selfish or being good that way takes us beyond selfishness, beyond ourselves. Don't you think that so long as you are self-centric, morality is not there. It becomes a casualty. The moment you think of the other, morality is born. The moment you live for the other, morality gets perfected. So morality is other-centric, isn't it? So, and how are we pushed to morality or goodness? By paying price for selfishness. Selfishness doesn't pay. Honesty doesn't pay. Maybe pay in the short run, but long run doesn't pay. So, is not selfishness you can say a launching pad, or you can say something which pushes us beyond the pull of selfishness, and we are forced to be good because evil doesn't pay. Is it a message? Because it was very significant. Last your slide, because self-alienation and all that, you pay price, and you go beyond yourself. Going beyond yourself is really genesis of morality, isn't it? I think that is how I am getting at your message. Not if I'm wrong, you stand corrected.
No, thank you very much. So the presentation was done in a very dramatic way. Yes. And it was consciously done in a very dramatic way. The idea is it started with a very common sense principle. Prevalent among many of the common people is that being good is really very difficult, and therefore being selfish is better way. And surprisingly, this principle has gained momentum in the West, and it is also very fast coming to India, that nothing bad in being selfish. So this is what the common sense principle is that. So what I am trying to do throughout this is that, so if you are saying that being good, doing things for others is difficult, doing for yourself only is more difficult. So that's what the last slide is, that if you always try to define goodness in the term of satisfaction of your self-interest, then it becomes really burdensome, because at a particular moment of time, when you satisfy all your self-interest, then you lose meaning, and then your life becomes burdensome, and that burden is very difficult to bear, and therefore willy-nilly you have to sacrifice your self-interest, and you have to think about others. So you cannot help but you have to think about others. That is what the presentation is all about. So I interpreted your main point as moral apathy or indifference. It's a matter of inaction. Yeah. Why there are many things that we know that we should do. Yeah.
But we do not do. Mm-hmm. So this is a problem of inaction, which is very important.
I understand. Yeah, but
and also I have about the indifference of human beings towards morality.
But then my assumption is, I may be excused because I didn't elaborate, but assumption is that your inaction is also an action. So when you are not taking to a medical, you are not taking to the medical, that person not taking to medical, that means you are constantly doing it. And when you are constantly doing it, not because that you are just, this is not an omission, this is a commission, and the commission has a justification, is that why should I do this? This is what. So I should always think about myself, why should I think about others? So this is the justification behind my omission, or commission at least. And this justification is really very burdensome justification, that I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yes, his presentation was very much satirical. In fact, what I understand,
hello.
He is criticizing selfishness of human beings, and ultimately human beings with all their selfishness, they get dissolved. I liked it very much.
Hello. I am Shandip Banerjee, and my question is to you that is it very good that for make our health and mind very good if we do everyday pranams to God and yoga vyayam practicing for avoid cruelty and for right judgment, make our mind.
To me? Why?
You all.
Because I was talking from the perspective of Gita, that is why. Or it is just a general question. Because even if we don't enter into the very detail of Gita's, what I say, underlying metaphysics and other things, we can read Gita in its general aspect or say universal aspect. That is, and in that sense I think that if we talk about yoga, that can also be understood in a I can say broad universal sense. You need not take it so much it to be confined to the realm of any particular perspective of Hindu philosophy. Or, of course, it is not only in Hindu philosophy, it is also in Buddhist philosophy. They also practice. And very interestingly, just yesterday I saw Routledge Publication has recently brought out a book that is on philosophy of meditation. In fact, I don't know what is in it, but I felt really interested that I should read it. So there are various aspects, and meditation is not only done in our tradition, there are many other traditions. Especially in the, what I can say, in many classical traditions it was practiced. And actually, if we practice, we can understand it in a very universal sense. Actually, forget about all other aspects of yoga. When we do yoga relating to our, you are saying about health, definitely it helps. It helps. Practicing yoga, regularly practicing yoga in a way helps. And if that help we count in terms of development of health, growth of health, definitely there is some advantage. And about mind, we are still in a, what I say, in a great doubt. We don't know still what is mind, no? And mind, and here we won't be able to capture the soul even if we understand mind. So there are many more steps we have to cross. And actually, whether we can improve quality of our thinking, quality of our mind, that is important thing that we learn from yoga, no? Always we need not tie it up with a particular tradition. Sometimes we can detach it. By detaching it from its particular perspective, we can try to be clear, we can try to understand its universal aspect also. That can also be in that way understood. Thank you.
I have a query to Professor Panda. So just I have a query and one question to Professor Das also. Query to Professor Panda is, can this moral property...
Are you allowing?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Can moral property be accepted as emergent property? Is an emergent property out of natural property? Can you consider it as an emergent property? I have this query regarding your paper. And regarding Professor Dash, I was just wondering if mother takes U-turn and if society becomes abusive and God is nowhere and the individual becomes selfish, then how can we take the path suggested by Peter Singer? Then how is it possible? So how can we enlighten us?
No, first, I need to understand that in what sense you are saying that moral properties are emergent properties.
It's out of natural property, it's coming.
So but out of natural properties, that I understand, but then we really need to understand in what sense
to
you are...
resolve the gap between natural and moral, because it is because you were trying to relate the natural with the moral, natural world and the morality. So I just wondering whether it can be considered as emergent property if we can relate in that way.
Is like, like consciousness is regarded as an emergent property.
If it could be, means I was just wondering when I was listening
No, I
to your
don't
paper.
think these are emergent properties. These are natural properties, but these are not natural properties the way natural science thinks these as natural properties.
Okay, so should I hear? How
So-
Peter Singer would respond to that, right?
Oh, you want to respond?
Yes.
Okay.
But then please refer to that book, How to Live Ethics in the Age of Self-Interest, which I referred. Peter Singer actually talks about that. But then Peter Singer says, in initial part he says that God doesn't exist. People believe that God doesn't exist. And people also believe that community has lost its meaning. And therefore people started thinking about their self-interest. And they justified their self-interest also. But then gradually he says that this self-interested life has become unbearable. Then what are the options? The options again to turn back. So that part I didn't explore. Turn back. In fact, Peter Singer says, yeah, so you have to. So that is what Peter Singer's commitment is. Become altruistic, and his project, charity, life you can save. So that is the charity he does. Lots of charity, and he says that that gives you meaning. That gives you meaning. But then the question could be asked: then who are they? Why should I give charity at least? Then of course Peter Singer gives lots of examples how people who once upon a time were selfish, might be this Trump also. He has given that example, Trump also. Now they have turned again back for charity and all. They are thinking that this actually gives meaning. So self-interest life is really unbearable. Thank you.
I think,
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting. I think now it's 6:30. So I think we should not tax your patience anymore because we are here from 9:30 in the morning. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank all the paper presenters and also the chairperson for kindly chairing this session. And we look forward to meeting you tomorrow here at 9:30 for another very interesting and thought-provoking discussions. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 9:30.